Good morning and welcome to the Banks Homes Riverside for day one of the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Surrey here at the Banks Homes Riverside. I feel like I've got about 1,000 sponsors' names out there already, so we've ticked a few boxes. But we've got a really interesting game. Top of the table Surrey are the visitors here, taking on Durham, who sit just a couple of places above bottom place Worcester in what should be a fascinating contest. Well, news from the toss is that Durham have won the toss and elected to bat. And we'll go quickly through the teams. And Alex Lees captains the side. Ben McKinney is back in the side. Emilio Gay, Colin Ackerman, Ollie Robinson with the gloves. Graham Clark, Basta leader. First appearance for a while in red ball cricket. Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, Callum Parkinson and Cody Youssef make up the Durham 11. And for Surrey, Rory Burns is the captain. Tom Sibley, Ryan Patel, Sam Curran, Ben Folkes with the gloves. Dan Lawrence, Cameron Steele, former Durham player and all-round champion man. Jordan Clark, brother of Graham, so that'll be an interesting matchup at some stage during the 4 days. Syker Shaw, who's impressed so far. Tom Laws and the very impressive Dan Worrell. With me, Ashthorpe, is Sam Dalling. Sam, it's good to have you back in the northeast, mate. How are you?
Oh, it's a joy to be back in the northeast, Ashthorpe. The sun is shining. It was raining, pouring down when I left West Cheshire at about 5 a.m. this morning, and I arrived here. It was absolutely beautiful.
Glorious.
It's lovely to be alongside you. It's lovely to be back here at Durham, and I agree with you. We've got quite a game. I did tip at the start of this season. I wrote in a wisdom preview that I thought this might be a title decider. It hasn't quite worked out that way for Durham. I mean, it's not really putting my neck on the line too much to say Surrey will be involved in a late season title decider. I mean, they've been excellent. You look at the depth of their squad as well. They're able to make many changes.
Yeah, they've got 4 changes for today's game, and they're still probably as strong as any side going around in the county championship.
Is that the man you mentioned? I think he's almost like the canary in the mine, Jordan Clark, right? He just goes under the radar. He is just your base level cricketer, right?
Which is
and
outstanding.
He is one of the best players in the county championship.
For a man who goes under the radar at about 6'4" and built like your brick outhouse.
Yes, he's very different build to his brother, isn't he, actually?
Yeah.
You wouldn't, if they stood next to each other, you'd have one of them on the door outside the nightclub, not necessarily the other.
Yeah, Graham might be on the stool inside.
He'd be doing the jackets, the
might
coat, taking a quid.
Karaoke, I reckon. Yeah.
Start as we mean to go on, Ashford.
Why not? Alex Lees and Ben McKinney, the man in the middle. Who have we got as refs today? We have James Middlebrook and Steve O'Shaughnessy, and Peter Such is the match referee.
All-star team there.
It is, isn't it? Interesting pitch. Got about 10 mils of grass on, and we've got Dan Worrell to open the bowling from the Lumley end. Oh, and immediately a little bit of shape in and a little bit of nip off the pitch, and a nod of approval from Alex Lees.
He is a quite stunning bowler, Dan Worrell. And I love it. The story's not a new one, but the idea that this arc run-up he has is born from the tree in his back garden. It's just fantastic.
It's incredible, isn't it?
It is. It's just, some bowlers, you just enjoy watching them. Like, bowling is weird, right? It's not natural, and it's hard on the body. But someone like Dan Worrell, it just looks so easy, so natural.
Lees gets contact this time and times it really nicely through cover point. We'll pick up at least 2, and I think the skipper has settled for just a couple. Yeah, interesting pitch, just 10 mil of grass on it. It's one of the driest pitches I've seen for day one here in Chesley Street. There are a few cracks already on the surface, so I think this could be a good toss to win.
Are you surprised then, with that in mind, that George Drizzell didn't retain his spot?
It's an interesting one. I look at the depth of spin that Surrey have also. But they do have options. We see Cameron Steele included, for example. It's a good leave. Alongside Syker Shaw, who, speaking to Mark Church earlier on, who has big raps on him, says he's come over and fitted in really well. And you throw in Dan Lawrence as well. So there is some options there with spin. They've obviously got a pretty solid seam attack as well with Dan Worrell, Laws, Jordan Clark, Sam Curran. So they've got a lot of bases covered.
Solid is... It's definitely solid. I'd maybe nudge it a bit further. Laws is a very good cricketer
underrated
as well.
player, I think. You talked about Jordan Clark being underrated. I think Laws is a very, very good player. That one is a no ball.
Only a young lad, Tom Laws. Quite sharp as well. They rate him. He's played a little bit of first-class cricket. They've just got depth, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
Say what you like about Surrey, and people do say some not very nice things, and I'm actually not one of those. I think if you look at the way they do things, there's a lot of academy players. There's a lot of players that come right up through the ranks and go on and play international cricket. So you're doing something right if you're doing that.
They're a solid outfit, aren't they? Lees again pushes this one out into the point area. Yeah, obviously missing Overton, who's been pushed on to England duties as well.
You know, they're a big draw. They've got a huge membership. Well, they 10,000 plus members. Maybe I think they might have record numbers of members, so they're well watched. They sign their overseas players really well. They seem to have people that, even if they are, say what you like about these short stints, the guys keep coming back. People love going there. They look after them. They sign good characters and people who want to go back and play for them again.
A little bit of swing from Worrell. He's on the drive, not timing that one. Yeah, there's just something about the Oval as well. It's one of those places that you feel the history when you walk in. Everybody talks about Lords. You definitely have a feel of that at the Oval as well. And some of the T20 crowds are outrageous there. Probably the best supported club you would say in the country. Get their corporate stuff right as well. It does help being obviously in the heart of London. And
it's their championship crowds that impress me.
Yeah.
Their core membership.
Nicely defended by Lees. Ends over number 1. Durham 4 without loss. Lees on 2. Slightly overcast here today, Sam, but pretty nice skies in general. It was a nice morning. There is a hint of weather around over the 4 days, but nothing that should have a detriment to getting 4 days of cricket in.
And we've got a little microclimate here as well, which will protect us as well.
It's a weird place.
The Vic Domain force field. He just sort of, as long as Vic's in the ground, it doesn't rain.
Stand legs. He's on his deck chair as we speak. Just onto the right of your screen there as it's just faded into Ben McKinney taking guard.
We were talking about him a little bit earlier on. Here's Jordan Clark with the new ball for Surrey. He is going to bowl to McKinney. 3 slips in. McKinney back in the side. He was left out for the defeat down at Somerset. Started the season really well. And that's a lovely stroke. I don't think it's going to get past mid-off. It really was a nice shot for the ball from Jordan Clark. Just having to, probably in some ways, be disappointed to get dropped, to get left out, but actually quite a good leveller for him. Dave Beddingham, unfortunately, unavailable for this one. I think he's at a Cricket South Africa Award.
Yeah, celebration of the World Test Championship.
Which is well worth celebrating.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Just a shame he misses some cricket as a
I'd
result.
rather have seen him in his whites out here.
Lovely shot from Ben McKinney. Bat on ball straight away. I think he'll just pick up the couple. Cam Steele, formerly of Durham.
Yeah.
Here at Durham as a batter. Came to Durham University. I think he played a little bit of twos down at Somerset when he was a youngster.
Yeah, he did.
And then came up here, Durham University, earned himself a contract. Had a good couple of years up here, didn't he? Ended up getting the yips, right? He was
he struggled with his spin. He got a double 100. I think the first American to get a double 100, born in California, I believe. But just a really, really good human.
Oh, he's lovely.
Bumped into him yesterday and had a quick chat while the Surrey boys finished their training session.
Does a bit of commentary himself as well.
He does.
Doing a bit of Radio London. He's been injured this year, hasn't he?
He has. And again, speaking to Churchy next door, he was really keen to kind of push that part of his life, and he's a natural. He's a good impersonator. He's just a good character to have around.
Infectious, yeah. I've interviewed him a couple of times at about 5, 6 in the morning. Neither of us sleep, so we thought we might as well just get on with it. Round the wicket, left alone by Ben McKinney, left on length. Happy that it's not going to angle back in towards him. Jordan Clark, 28 wickets at an average of 31 so far this season. Matthew Fisher as well played last week. You almost forget about Matthew Fisher.
Not left out, possibly just rotated or rested, or
just think you've got to look after back-to-back games, particularly in a block where all you've been doing is playing T20. So potentially, if you're not in the T20 side, you've not played an awful lot
of cricket. Kookaburra ball, a lot of time in the field. Well, we'll talk about that again a little bit later as well.
Getting left alone.
Somerset Sound in the house. We're going to have to touch on that later at some stage.
I'm sure you will. Ben Folkes back behind the stumps. I think he missed last week, Ben Folkes, didn't he? Young Blake kept.
Correct.
Dan Lawrence ended up keeping a bit of the T20 stuff,
as well,
I think, when Folkes picked up an injury. But Lawrence, I expect, will have a bowl in this game. Him and Steele both able to bowl a little bit of spin. Kishore, the main spinner. Good start. Just a couple of runs off that over. Durham 6 without loss after 2 here on day 1, having won the toss and elected to bat.
Yeah. Really pleasant day here in Chesley Street. Light breeze blowing across the ground. I'm sure we'll have flag watching in operation before too long.
Jordan Clark running down towards us, running down towards his brother Graham, who's been down in the nets, with Callum Parkinson working hard on his batting.
Yeah, I wonder if have a little brotherly fight or something like that on the pitch would be pretty good, wouldn't it?
It looks all smiles.
Yeah. He's very watchful. That one goes through to the keeper. Yeah, I think Scott Borthwick down there is going to have a bit of work to do with the bowlers. I can see Matthew Potts sneaking across for a hit.
I was going to ask, I was texting him last week, hoping to get him up on commentary. He is a man who knows a lot about Surrey as well. Won county championships with both clubs.
That would be nice.
The Badger. I'm sure he won't take too much encouragement to get a microphone and start chatting.
He's shy. Very shy.
Shrinking violet.
That's a really good leave. Good area is that from Worrell. Just hoping that this Kookaburra ball does get a bit of swing.
No Neil Wagner in this game either. I was a bit surprised he played last week, to be honest, with Cody Youssef travelling down. Any idea about the thinking?
I don't know whether, again, it's maybe, Wagner hasn't played a lot of cricket, and could he back up 2 games in a row? I know he didn't have a great workload down at Somerset. Did some smacking with the bat.
No one did.
Oh, that's a thick inside edge down to fine leg. Worrell interested for a moment. Yeah, Will Jack's the other one who's missing from Scarborough as well.
Not bad, is it?
Yeah, just
Jacks,
have a
Jacks,
rest,
Fisher, Jamie Overton. There really is depth. Given half of them are playing for England as well. Tom Curran's played a bit of red ball cricket, hasn't he? This summer. Had Kemar Roach earlier in the season. James Taylor I like as a cricketer. Jason Roy's played a few games. And that's without
it's a pretty good roster.
Pope, Smith, Atkinson.
McKinney climbs into a drive and nails it through extra cover for the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, lovely. Just over pitched. You have to be careful with Ben McKinney that what is an over pitch delivery to him is probably a good length delivery to most other batters. Just that little bit extra in terms of the stride and the arm length. Just can mess with the bowlers a little bit. It's a nice little advantage. Yes, they've got 2 left-handers, but very different men to bowl at Alex Lees.
They're both big men, but...
Well, yeah. McKinney's probably in the second row of the scrum. Alex Lees is just behind him.
Yeah. Just drags his length back, Worrell. McKinney defends out into the offside.
Well, they were so strong that they didn't even pick Gus Atkinson last week.
Yeah, so that was an interesting
2s.
one. So, again, having a chat with a few of the Surrey boys, and I was saying that England were quite keen for him to play, and he probably would have been on restricted overs, and then he'd have been preparing with a different ball to what they'll be using in the test match anyway. So he ended up playing for the 2s, and then I think had a game of club cricket as well.
Yeah, it's like remember when Mark Wood and Paul Collingwood came up against each other for Ashington. God,
Yeah.
Imagine facing Mark Wood.
Yeah, indeed.
Sorry, we're absolutely right, by the way. I mean, they've got to look after their own interests. I think people... It's difficult, isn't it? Because there's this old argument of how much... cricket isn't like many other sports because the ECB is funding, essentially.
Yeah.
Not Surrey, but it's basically... There's a good chunk of counties who are only alive because the ECB is backing them up. They're effectively bankrupt without that.
Agree.
But equally, it's very much its own competition, and Surrey have got to pick the side that they think works best. And do you want a bowler with a Kookaburra ball on a game that's going to go 4 days who's unrestricted overs? Probably not.
Absolutely.
If only everyone... Basically, all the cricket's problems could be solved, Ash, if they just listen to us for a session.
Mate. Tune in, everyone.
Morning. Speaking of tuning in, morning to all of you Durham fans, Surrey fans. I'm sure plenty have made the journey up as well. It's Clark holding at Alex Lees for the first time. Maybe that slightly fuller length, which turned into a good length for Lees compared to McKinney. Line's absolutely spot on though from him.
I tell you what we have had up here for obviously our Surrey fans that are watching on is that we've had the best T20 campaign for quite a while.
Yeah.
Finishing second in the group.
I tuned in for that last game.
Yeah, it was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Gets in behind that one, Alex Lees. Pushes it to... I should know this. I assume it's Kishore rather than Kishore. I shouldn't assume. I must check
I
that.
went Kishore.
Kishore. Let's go Kishore.
Yeah.
I always like to get these things right.
We can always put it right on day 2 and 3, can't we?
Yeah.
Or
Someone will
not.
tell us if we're wrong.
But we got the Vikram Solanki connection there with his Gujarat Titans, I believe.
That's his IPL team, is it? I see. Punch square. Cam Steele will chase. I think they'll come back for 2.
He's got some Rachin Ravindra vibes, hasn't he?
Love Rachin Ravindra. He is you mean the mop of hair?
Yep.
Yeah. He's a lovely, lovely boy, Rachin Ravindra, as well. I've had the pleasure of interviewing him a couple of times. You know, sometimes you get a young player before they've quite made it.
Yeah. And you normally do all the talking.
No, actually, he's very chatty.
Yeah.
No,
I'm saying with the young ones, normally you're the one trying to draw it out of them, aren't they? But yeah,
But he was very good. But it's just nice to say, all right, I did this interview before he made it, and look how he's then done.
All down to you.
If you say so. I'm not sure.
You made an instant impression here. I think you got 250 on debut. And looked like he could have batted for all 4 days, to be honest.
Good player.
And hasn't he gone on to do some fantastic things?
Yeah. And actually, I mean, this is a complete tangent, but New Zealand, they're at a stage where that crop of players that were world class are all either retired or about to retire.
Yeah.
And they had no one in the middle. Opens the face. And gets 4. First boundary of the day for Alex Lees. I think he was in complete control of that. Went wide of the free slips. Just runned it down. There's no one at third. The bugbear of many a commentator and ex-players. I think ex-bowlers in particular. Yeah. I don't know about you, Ash. As an ex-batter, you probably don't mind it if there's no third in.
Not at all. I find that the lack of a gully these days is... I know they do all the stats and say that the ball rarely goes there, but I'm not convinced.
You're not convinced that
the stats are wrong.
The science is wrong. The earth is flat.
A man against science, 100%. Tradition.
Pushed into the leg side. Can't get it past. I think that's Sam Curran with the jumper on.
Yeah.
Ended the over. 4 gone. Day 1 here. The Banks home, Riverside. The Rothesay County Championship. Division 1.
Dom Sidley getting rid of the old jumper there. Must be nice and warm out there.
He's underestimated the heat of the northeast.
Absolutely. Many do.
Keeping an eye on all the games elsewhere in the country as well. Full round of fixtures. A potential table-topping... Well, it's a table-topping clash. Somerset versus Nottinghamshire.
2 and 3, isn't it?
2 and 3. And Somerset 0 for 2 after 3.
It's a good start.
Which Gregory and Tom Lamb beat. Both fallen to Mohammed Abbas. I wonder what the pitch is like there.
Got Josh Davey in there, mate. Solid.
Somerset in a bit of trouble. Early doors.
Dan Worrell to continue with that arced run up. And this one is clipped straight to short mid wicket. McKinney's not convinced it's carried. And the umpires haven't moved either.
I think in fairness to Ryan Patel there, he's saying he's not sure.
Yeah, it's one of those that I just think jams fingers in. Surrey are definitely more convinced than anybody else. Rory Burns is just going up and asking Ryan Patel. It's no good now. He's going to have a chat with the umpires.
I think in that situation, you've got to look to the umpires, haven't they? They're the ones that have got to make
100%.
a decision.
Especially if I'm batting. If I'm fielding, that might be a bit different. But it was a clever bit of field placing that. They just put a man catching at short mid-wicket. There's a lot of discussion going on there, but I think the end result is it will be not out. Captain Burns is not overly pleased. There's some arms waving and some chats with the umpires. But I think you're right. I'm not sure that Patel was 100% convinced that had carried. One of those that kind of jams into the fingers.
Yeah. He doesn't know how, in real time, at that pace, making the catch, you don't know either way. No. And Patel, I mean, he basically said that. The umpires have to make a call.
McKinney solid in defence. Patel there still just checking his fingers as Dan Worrell does a bit of work on the footmarks. Well, McKinney wasn't convinced one bit that the ball had carried, so he never moved, and I have seen him disappear off a cricket field as quick as any batter in my time. One thing I definitely didn't teach him was that you don't have to walk. So he wasn't convinced, nor were the umpires. Well, just bowling nice and straight at McKinney. Got that catching man, Ryan Patel, at short mid-wicket. Got rid of that third slip, and it nearly worked immediately. So good captaincy and good bowling.
I love Ryan Patel. In this star-studded Surrey side, he's been... I don't think he played that much last year, did he? But he's been... I remember a couple of years ago, first time they won it, he was an ever-present in this triptych.
Kenny drives again, but won't beat mid-off.
Yeah, he's one of those players... He's virtually played every game this year. Only played just over half the games last year. Made a couple of hundreds. You have to have people... I don't think any pro cricketer is going to be happy to be left out of a side, but I think you need people that are understanding. When you're a team like Surrey, and
you're a role player, aren't you?
Yeah,
you've got If somebody like a Will Jacks is available, you're not going to kind of kick up a fuss at missing out to somebody of that calibre. It might get to the point where he actually wants maybe a bit more than that and decides to move away. But while you're having the success that Surrey are having, I'm sure that is a huge draw card as well of being part of this environment.
Well, he'll end up potentially, if they go on and win it this year, which is still very much a title race. It's very tight, but it could end up with 4 championships. You might even have a 5th actually, because they won one pre-COVID. Did they? The one where Amar Verdi bowled them to victory.
Yeah.
So his careers go.
There, Worrell ends another over. 17 without loss after 5. Lee's on 9. McKinney on 6. Little scare in that over. Chipping one to Ryan Patel. There was a few interested and a few weren't. Thankfully, from a Durham point of view, the men in the white coats weren't interested. But yeah, he's got an outstanding record, and just, like you say, to come and be a part of that kind of resurgence of Surrey cricket. And again, you talk about kind of the understated ones. They've got all these superstars, but then you've got these, I guess, solid citizens that come in and just do the roles like a Clark, like a Patel, without fuss. Sorry, just changing this up here. They're going to get rid of third slip again, but instead of a catching mid-wicket, they're going to have Ryan Patel catching on the offside for Alex Lees.
Jordan Clark just moving his fine leg a little bit squarer, almost to a deep backward square leg. Lee's out hooking at Somerset last week. Solid enough there. He played a huge part last year. Played, what, 8 games, but there was a game against Essex that they played, and it was at the Oval, and I think at that point it was pretty much neck and neck, weren't they? Surrey and Essex, and they were something like Driven, nice shot. That's going to be a boundary. It's beaten Cameron Steele at extra cover. It's gone between him and the fielder. I think Tom Laws at backward point raced away for 4 runs. He's into double figures onto 13. Unlucky for some. 21 without loss. There was something like 120 odd for 5, and Patel came in at 7, made 100, and they ended up winning that game. Just those little moments, those clutch moments. You don't have to be a superstar.
No, like you say, understanding your role and being in those moments and still having an influence on a result. It's huge.
Over pitch. That one was there to drive. Lee's just throws his head back. It was almost a bit lazy in the shot he played, I think, there.
Yeah.
Having just played an absolute belter of a stroke, he just pushed at that rather than actually played the shot. And almost, well, bottom edge, he can go anywhere.
You're right, yeah, just didn't transfer his weight into that one the way he did the ball before.
Is he guilty of that sometimes?
I think all left-handers sometimes do that a little bit. The ball going across. That's lovely.
It's just the one. Here's to Sam Curran's left hand, but far enough away from him. I love that Surrey jumper as well. That's really smart, doesn't it?
It's strong.
Still got your old jumpers?
I'm not going to lie. I gave nearly everything that I had away. I still have my cap, and that's about it.
Did you get a lot of kit back then? Because these days I'm sure they get loads.
Probably not as much as what they're doing now, but yeah, there was enough. Enough to keep the lads happy.
Patel goes in at a catching mid-wicket again for McKinney. And there's a deep square leg in. Fuller opens the face. Chase on, down to 3rd. Just a single.
Wasn't quite all the big brands around in my day, though.
What was the kit? Was it Canterbury at one point?
Canterbury's now.
Canterbury's now, okay.
Yeah.
Boundary Sports, did you have for a
Yeah,
bit?
all of that, yeah, like randomness.
There was North Gear got into doing it.
They
for a
did some
bit.
Somerset stuff, didn't they?
Really heavy, that stuff.
Yeah, it was. It was.
These days, I think they end the season with most of the shirts still in the packets.
Yeah.
Lovely, really nice from Alex Lees. Can't bowl at him there. Cameron Steele is out a deep backward point, but that's well square of him. Ends over number 6 with a boundary. 27 without loss. Lees has 18. McKinney has 7.
Lovely shot that. Just got the width that he wanted and just almost a one-day shot, guiding that one down to 3rd man. Late cut. Beautifully timed. It's interesting to see that Surrey have just decided that slips are not in play straight away. Had a sweeper out there for Clark. Downworld definitely looking to try and bowl as straight as he can to Ben McKinney. 2 slips in place, catching mid-wicket, and a bit of a ring field apart from that. Not seen the middle of the wicket tested as of yet. .27 without loss. A few clouds just starting to roll in, getting a little bit more overcast.
We're due a bit, aren't we, at various points over the week?
Say that again, mate, sorry?
Due a bit of rain.
Yeah, I think so. Nicely pushed. When I had a look at the forecast initially today, looked at a little bit dodgy with some showers, but that seems to have changed a bit.
The problem is the forecast change every hour.
Yeah, it does. Bit overcast and chance of showers tomorrow, and we should Thursday and Friday look pretty good, to be fair. Be really interesting tomorrow night. We have a members forum here at Durham just discussing the new proposals for the county championship, and I know that Durham have been pretty firmly behind a lot of them and had some involvement in the way that looks from a club's point of view. However, I know there's a little bit of discontent above around some of the members in the round of cricket that potentially will be missed compared to kind of the format as it is.
So Durham are behind the 3 6s, are they?
I think so, yeah.
It's interesting how various clubs are coming out and making statements on it. I think. Did Lancashire have a members meeting that ended up not being quorate the other day? I think they didn't have enough members or something.
Oh, really?
I should fact check that before I say on there.
They've had some issues with their members as well and their board over the last couple of years. But yeah, I guess we'll find out more from Tim Bostock, who will be joining us at that members forum tomorrow night.
You hosting?
Yeah, I'll have a chat. I believe the great David Lloyd might be with us as well. Bumble's looking like he's going to come up for a couple of days of commentary with us and
lovely,
and join us for days 2 and 3. That's always interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
And he comes around the wicket and McKinney falls into the trap. As Ryan Patel takes a really good catch, diving away to his left. That's a bit of a soft one for Durham. After a good start, they're now 27 for 1. Ben McKinney goes. Caught Patel. Bowled down Worrell for 7.
Yeah, if at first you don't succeed, keep sticking it in the same area and Ben McKinney might well just flick one off his legs in the air. Good bit of work. A plan in action, a plan that works. Good fielding from Ryan Patel. Clearly very, very proficient in that area. Close catch. He made it look simple. Never simple, I don't think.
He did.
That close to the bat.
That's disappointing from Durham's point of view. That was a real clear plan, that. So you've got to take your hat off to Surrey, who quickly moved into that mode of taking that third slip out and putting a catching mid-wicket in place. And McKinney has chipped that one straight to him. And Emilio Gay is the new batter. About to step out onto the ground. A little stretch.
Yeah, back in his more familiar position of free since he signed for Durham. He bumped up to open last week down at Taunton in, well, Ben McKinney's absence. He was left out of that one. But he's made the bulk of his runs batting at free. Emilio Gay seems pretty comfortable there these days.
Yeah, and these two have done quite well together. Put on a big partnership at Surrey in that monster game when there was runs galore.
Runs at the Oval?
Who would have thought?
I don't believe you.
Just a Sibley triple, wasn't it, I think?
He's having quite a good year.
Yeah, he's not the worst, is he? 800 plus.
Be interesting to get the thoughts of Vic.
Yeah, can you hear? You probably can hear Vic's over the effects mic there. He's saying there's a long way to go yet, and somebody probably complimented him on the pitch, and Vic's always wary about predicting anything too good for his pitches. Although records have been broken here over the last few years, especially this year in the T20 format as well.
What have we got here? Leg gully,
Yeah,
almost?
there's lots going on here.
Wide leg gully. Plans, and plenty of them.
Just thinking outside the box a little bit, sorry, rather than just going through the motions.
Oof. That's a beauty, isn't it?
Talked about testing the middle of the pitch. That was right on the money. Emilio Gay nearly ducked into it. It's a great over that from Worrell. A wicket made, and what you would come to expect for somebody of his calibre. He has 1 for 9. Durham 27 for 1.
I think in the end, Emilio Gay does really well there.
Just got out of the way with it.
He sort of gets his eyes, he goes to turn away and then realises, maybe I shouldn't do that. And gets his eyes back on the ball and ducks away. He's not slow, Dan Worrell.
I think he's one of those that, because he bowls in such good areas, you just get into his rhythm, and then every now and then he just reminds you that he can bowl that short ball.
Clark around the wicket. He's just tucking that one off his hips, slightly too straight from Jordan Clark. Hesitation from Gay, but Lee's loudly calling him through, and in the end safely back for a couple.
That's good running by the skipper.
see Dan Worrell in the Ashes next winter.
For who?
There's been talk. Well, that's the big question, isn't it? There's been talk of it. Although so far England haven't really. Does it feel like a very baseball move? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's rogue enough, isn't it?
Push to Cam Steele, who is one of Worrell's best mates, actually. Those two very close.
Copping a bit of stick, England, aren't they, at the moment, over the old handshake gate?
You know what? I didn't really see it either. India kept them out there, did they? I should know this, but I still switched
it was the two lads were both, I think, in the 80s, as Stokes decided that there wasn't a result possible.
Pushed straight to Steele, fizzed at Steele, fizzed back at Folkes.
And Ben Stokes offered the handshake of the draw, and the two lads went, "Well, we'll have 100 first, thank you very much." So I guess depending on which side of the fence you sit on, whether the team comes first, or from Sundar's point of view, he hadn't scored a century before, so that was his maiden Test century.
I think you have to play within whatever the rules say.
Yeah.
And also, the argument would be that, well, you're also putting the team first because you're going back to back. Keep England out there for another hour.
There was a few that have said that. Just keep them in the field for the rest of it. Another flat pitch at Old Trafford.
They've had a lot of draws, haven't they, in the
they
Championship. Turned into the leg side. Patel does the fielding from Lees. Although actually, for Lancashire this year, I think that's been a bit of a godsend at times because some of those draws have been in games where they've been behind the eight ball. They've started to win a couple. They won up at Chesterfield, didn't they? So they have got a couple of wins now, but at one point, I think we're halfway stage in the season, they were the only side in both divisions not to win a game.
Yeah, they struggled, didn't they, at the start?
The T20 came at the right time for them, actually. Having Salt and Butler. Fuller driven, but straight at Dan Lawrence at mid-off. No run, and the over 8 gone. Just over half an hour here at the Bankstown Riverside of day 1. Durham versus Surrey. Lost the 1 wicket. Ben McKinney has fallen. Dan Worrell drawing a little flick into the leg side. Ryan Patel taking the catch at short mid-wicket. So he's gone. Emilio Gay's out there, yet to score from his 1 ball. Alex Lees, the Durham skipper, has 20.
Somerset have recovered nicely to 12 for 2, Sam. And they are, looks like the only wickets to fall so far in Division 1, apart from Ben McKinney.
They're down at Scarborough again, aren't they? Is it Sussex they're playing? Yorkshire this week?
Yorkshire have Sussex, yeah. Dan Hughes, 2 from 23. Just getting his eye in. All around the wicket. Definite plan in place to bowl straight. If we can just maybe get that wider shot, we'll be able to just talk you through the field that they have. We've got Cameron Steele, who's at a backward square leg. You've got Ryan Patel catching at short mid-wicket. And you've got a regulation mid-on, a fine leg. And just a forward square leg, but definitely trying to bowl straight. 2 slips still in place. Worrell again testing the middle of the pitch. Not far off being a wide, that one, to be fair. Very short.
Interesting. He's chucking these short balls in to presumably keep them on the back foot.
Yeah,
that's
and it
why
might be.
Steele's
Yeah,
in and
you're
Patel's
right. And
in.
then fire the full one in and try and get him to. I think they're just talking about potentially moving Steele into leg slip, but you probably might just see him come into your picture.
There he is.
Right on cue, Cameron Steele. Definite plans in place, as you would expect. Trying to make the most of this new Kookaburra ball. I think this is the last round of Kookaburra, isn't it, for the year?
Thankfully, yeah.
Mixed reviews.
Mixed. I don't know where the mix is. They're pretty.
There's a few. I've heard a few bowlers talk around that they have to kind of develop skills with the ball, but yeah, you would have to say probably 90 to 95% of the reviews haven't been favourable. As Gay flicks that one off his toes beautifully, exactly where Cameron Steele was, and gets off the mark with a lovely boundary.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything because I think the debate's been done to death, and there's nothing new to add.
Yeah, agree.
Nice shot from Gay. That one having a good summer. 300s for him, 3 for Lees.
Solidly in behind that one. Made his club cricket debut in the North East on the weekend.
Did he? Go on, who did he play for?
He played for CM Park, and they were away at Lanchester. And Lanchester, on the back of a couple of hundreds, one from overseas to Troyes, got 398.
Detroit is in the former pro that you spoke
No,
about.
it's not Jack's. So Jack's plays up at Corbridge. He does live in the North East.
Yes, I thought he did.
But yeah, it's a young overseas lad that they've got. 2 men out now on the hook. And Gay again solidly in behind that one. That ends the over. 33 for 1. Lee's on 20. Emilio Gay on 4. Yeah, I'm going to try and get that scorecard up.
Who's he playing for again?
CM Park.
So not in the top division.
No, so they're in Division 1. You're a step ahead of me. Yeah, 398 for 5.
That's a long stint in the field,
Yeah.
isn't it? Steady
And
8.
I think they got about 200, I think.
They did. Meadows and Ruben Detroit. Meadows got 159.
There you go. Welcome to club cricket in the North East. And I think we're having our first look
The ball.
at the ball.
Why not? Why not?
We talk about ongoing themes of cricket at the moment. Doesn't seem it matters which brand it is at the moment. There's debates. I watched an interview with, I think he's called Mr. Patel, who owns Dukes.
Clark around the wicket. Lee's solid.
And he was explaining kind of how, it's the balls will vary because they're all natural products. You've got natural cowhide and cork and rubber and the woolen twine that they use for the seam. So nothing will be the same. He was talking about how many cricket balls they'll get out of a cowhide. So obviously from cow to cow it's going to differ. It was well, for a cricket nerd, it was a little bit interesting.
How many cricket balls does one get out of the average?
I don't know if he said about 15.
Okay. Just having a look at the averages in the North East Premier League, see who's scoring runs heavily.
I'll tell you who did. John Oswald got 150 not out against my side on Saturday.
You playing or coaching?
No, I'm trying to retire. I've only played 3 games this year. I'm an over 50s man now.
Ah, yes, you're back in a Durham shirt, right?
I am.
Enjoying a bit of success there, or?
We're going all right. We've made it through to the quarterfinals, which is away to Somerset.
Is it? So where have you got to go?
I don't know yet. We haven't been given a venue.
You could have travelled down and just played on days 3 and 4 last week.
Yeah, we've got enough spinners probably on both sides to make that last about 15 overs.
Driven, nice shot, but it's fizz straight at Cam Steele. It bounced awkwardly just in front of him. He did well there. Who else is in that side then? Any other ex-pros?
Well, had Andrew Pratt playing with us, former wicket-keeper, and he got 150 on Sunday, played very well. We've had Nicky Phillips, Mel Betts, Sean Burbeck. We've got a few of the lads that are knocking around.
So what do they do? Put on a charter plane for your trip to Somerset, fly to Bristol?
Give us each a helicopter or something.
Bouncer, not really threatening anybody. It's in fact been given as a wide. Jordan Clark looks back almost.
Not amused.
A nod of embarrassment. Okay, so this is the Somerset Cricket Foundation over 50s. Let me look at who you might be coming up against.
Yeah, you can do a bit of scouting for us. They played Oxford, I think.
So Kevin Parsons, yeah. So brother of Keith. Kev had a contract for a little bit. Gary Bennett. Now, Gary Bennett used to play at my club side, Taunton. He was a very, very good cricketer. Clark in. Lees opens the face to backward point. Yeah, he was one of those just almost feared. You wouldn't want to drop a catch off his bowling. And he was still doing it at first team cricket, just coming in off 8-yard run up. All-rounder, played very decent level of football. Gary Bennett. Jason Squire, left-arm seamer. John Kerslake, friend of mine. Wicket-keeper, son of Roy Kerslake, who was at Somerset years and years ago. Okay, well, you must tell me when that fixture is.
I will. In fact,
squeezed into the leg side for just a single.
I mean, even though we're over 50s, we have a WhatsApp group.
Blooming heck.
I know.
Does anyone know how to use it?
Absolutely. Technology gurus. I want to say the 10th. Yeah, 10th of August.
Okay. I tell you what day is that, Ash, for?
Be a Sunday.
I think I'm in Somerset.
Stop it.
But I think there's a Royal London Cup game that day. It depends where it is and the weather.
Well, surely we trump that.
Many permutations, yeah. Maybe you're playing in the interval. Maybe it's a 20-minute dash,
Mate,
one of those.
That sounds like my cup of tea, that.
10 gone, by the way, 35 for 1.
Worrell's going to stay around the wicket. He's got Alex Lees in his sights this time, not Emilio Gate. He goes full to Alex Lees, who gets the toe of the bat to mid-off.
Over 50s first. There's 3 teams. They've got 3 over 50s sides.
Serious?
Yeah.
Good effort, that.
Strength and depth.
I think Yorkshire have similar. I think they've got a load of teams as well. He's just wary of that trap, the one that McKinney fell into earlier.
There's a few names in there, I know. Okay, that'll be interesting. I'll keep an eye on that. I'll stop talking about it now, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Ah, cool.
Aren't Durham down there? Isn't one of the games Somerset versus Durham?
Oh, maybe we could share a bus.
You could definitely get a spot on that bus. I think if the club aren't already doing a double header, if it's Somerset versus Durham, I think, Ashford. See, this is a good weekend out I'm planning for you. I think it might be the Beer and Cider Festival on the Friday day-night game. Somerset versus Durham, Friday the 8th of August, 2 o'clock start.
Stop it.
Beer and Cider Festival.
Sign me up.
There you go.
Get me into Somerset Live. We'll have a double date.
Here you can nip onto the
Why
live
not?
stream, yeah.
Why not?
Cambo's been on. Will Gibbon's been on.
Worrell giving all his effort here. Into his 6th over now. We're just about to see a bowling change. Clark got through 5. He has none for 22. Worrell 1 for 13. 4 balls into what could be his 3rd maiden over of the morning.
What point do you think spin comes into this game? All 4 seamers have a go first?
Yeah, I think they will. Who have we got warming up there? Is that Sam Curran?
Yeah, you've got
Some
Sam Curran.
jumping. Lots of energy from him.
Psyche Shaw's also warming up, but
That might be a hint,
mid
that
on.
one. He looks long, doesn't
Yeah.
he? He looks really tall.
He was doing some yoga before the game out on the pitch. He had the old reversed crab up, like and he's holding it for ages as well. That's serious strength to be able to do that.
I think I'd collapse.
I think actually that would be a good segment if Sam Blacklock's listening for the T20 quarter final. I think we should, tomorrow lunchtime, and as Maiden from Worrell, will film a segment of myself, Ash, and Bumble, all in trying the yoga challenge. You can play that out on the quarter-final live stream.
Not sure you get any commentary after that. There'll be in traction.
I reckon Bumble might be a bit of a dark horse,
Yeah.
like a proper yogi.
Yeah, I reckon he probably is. Living in his country retreat.
Yeah, he's got a whole cricket pitch, hasn't he? That he just, there's never any games there, but he just
He's got
mows it, he just loves it.
Some golf greens as well, I think.
Yeah, just enjoys it. As Ashthorpe said, it is going to be Sam Curran replacing Jordan Clark. 58 on his back, bit of left arm seam to left arm. We talked about, or I certainly talked about James Minter a bit earlier in the season having a similar action to Sam Curran, that Sonic the Hedgehog almost roll up, curl up into a ball and then release. Played a lot of international cricket. Sam Curran would love to still be playing plenty of international cricket. He's opened the batting, had great success in the IPL. Just a fine cricketer. Doesn't bowl with as much pace as you might have thought, but Wagner's a bit like that as well. It's that left arm, it's the angle. A lot of skill in it. Only late 70s usually, maybe early 80s sometimes. This is fourth game. Only picked up the 4 wickets so far for Surrey, but he bats in the top 6 as well.
He's an excellent cricketer.
And only 27.
That's exactly what I was searching for, his age. He's been around for a long time, but he's still a young man.
Should just be 1 to Gay. Played 117 times for England across all formats. Picked up 134 wickets, 6 half centuries. Just a very good cricketer.
Yeah. And a huge competitor too.
He didn't play at Scarborough last week. Not a bad man to bring in. Defended by Alex Lees as Tom Laws also goes for his action, the tall figure of Tom Laws.
Yeah, you want to get your hands on that ball before the spinners, I reckon.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence will fancy a bowl as well. He bowled a big old spell the other week, I saw Dan Lawrence.
I don't know if I'm getting shorter or everybody just seems really, really tall. Dan Lawrence is another one who I didn't realise until I saw him this morning. I was like, wow, you're actually a pretty big bloke.
Bit of both, mate, I think. Just moving in different directions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Clouded over a bit. Wind's a little bit stronger. Feels a little bit darker.
Direction as well, yeah.
All just swirling around us here. Opens the face nicely. Still no third in for Alex Lees. Tom Laws is rapid, and fair play for a man who's probably about to come on to have a bowl. We're just getting loose. He is chased after that one. He's given it everything.
He's definitely had a warm up now.
Maybe,
It was a good effort, that.
the heart rate will be pumping a little bit. That young Mitch Colleen
It is indeed.
for a hit with Will Gidman. Last time I was here, he was picking up Pfeiffer with his dad watching. That was lovely.
Yeah, it was a cool moment, wasn't it?
I got you a little mensch actually, didn't I? In the old Wisdom magazine for that.
Really?
Did I name check you that in that article?
I've got no idea.
I'm sure I sent you that, didn't I? The Mitch Colleen one.
Oh, yeah. Is that the one where I was lurking or loitering in the background? Yeah. Yeah, it's on my wall at home.
You've not got a tattoo of it yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Just lining out. Gareth Batty, just wandering down in front of us. Loves to go and have a little different view of the game, Gareth Batty. Smart kit as well they've got on.
They always do, sorry.
Yeah.
They always look the business.
They've gone from Adidas to Castore, where they were on Adidas. Okay.
Yep. That's what I'm saying, all these big brands are competing now. But yeah, when I was playing, it was anybody who really was willing to throw a bit of kit at us, I think.
40 for 1, 12 gone here.
Trying trying to think. Crusader, I think, was the brand. I think they were from Worcester. Really, really random.
Yeah.
And then, like you say, there was Boundary and
Boundary Sports I like.
Surrey. Went with
Yeah,
Surrey
Surrey
for
did
a
a
while.
bit.
Yeah. Still around. Laws is going to start around the wicket. Loads up and slingy action. But right on the money first ball after an excellent opening spell from Dan Worrell. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13 for Worrell. $40 for 1. Make that 41 for 1. As Midogo clips that one off his hip down to fine leg. Just a little bit straight from Laws.
Got a big fan in Kemar Roach, Tom Laws. Talked about him. I mean, Roach is one of the, we were talking earlier on about overseas pros who go back year after year. Roach has done plenty of spells there, and he said, I've worked with him for a couple of years. He's going to be a special talent, this boy. Not a bad man to have backing you.
Oh, yeah. He's all action, isn't he? You watch him chase that ball to the boundary at the end of the last over. And he runs in with a lot of heart. It's the first time I've seen him live. That slight delay in his action and then right into his work here to start.
And he's another one, isn't he? We talk about how Surrey sign, but also how they bring players through. And Laws and Patel are both lifers. They've been all the way through that Surrey academy.
Yeah.
Sibley was one. Curran's another one. And actually, a few of the others aren't playing because they're in England sides.
Absolutely. You've got Burns as well, isn't he?
I was just
all
thinking
the
it's
way
all the way
just
through.
looking.
It's been around so long.
Yeah. I was just double checking myself.
What's he must have been doing? Must have done 20 odd years at the club, Burns.
Whitgift schoolboy. Oh, and Lees gets an inside edge. But thankfully, from a Durham point of view, it goes nowhere near the stumps and goes to fine leg. And he'll pick up another single. Durham moved to 42 for 1 at the end of the over. Skipper Alex Lees on 26 and Emilio Gay on 6. You thought about, even like I said, it's going from one to another here. You look at Jason Roy, who I know wasn't born in the UK but moved as a youngster. They went to school together at Whitgift. So
Well,
like you say, that it's not just we've got money that we buy players in. They're as good as anybody in the country at producing their own.
There was that lovely photo. I'm trying to find it. Yes, a couple of years ago. It was, I think, a young.
Oh,
There was I think it's Curran, Pope.
They were all watching, weren't they?
Patel and Verdi all watching, and then about 6 years later, they were on the first team tour together in 2013. Short, jabbed Alex Lees. He likes that almost forearm jab into the ground pull shot if it's not quite there to hook. Picks up a single.
Not quite the Beatles across the crossing, but yeah, I see what they're doing there. It's cool though, isn't it? You've got 4 lads that have come through that system.
You've got young Ben Guedes who couldn't get he's meant to be a quality cricketer. Couldn't get a game. I think he got a couple of hundreds as well in the Championship, but he's over at Middlesex. Okay, just having to be watchful there. Just slightly back of a length from Sam Curran. Hits the bat hard. Who's this coming over with Graham Onions?
The Badger. Ben Rain, I think.
Ben Rain.
Well, yeah, we lost the likes of Scott and Mark Stoneman, who went down there, obviously, when Durham were relegated. They both had ambitions to keep playing in the top division and try press for international honours.
Which worked.
Absolutely.
Shout for LBW, but more from Ben Folkes and Dom Sibley at first slip. Sam Curran wasn't interested, and Ben Folkes had given it away, really, by taking a couple of steps to his right before he asked the question. He's a wonderful wicketkeeper, Ben Folkes.
Incredible.
He's a lovely man. I saw him. I went to the first Disability Cricket Day at Lord's last summer. There was another one this year. And I think it was him and Nathan Lyon were down there doing a bit of visually impaired cricket. They were taking part with. There was going to be an Ashes series that winter, actually, and they had the England side down there. And Ben Folkes, he tried his hand in to how do you say, to replicate the visual impairment, because there's different levels, right? There's 3 different levels. I won't go into it fully, but there's to try and replicate that, there are different glasses which allowed a different level of vision.
And then almost a blindfold, isn't it? At the end?
And then Ben Folkes was saying, like, this is the... I've never seen him look less coordinated. He said this is the hardest sport I've ever played. He was a lovely man that day, as he always is, I think.
Somebody who doesn't look uncoordinated behind the stumps. He's probably the best up there with the likes of Foster, the best gloveman I've seen.
Yeah, who else have you seen that's blooming good then in your time?
I'll tell you, I mean, mentioned Andrew Pratt earlier. He was an excellent gloveman as well.
Was that young lad Bates? Do you remember Bates at Hampshire, who was just couldn't? I say couldn't bat. I mean, in the sense of professional cricket.
Yeah,
right? He was
and you've got to have that second string to your belt. You've got to be an all rounder as a wicketkeeper these days, as you can see from. I think you get a full batting lineup of keeper batters. Obviously, Rory Burns used to keep. You got Ollie Pope. The list goes on and on. Cox.
Opens the face. This time it's Emilio Gay's turn. Kishore's going to give chase. He's going to pull it back, turn and throw. Left hand. We'll see him probably as the first spinner for Surrey. Bit of left arm spin. 14 gone. A minute shy of midday. So a decent over 8 as well. The Badger sporting the black trainers, black sock look.
Yeah, it's strong.
It is.
But there's wicketkeeper that's really impressed me of watching some of the girls' stuff, and it's Southby
down at Hampshire.
I think she's an outstanding wicketkeeper.
Class. Absolute class.
I think she's another one that falls into the category if she was a slightly better batter. But yeah, very, very good player.
I think she's generally considered to be the best keeper in the women's game at the moment. Certainly in England.
Very, very good.
But you're spot on. You've got... I mean, Amy Jones is very good.
Yeah.
But that's in the top order, right? Certainly at county level. Land's got hundreds in a couple of ODIs. And then Bess Heath here as well. He's a brilliant finisher, actually. She finished the game down at Somerset, when she made a 40-odd not out when the game was in the balance. She was really impressive the way she just manipulated the field. Found the boundary, but also found the twos. And it got really frustrating for Somerset, because every time they moved fielders, she just went, right, well, I'm going to drop it into the gap you've just left.
Very talented girl. This one down the leg side. I've been actually really impressed. I've seen quite a lot of the women's stuff this year, and the wicket-keeping standard's been absolutely outstanding, if I'm honest.
We've got Bryce at the Blaze.
Yeah.
Bess Heath up here.
Threlkeld and...
Yeah, Threlkeld's are good.
Really good. There's one more that I can't put my finger on, but honestly, I've been... Obviously, a lot of standing up in the women's game. It's nicely tucked off his hip by Lees. You'll get at least 2. And they'll settle for just the 2.
Well, speaking of the women's game, we should congratulate Surrey, because they won the Vitality Blast, the inaugural Vitality Blast.
Kind of went under the radar that a little bit, didn't it?
There was another women's sporting event going on the same day.
Yeah.
Just a small one. But yeah, I'd have loved to have gone to that, actually. Finals day. Not sure about... I hope that they can change it so there's 2 semis and a final.
Yeah, I'm not convinced of the format as of yet, and I think they'll work that out as they move forward.
I saw someone had written that the first men's T20 final was Warwickshire versus Surrey, and Surrey won, and then 23 years later, or 22 years later, I forget which year we're in. Where are we, 2025 still?
Yeah, 22.
22 years later.
Adam Holyoke would have been the captain then, was he? I think. Oh, and there's a noise down the leg side, but it might be a little bit of backside from Alex Lees rather than bat.
I think so. Touch of iPad.
Interesting phase of the game now that the new ball has just worn off. The Surrey bowler's looking to bash a really good length here. It's some tight stuff. Durham not able to get away. Just 2 from that over. 47 for 1. Laws has started well. Just a 4 from his 2. Curran has gone for 8 from his. Worrell with the wicket. 1 for 13. Jordan Clark, none for 22.
Down at Trent Bridge, that game between Somerset and Nottinghamshire. Somerset 26 for 3, having been stuck in. They haven't started down at Worcester yet. It's raining, but they are inspecting at 12:30. Worcestershire playing Hampshire. Essex 52 without loss against Warwickshire. Dean Elgar and Paul Walter proving a pretty decent opening partnership so far. And Sussex 29 for 2 at Scarborough against Yorkshire. Coles and Alsop at the creases. Curran is in. And that's a beauty of a stroke. Off the back foot from Gay. He's scuttled off to run the single. He didn't really need to. Alex Lees didn't move. Punched wide of cover. And that's a 50 up for Durham. Just over an hour's play. 15.1 overs. A little bit of sunshine out, as you saw from the wide angle. Just a second or 2 before the start of the over. There's a bit of cloud around. It's not as blue as it was a couple of hours ago here. And the Banks Homes Riverside. There we go.
It was a lovely shot, that, wasn't it?
Short ball. Gay goes after it. I think he pulls out of it at the very last minute.
Good surprise short ball, that from Curran.
That's what he's got in his locker, isn't he?
That fast arm action.
Short ball again. That one doesn't quite get up in the same way. Okay, ducks underneath it.
Yeah, Mohammed Abbas has a bowling point for Notts already.
Well, I can't believe that Hampshire let it go. There may have been some geopolitics in play there.
Indeed. Class operator.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting to look, sort of a changing of the guard at Hampshire in terms of their bowlers. They had that quartet.
Yeah.
Abbas Barker and
Abbott
with Fuller backing him up. Deep square leg goes out. Still a catching mid-wicket. There's also a long leg. Left alone by Gate. That just dying on Ben Folkes on the way through to the stumps. Ball's into its 16th over. So they're sort of moving from that. Because Abbott, I don't think you describe him as rapid.
No.
Just... It's all about control. Abbas is but sub 80 miles an hour, but relentless control. And they've got this crop coming through. Sonny Baker, they picked up from Somerset, is probably the quickest of them. Yeah. Eddie Jack, who's been playing England Lions, and John Turner as well, who went out on loan to Lancashire. So pace, they're going for pace. England like pace. Steele does the fielding.
What about poor Gloucester? Looks like they're just players leaving left, right and centre.
I think people like them and Kent just struggle when they've got decent cricketers to pay the wages to match it. Because they've lost. Zum Akhtar's gone to Essex. Good bowler. Surprised he didn't go to a test match venue, but then Essex is a very good county and they sort of need a bit of a refresh. He's also pulled along the ground though. Just a single. I think he's got some quite good mates in that dressing room.
You've got, Price and Goodman have gone to, is it Sussex, I think?
Yeah, good signings that from Sussex. I mean, Goodman's barely played this year. He's a really tall lad, Goodman,
Yeah.
6'7", 6'8".
I like Tom Price. I
Yeah.
mean, that had a little bit to do with him at Durham University, but I really
I
like
see.
what he offers.
And they're probably going to lose Ajit Singh Dale, I think, as
I
well.
like him.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
well, I remember Ryan Campbell came on the County Cricket Natters podcast
He's
a
very
year or
impressed by
so
them both,
ago,
isn't
yeah,
Akhtar
and he said, who do you like, who have you got your eye on? And this was just before that they came really into even the peripheral version of most. I think they ended up playing Lions later that summer, but he liked them both.
Tom Laws is going to continue right arm round the wicket. Emilio Gay on strike. 52 for 1, Durham. Okay, flashes at that one. Cameron Steele does the fielding at backward point.
Yeah, they're playing down at Cheltenham today, second week of the Cheltenham Festival. They've signed Craig Miles, or re-signed Craig Miles, haven't they?
From, was he at Warwickshire?
Yeah.
Is that Warwickshire?
But yeah, they're going to have to do a bit of work there, I think, with their squad. Good news in that I think Miles Hammond has re-signed.
Okay. That just might be what it takes, is just a couple of those established players to go, right, we're hanging around. So you've got the likes of Tom's brother, Ollie Price, is another good young player, batter off spinner. I'm sure that people will be looking at him as well.
Oh, yeah. I think they signed a couple of other lads. So Tom Price is going to Sussex. Tom Smith's retiring as well at the end of the season. What a brilliant career he's had.
Outstanding. Right on the money from Laws. Good energy on the ball.
I'd heard a rumour that Martin de Langham might be retiring at the end of the summer. I don't know if there's any truth in that, so that would be another one they potentially miss.
He'll probably franchise around the world. It's hitting the bat hard, this from Laws. Probably the quickest on show so far today. A good lead from Emilio Gay. It's a quiet period in the game here as both teams just trying to establish themselves. Man now out on the hook for Emilio Gay. Deep square leg. Laws bangs it in and Emilio Gay hooks it around the corner. Not perfectly timed, but more than enough in control. And will pick up a single.
He's going to take it on, isn't he, Emilio Gay?
I think so. I think he got that first one from Curran, really, didn't he? Where he looked like he was going to take it on and then just changed his mind at the last second.
Sam Curran is going to continue from the Finkel end. Just one of the Surrey coaching staff down. Who's the fielder at deep square leg over there? I don't think it's Laws.
Might be Worrell.
Just giving him a few pointers. Maybe the analysts have seen something. It's going to be an attritional one, this. You have to think your way into wickets.
Oh,
Edge and gone. There we go. There's your thinking. Sam Curran just putting it in that channel. Moving it away from Emilio Gay, who gets a little tickle to Ben Folkes behind the stumps. And Durham, the home side, have lost their second wicket here. 53 for 2. Emilio Gay wanders off for 14. Sam Curran is in the game.
Yeah, big wicket that. Emilio Gay, one that likes to bat for a long period of time. 53 for 2. Outside edge comfortably held by Folkes, and that's probably on the back of a good few overs of pressure from the first change bowlers. You've got to give credit to Sam Curran and Tom Laws, who have picked up where Dan Worrell and Jordan Clark left off. Durham haven't been able to get away. And Emilio Gay feathers that one behind for 14. That brings Colin Ackerman to the crease.
Yeah, no Dave Bellingham, remember, for Durham in this one, but Colin Ackerman himself is a fine player, more than worthy of the number 4 spot. Seems a player who's quite happy. We talk about roles as much as he is a first team, first pick. He's happy to bat. He bats in different spots depending on who else is available, and seems quite happy to do so.
Yeah, I think he's one that likes the responsibility as well when Bellingham's away. Big player for Durham, been an excellent signing since coming from Leicestershire.
34 now, Colin Ackerman. Closing in on 12,000 first-class runs, 2,800s. 495 of them so far this summer, so 5 shy of 500. Someone is sprinting out as a replacement fielder. No, it's not. It's Cam Steele, isn't it? Cam Steele, of course it is.
Might just need a little loo break.
Right-hander for the first time in the game for Surrey to deal with. Durham's top 3 all lefties. So Sam Curran, the left arm seamer, is just going to angle it across. Colin Ackerman, couple of slips, Sibley and Burns, plus Patel at gully. Turn to the tall figure of Kishore. He gets down very easily. It's that flexibility, that yoga, allowing him to swoop.
He's probably only 5'10", but with that hair, he's about 6'10". I'm only jealous.
Good pressure, as you were saying there, Ash. Whichever bowling attack they play, Surrey, you can almost guarantee you're going to be under pressure.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that Hampshire, trio or quartet with no let up, no matter who's bowled. I think you can definitely apply that today to this group. Been outstanding this morning, picking up 2 wickets.
Left alone by Ackerman. Good pressure from Sam Curran. One shy of a wicket maiden here. Deep square leg. Kishore is sent out. Will it be a short ball? Will it be a bluff? Double bluff? Who knows? I think it was almost one he rolled the wrists on Sam Curran. If not, it was certainly a standard delivery. Wicket maiden. Round of applause of appreciation, even from the home crowd. 18 gone, 53 for 2.
Yeah, great set that. We talked about Hampshire and their bowling attack. Well, Hampshire Hawks are the visitors to the Banks Homes Riverside for the Vitality Blast quarter-final on Friday, September the 5th. You can get your tickets from the Durham box office. You can call into the shop or apply online. Hugely looking forward to that. I can't remember the last time we had a home quarter-final in.
It was Surrey away last year, and that was the first in, 5 years or so, wasn't it?
Yeah, we've seen some dark times in the T20, but this year has been absolutely outstanding, finishing second in the group, right on the tails of Lancashire. So yeah, something to look forward to at the start of September. Perfect timing after all the group stages finished about 2 months ago.
Ideal treat, really, isn't
Bizarre.
it? Just gone back to school.
Yeah.
Take your kid, they had a hard first week at school. Get them down here on the Friday night. Forget about school.
Really looking forward to that one.
Strong side though, Hampshire. Historically very good in the championship.
Well, the South Group have been, haven't they?
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
It's been all South finals for a couple of years, hasn't it?
He's defending out again to steal.
I mean, James Vince is probably one of the best players the Blast's ever seen. Hilton Cartwright there doing the business for them. They love an Aussie. Ben McDermott. They've
he's
had
been there, yeah.
Nathan Ellis won it for them a couple of years ago. I mean, you just couldn't get him away. And who did they have? They had another Aussie bowler the year after. McDermott and... Bear with me, because I'm sure everyone's dying to know.
While we're testing your knowledge and your research, Tom Laws is going to come over the wicket. Just change the angle a little bit here to Alex Lees. Just a few discussions on field places as Ryan Patel wanders from catching cover to mid-wicket, back to a short point by the look of it. So again, something a little bit different from Surrey.
Michael Neser.
Oh, I think he's the ultimate county cricketer.
Just in that bracket, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of time at Glamorgan. Strong lower order batter, good bowler. Laws is really bowling well here, giving nothing away. Gone for just 5 runs. Really interesting field now. Burns has probably gone more to a second slip or a 1.5, and then you've nearly a chop on from Lees. I was going to say Sibley's more of a 5th slip, and then you've got a very, very deep gully. And Cameron Steele, Ryan Patel at short point. And Laws is giving his captain everything here. He's bowling with control. He looks a little bit of a threat. It's been a strong start from him this morning, and from Surrey. Picked up 2 wickets after Durham won the toss and elected to bat first. 53 for 2.
I think that was the right call.
Yeah, I think so. I think you've got to back yourself, haven't you? And I think maybe after Alex Lees won the toss at the Oval and elected to bowl first, and Surrey decided to knock up 800 plus.
Once bitten.
Yeah. Maiden over from Laws. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. It's been outstanding for his captain this morning.
It really has been superb. Sam Curran, though, is the man with the wicket. The 2 bowlers, 4 seamers used by Surrey so far. Worrell, Clark, Curran and Laws. Got Kishore, who I'm sure will get a bowl before lunch. Got about 40 minutes till lunch. This is over number 20. Couple of slips, wait. Right-handed Ackerman on strike, yet to score. Doesn't quite get the radar right.
I'm not sure if he was targeting leg stump there or not, just trying to draw Ackerman across. Or whether it was just the old, it's a rubbish ball down the leg side, but we'll make it sound like that was the plan.
The reaction. There's almost a catching mid-wicket, I think. We've already seen one catch go to Ryan Patel at short mid-wicket, though he's at gully, so they're obviously not... There's not a plan to try and get Ackerman caught there.
It's pretty regulation field.
Yeah, he's gone back, hasn't he?
Got my gully. Well,
You
he's
happy,
more of a fourth, fifth slip, I guess, but I'm happy with him there.
You're happy enough with that?
I am.
And the gap between slips and gully is big enough for it to properly be called a gully, I think.
Yes. It's a small win. I'll take those.
Is that where you field?
I used to field at first slip, to be honest. Now with the over 50s, I'm on the boundary. It's incredible. What a turnaround that is.
Oh, there's a little swing at that one. It was very wide. Doesn't really move the feet either. He was playing that a long way from his body. But I think just one of those balls that as a batter your eyes light up because it was a naff delivery basically and was there to be hit. And I think had he got a bit later in his innings with his feet moving.
Yeah. I think a bit of pressure as well. Durham have just a little bit stuck here. And there was an opportunity to score. But like you say, early in his innings, the feet not quite moving as well as normal.
That one is driven. And actually, it's come off. It's very difficult when you're fielding close with the pitches. And I think that Dan Worrell.
Yeah.
And that one just zipped off the pitch, the end of one of those used pitches.
It's nearly done him, hasn't it?
Brings a smile from Worrell, brings a smile from Curran.
Not have been smiling if it went through for 4, that is for sure. It's a big half an hour this up until lunch.
Yes.
Durham really can't afford to lose any more wickets here. I think they'll be happy if they just kind of even get to 70 really. Run's not really important, but need to build a big partnership, these two. I feel that this is important in the game. Consecutive maidens.
Building a bit of pressure.
Just feel the energy from Surrey picking up that wicket and then lots of dot balls. They'll feel that they're on top at the moment.
Yeah, Durham peering slightly over the shoulders as well.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I know Ryan Campbell doesn't really talk about league tables and things like that, but there is no doubt that that bottom spot, the bottom 2 spots, it's very tight down there at the lower middle part of that. I think they're only a point behind Essex, aren't they? And then
a couple of wins probably sees you safe from there.
Yeah.
A couple of wins also puts you back in with a title shout if you beat Surrey. That's one of them. It's a tight division this year.
Yeah, it is. It's been really competitive, I thought. Worcester looked like they were... Well, they're struggling a little bit at the foot. Just one win for them. But then you go up to Yorkshire, have had a couple. Durham have had a couple. But yeah, Surrey are on top with 3 wins, but haven't yet to taste defeat. I'm sure they've picked up a lot of bonus points along the way. Ball's over. Pitch is not timed by Lee's. Probably right off the toe of the bat by the sound of it. He'll pick up a single and just rotate the strike.
What is it? 8 sevens is 56. 3 wins at 16 and 8 apiece, so 48, 98, 104. So they've picked up 50 bonus points in 10 games. So on average 5 out of 8 in a game, which is not bad.
Well, they've got 3 wins and 7 draws, yeah.
Yeah, Somerset and Nottinghamshire both won 4 games, but have also lost.
Somerset lost a couple, haven't they, I think? Ackerman tries into a drive.
Shoreham was screaming, catch, catch, catch. And is now apologising. Did he think he was driven into the foot?
Not sure.
Ackerman?
I think he needs to have a party to introduce them pants to his shoes. He's right. It looks bigger every time I look at him.
he's still growing, you
Yeah.
say, in real time.
I think so. Very excitable in the covers.
I think he's been told he's going to bowl soon.
Maybe he's
And
got
it's just got
excited.
to,
Yeah,
yeah.
got the flow, got the energy going.
I like that. Love the enthusiasm.
That's definitely the first time I've heard him all day. You might be right. He might have just got the nod.
I think it's time. I think he's a better bowler than... And given what's happening, you probably don't want to just have a token over a spin. You've got to be careful with the bowlers because the seamers may well have to do a lot of work.
Oh, he's starting to
Pick
get the
up 20
windmills going
wickets.
as well.
You could power the whole of the northeast with those windmills as well. Serious turbines.
Can just say, I mean, I think this pitch it's pitch 12, and Vic might kill me for saying this, but I don't know if it was used earlier in the year. It might have even been for a T20 or a one-day game.
We'll get Vic up today, surely.
Yeah, but you can see by the footmarks there, it's starting to look really, really dry and bare around. You can see sometimes from Laws as well, when he hits that footmarks, you can see a puff of dust. That's a gorgeous shot to get off the mark with a fumble. And that is probably testament to the pressure that Somerset are building there, that Ackerman just felt the need to take that risk. But he's off the mark with 1. Durham are 55 for 2.
Yeah, and I think it was a good run because it was struck firmly enough. And sometimes as a batter, you do run on the shot.
Yeah.
I say that in the very low levels of amateur cricket I used to play, you definitely run on the shot. Maybe pros don't. But it was hit. He knew it was going to bounce awkwardly for Worrell when he was going to have to move to his left
A little
slightly.
bit to his left as well.
It would have been an
right.
exceptional bit of fielding for him to be run out there. Curran going to continue into over number 6 for him. Laws has bowled 5 overs and 1 maiden, 0 for 7. Curran 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. Other wicket picked up by McKinney by Dan Worrell a bit earlier today. 2 slips and a gully weight. Although it almost looks more like 2 slips and a 4th slip now,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
it does, yeah.
You're disappointed. I could see the energy's drained out of you.
Yeah, I think Kishaw's got my energy now.
Just transferred from Combox
Yeah, it
to
does look,
mid-wicket. He's definitely bowling, and he's definitely been told it's
Yeah.
his time.
or he's just reminding Rory Burns that he is out there on the pitch. Yeah, he's come even narrower.
Sits up, not struck as sweetly as Colin Ackerman might have liked, which is why he's probably only going to get a couple of runs. Cam Steele's been busy. I think Cam Steele's always busy,
Yeah.
whatever he's doing.
Definitely busy in his head.
Yes. Picks up a couple. Almost 1,400 of you on the live stream now. We'll keep an eye on the comments, so do feel free to interact. Always nice to hear people's thoughts, see what you're thinking, see what you're saying. Oh, that's a beauty from Sam Curran. Ackerman rehearses the leave. Actually, just a little nibble at it. Withdraws the bat. Yeah, leave those ones alone. That angle, that's what Curran's got. He'll set you up and just push a couple across you, and then the next one will swing back in.
It's that lefty, isn't it? That left armers. They're just... If you can swing that ball back as a left armer, you're gold.
It's your magic ball, isn't it? A lot of talk of potential points deductions in the county championship over recent weeks. Ash?
Anywhere in particular?
Well, just in the county championship. Curran is in, opens the face, and now we have had confirmation that there has been one. Kent have received an 8-point penalty in the county championship. The club have passed the threshold of receiving 4 fixed penalties in one season. So presumably the team bus has been parked in the wrong spot 4 times. That's a fixed penalty, isn't it? Surely that's harsh to penalise the players because the coach driver can't find the right spot.
4, huh?
Yeah. Daniel Bell Drummond guilty of an individual fixed penalty, showing dissent at an umpire's decision by word of action. End of the over, 57 for 2. So that's one of them. And what else have we got? Matt Parkinson.
That doesn't surprise me. That from a Parkinson, yep.
Kashif Ali and Tawanda Mayeye, all the guilty parties. Tough May, they received 3 in May. So 8 points deducted.
Did you see Jofra Archer's reaction to one of the not outs that he got the other day? He was literally begging for it and then just was on the floor. If that's not dissent, I'm not sure what is, but there you go. Laws continues to bash away, this time from round the wicket.
A touch surprised. I thought they might just leave it at 5 for Laws.
I was just watching him at the end of the last over when Ackerman got off the mark, and I don't know if he was just holding his back a little bit as well.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah.
I don't, my back's in pieces at the moment, Ash.
That's just from sitting next to me, mate.
No,
carrying me.
It's when you've got a 10-month-old who wants to walk but can't.
Yeah.
Oh, and you're a tall man.
Bending, carrying.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Thankfully for me, that job's done. I'd definitely have a bad back if I was picking up my 26-year-old.
Hello, George Gompert's just walked
George.
into the box. I'll nip out if that's all right because my laptop's about to die.
No problem, mate.
And I did ask Sam Balak not nicely to bring my charger down and he refused.
Do you need juice?
Oh, no, that's all right. I'll let George.
No problem, mate.
What a student he is. I mean, term time finished a long time ago and he's still around in the northeast, preparing for next year, presumably.
I heard you were the lure.
I had to work out what you said there. That accent, right.
You're the reason.
The reason. I got it. I was there.
You're there. You're there.
I know the word, I just haven't heard it said like that
The
previously. Lua. Lamana Lua Lua. Off to watch a friendly tonight. No, I'm not. I'm off to watch a league game.
Who you got?
Newcastle Blue Star.
Okay.
They're at home, 7:30 start.
One of my current students and one of my former students will be playing there.
Oh, okay.
Dan Lanning will be playing up front for them.
With Michael Endowini, former of Newcastle United.
Oh, that's a fully, but not put away. Lees will be disappointed.
Fully.
Why are you laughing at me? That was a fully, wasn't it?
Have you ever taught anyone that hasn't gone on to play sport at a high level?
Yeah, lots. Yeah, 100% lots.
The Ash Thorpe is just providing the North East sports teams with talent after talent.
We just got a good little setup going on at school.
Yeah, you do. You do. You go off on holiday early summer as well for a few weeks.
I haven't had one yet.
This is a holiday. This isn't a holiday.
This is more like a holiday. Lees tucks this one away through square leg and we'll pick up a single. It's good bowling this from Laws. I tell you a man who would have a lot of holidays right now.
Go on.
He's a Durham University student.
Oh, yeah. It's probably been off since about February.
Oh, Christmas.
What do they do? 4-week terms? Twice a year?
If that.
They write 1,500 word essays. I churn out 4,000 word articles every week, mate.
Just use AI.
Exactly. Half of it's quoting other people as well.
Yeah.
Open a book, quote someone, put a citation in. Don't know they're born.
Term done.
Yeah. Open book exams, I heard. To defend himself, here's George Gompert's.
Come on. Talking about defending Colin Ackerman in defence. There, another Tom Laws over. Goes for just the one run. Been very impressive none for 8 from his 6 overs, and I think we'll see the end of that spell, and I think we're going to see some spin as George joins us. George, good morning, mate. How are you? Well, it's afternoon, but morning in cricketing terms because it's a morning session.
A little check there. Yeah. Hi, Ash. It's been a steady start. Surrey lost the toss, put into bowl. Be happy with the 2 scalps they've picked up.
Yeah, no doubt.
McKinney with some lovely cover drives, and then just fell feet first into the catching mid-wicket trap, which he fell into twice, actually.
Yeah.
First one just dropping short, and then Emilio Gay seems to get a pretty reasonable nut from Sam Curran. Nicked off to Ben Folkes behind the sticks. But yeah, I too thought I was done with the North East for the minute, but I've got a wedding this week.
Oh, nice.
In Durham, not my own. I suggest that's a way off. But, the football club are playing in the Northern Leagues. They've already started as well.
Yeah, they're in my division, Durham United, aren't they?
It is.
Yeah.
The third time trying to get out the Wearside League. It's going to be Sai Kishore from the Finkel end. Some left arm tweakers for the first time this match. Is that Ryan Patel very, very, very close?
He is indeed.
Comes in over the wicket. And Patel almost jumps back. This Lee shapes up to that. As Captain Mannering might say, don't stand there, Pike. That's just where I'm going to put it. Hopefully in Lee's case, he's not going to get skittled next up. This one does go to Patel.
Be interesting to see if there's any turn this early in the game.
Yeah, well, I was going to say it doesn't quite look like the same pitch they had down in Taunton last week.
I know, I'm going to grill Sam about that. I'm just waiting for my moment.
Shorter this time, punched off the back foot from Lees. Yeah, I'm not sure you'll be the first one to have a chat with him about that pitch. Over within 2 days. Fair to say Jack Leach was loving life.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, Liam Dawson over at Old Trafford was struggling to do anything with that pitch.
He's not the first or the last at Old Trafford. I'm not sure they've had a result there for quite a period of time.
Johnny Bairstow wasn't complaining in the shorter format stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He went over with Yorkshire in the T20 and hit a lot of runs very quickly. Change of angle here for Kishore, coming through and round. Patel takes a couple of steps back as well. Short leg. Gives himself the reaction time to get there. It seems ridiculous that the football season's started a week ago and the cricket's still in full swing.
It's crazy. It's not even... Well, it's just over halfway through the cricket season. I know I've had... My Saturdays have changed a little bit. Ended up doing the warm-up for my club, Chesley Street, at the cricket, and then we headed up to New Biggin for the first game of the season in the Northern League. Pleased to get that one out of the way, if I'm honest. Don't fancy going up there in the middle of winter.
Ackerman on strike. Forward and defends solidly to bring the end of the over. Just one from it. Durham 59 for 2 after 24.
Yeah, clouds just rolling in. It's got very overcast. Yeah, no real threat of rain.
It's quite sunny this morning.
It was beautiful.
Sunny's on driving in. But it's, well, you mentioned the clouds right at the beginning of play when it was looking fairly blue, but it's now almost exclusively white overhead, as you can see on your picture there.
Dan Worrell back into the attack. Follow on from the good work from Tom Laws. Had his first spell from the Lumley end. Worrell picked up 1 for 13. As George has just mentioned, picked up Ben McKinney. Fell into a trap where Ryan Patel is still in place now. Had a short catching mid-wicket.
Did you go out this morning and have a look at the pitch?
I did indeed.
What did you see?
It's probably the driest pitch I've seen here for day one. It's rock hard. There's a load of grass on, and there's a few cracks already. So Durham will be hoping to go big in the first innings, that is for sure.
And it's this Surrey team who showed them how to do it.
Indeed.
A few weeks ago. 820 for 9 declared in that first innings.
Indeed. I'm sure that would have come into the thinking today behind, if we win the toss, we will bat, no matter what.
Well, Alex Lees with a red ink a ton in that game as well in the second innings.
Did he get 100 in each innings, I think? I'll have to check that out.
Get the score got up. Emilio Gay with 150 as well. Cameron Steele, the last one to be on your search history there, Ash.
Yeah, he just fascinates me. He's more mixed up than me. He was born in America, lived in Australia, lived in Somerset. Went to Durham Uni like yourself.
I was just doing some ESPN crick infoing and found that he's the youngest ever double centurion for Durham. 224 versus Leicestershire.
Yep.
2017.
And I think the first American to get a first-class double century. Well, right on the money.
How's Worrell gonna change his bowling tactics from the new Kookaburra started with, so now one in its 25th over?
I think you just really look to attack the stumps. You can see from the field there, he's only got one slip in place, slip in a gully. And Patel there catching at mid-wicket. He's going to come over the wicket, so he's going to have a little bit of a change. But I think he will try and bowl as straight as he can at the stumps. Maybe the odd short ball as well.
Started off with 3 slips. Sibley, Burns and Patel, just Burns remaining in his white floppy.
He doesn't target the stumps. Cameron Steele dives away to his left, gets a hand on it, and Lees will pick up 2.
He scored a lot of runs for that region today, as Alex Lees. Just off the back foot, looking to run it down to third man. That one perhaps more of an active cut shot. Been very fruitful for him so far.
Yeah, he's strong. Let's have a look. Alex Lees, first innings. Yeah, 125 in the first innings. Down at the Oval. And following on, ended up 100 flat, not out. As you said, Emilio Gay ended up 156 not out in that second innings. So following on Durham, 262 without loss. Here they are 61 for 2. Alex Lees 34. And Colin Ackerman on 3.
Are you a fan of the right armour coming over the wicket, pushing it across the left-hander?
I think sometimes being a left-hander, that I find that angle harder. I actually love bowlers coming around the wicket, unless they're somebody like a Stuart Broad who can get that ball to kiss away from you. Then you're almost having to play at every ball. I think Worrell's naturally a bowler who bowls outswing to the right-hander, so naturally gets it to come into the left-hander. So I'd be happier with him coming around the wicket to me. But
back to spin from the Finkel end. Syker Shaw gets Colin Ackerman coming forward first up. Just off the inside portion of the bat. And again, we've seen Jofra Archer in the last couple of tests have a lot of success against the left-handers.
Yeah. He's got that knack now, hasn't he, of getting that ball to shape away from round the wicket to the left-handers. Bloody good pace too.
Down the track, there was definitely bat pad there. Ryan Patel diving to his left, scrambling almost, just couldn't quite get a hand to it. It's a sign of intent from Ackerman. Trying to come down the track, get to the pitch of the ball. Didn't quite get there.
It's a sign of the pressure that Surrey are building as well.
I think that's right here. Forced intent, really, isn't it? Doesn't feel comfortable sitting back and absorbing. 61 on the board in the 26th over. There's a big sweep shot. Well in front of square. Over towards Vic's deck chair for 4. I dare say that's the first boundary in a while.
Yeah, that's a bit of pressure, like I say. Lots of dots. Go. Let's have a look.
It's that chance of the bat pad not stopping him at all.
Yeah. Going back to over number 16. The last boundary.
There is a sensible defensive shot to see out the over. 4 from it was that one big sweep shot. And 65 for 2. 26 overs through. 10 minutes to go, just over till lunch.
Yeah, I think Durham will be happy if they don't lose another wicket here. Sorry, feel that they're on top at the moment, picking up the first 2 wickets. And a pretty good batting pitch. We always seem to have to mention the ball being used at the moment, the Kookaburra ball.
I heard you saying earlier, Ash, about the variety in the ball, no matter what brand it is, just because it's a natural resource. Wait till after this Dan Worrell delivery. But we've seen even with the Dukes balls in the test matches that after 25, 30 overs, they really do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's where I picked up. It was, you know, you go down these random social media wormholes or whatever they're called, and I just ended up watching the guy who owns Dukes explaining on how they make the cricket balls, and you give that a little nod, but then at the same time, when you probably at the top of your field, you feel that that product's got to be a little bit better. And it's got to be expensive to keep changing balls all the time as well. They're not cheap, these new cricket balls.
I think it's normally referred to as a rabbit hole.
Rabbit hole?
But maybe if you don't spend quite as long on it, then it's a wormhole.
Maybe because I'm just not down with the kids.
We've seen in the test matches, it's really that first half hour, maybe full hour of the new ball is your chance to take wickets.
Yeah.
And then after that's become a batter's paradise, more often than not.
Morrell is round the wicket. Oh, and that traps him on the pads, and he's given him. I thought that was going down leg side, and I think Alex Lees feels exactly the same. But that ball has got to do a lot to straighten to be given out LBW.
Yeah, not much hesitation from the umpire. And on the live stream, having a look back at it, it's nipped a long way.
High as well.
And my initial reaction from behind where we're sat here was high.
Yeah. Alex Lee's not very impressed. I was watching it on the monitor. But it's a big wicket, that, just before the lunch break. Surrey have Durham 65 for 3. And Alex Lees, who has scored centuries in both innings in the fixture down at the Oval, is on his way for 34 LBW to the very impressive Dan Worrell.
You probably said it less than 2 minutes ago, Ash, that Durham will want to get through to lunch without losing a wicket as their main objective. Not going to say commentator's curse, but it certainly wasn't good timing for Alex Lees to lose this wicket.
Brings Ollie Robinson to the crease in a very, very tricky time. Just a couple of overs before the lunch break. And Surrey have earned that wicket. They've been really, really tight in their bowling. Strangled Durham. They've picked up their third of the morning, and they'll feel by far the happier of the two sides.
Yeah, Worrell going for just 2 and over at the minute. 15 runs conceded into his 8th over. And we saw a bit of that pressure telling last over with the big sweep shot off Kershaw. Now we see some more slips back in the game. Back to 3 in the cordon.
This one's left alone by Ollie Robinson. Well, during our lunch break, we'll be showing our 6th episode of the Durham Women's Cricket Network series. This one is going to focus on injury prevention and management and how you get a return to cricket. And what better person to cover that than Emily Windsor, who has a foot in both camps. 1, she's a physio, and 2, she's been injured. So she's been working on her own pathway back into the game. And on that is Susie Bates, Emily Windsor, of course, and Kelly Wooldridge, the women's physio. And it's well worth the watch during the lunch break. Right on the money again from Worrell, and Robinson solid in defence.
It's been lovely to hear Emily Windsor in the comms box
She's
over
very
the season, but it's been even better to see her back out on the pitch finally.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. It's been very, very important. I think Durham have had a good period of results since she's been in the side, and I think that was one of the reasons that Danny Hazel decided to go with somebody like Emily Windsor, was that experienced player in the middle order. And like I say, I think she's been a key to some of the recent success, and just having her, I don't know, as a personality as well out on the field, rather than limping around and annoying us in the commentary box. Oh, Worrell goes for a Yorker, but Robinson gets this away through mid-wicket, and he'll pick up a couple to get off the mark. And that ends a successful over from Dan Worrell. He has 2 for 17. Durham are 67 for 3. Ackerman on 7 and Robinson on 2.
Did she contribute quite a handy 40 the other day?
Yeah, she played some beautiful shots as well. Some lovely drives. Now she's going well. She's hit the ground running.
I also seem to think it's a bit of a theme that all physios are injured.
You can throw that one at her next time you see it.
Because the only way you come to know so much about injuries is by being injured yourself.
Yeah. Well, she works with the girls' pathway. She's one of the physios, so she helps out the academy and the EPP with their off-the-field stuff. 67 for 3, and we have 6 minutes of the session left, and they're just chewing into that. I probably feel that they'll get 2 overs in anyway, as Dom Sibley is going to put the wicket-keeping pads on. I definitely think there's been smaller bat pads knocking around.
Yeah, with the over of spin, you would expect it. 6 minutes. Well, it's going to be near 5 minutes by the time we actually bowl the first delivery. Rory Burns just takes his place back at first slip. We should get through this and get one more from the Lumley end. Ackerman comes forward. Just one out on the ropes either side. Fine leg has now come more to a deep backward square leg. And one sweeping out on the cover boundaries. That's pushed to mid-on for no run. Umpire Middlebrook has something to discuss, but all is good again. It's a big old flourish almost before he hits the ball, just in his back lift.
It's good intent
from Colin Ackerman. Just rocks back, steers it into the offside for a single. Some interest there from Kershaw.
He's done him a little bit in the length there.
I think going back was a slightly risky decision.
Yeah, it was a bit fuller than he thought. And you probably get that with a tall bowler. See Sibley now in under the helmet, so we'll have a helmet both sides.
You're right, he's a tall man to get down low. Plenty of company.
He's not in any hurry either, is he?
Ollie Robinson. Well, 56 on the clock.
Plenty of time for another
Two
one.
deliveries to go. Make Robinson wait. Ackerman keen for a single, but sent back quite rightly in the end. I think Sibley's made to look even bigger.
Next to Ollie.
Next to Ollie and Ryan. You can have those two stood on their shoulders and probably see eye to eye with Sibley. And that one is gone through his defences. As you said, Ash maybe deceived in the length. Well, that was Ackerman. This time it's Robinson. Goes back in his middle stump and off stump have parted ways as he too now parts from the field of play. Robinson gone for two at the hands of Sai Kishore.
That's a serious ball. That's pitched on middle and hit middle and off. So the left arm are coming round the wicket. And the players look like they're going off for lunch, which is I'm a little bit surprised at. 2 minutes too, so must have just decided that is time for lunch. I thought they might have finished the over off. However, that's a big moment for Surrey. Surrey pick up 2 wickets right on the stroke of lunch. Durham 68 for 4. First wicket to fall was Ben McKinney, being caught by Ryan Patel off the bowling of Dan Worrell, flicking one to short mid-wicket. He was gone for 7. And Emilio Gay feathered one behind off the bowling of Sam Curran into the waiting hands of Folkes. He was gone for 14. Alex Lees in the last over was LBW to Dan Worrell for 34. And Ollie Robinson goes for 2, bowled by Sai Kishore for just the 2 runs. 68 for 4, 28 overs done. And George, you'd have to say that Surrey would be very, very happy with that first session.
Yeah, I came in just about 25 minutes ago. Durham 50 odd and 2 down. And in that half an hour, Durham have put on 20 odd for the loss of 2 wickets. Surrey losing the toss, being put into bowl on what looks to be a decent surface for batting. And with about 10 minutes to go, Ashley said that Durham's main objective is to get through to the break without losing a further wicket. And they've lost 2 more, 68 for 4. Durham certainly with a lot of work to do.
Yep. So, if you're staying with us, enjoy the Women's Cricket Network coverage. But for now, George and I are going to leave you, and we'll be back in around 35 minutes with the afternoon session.
Thank you all so much for joining us this evening. It really is brilliant to have so many of you here, whether you're joining us for the first time or returning to hear more from our special Durham cricket guests. You're all hugely welcome. It's certainly been a busy and exciting time in sport lately. In cricket, we've had some fantastic moments already this season, from the Vitality Blast double, the double headers, to some brilliant women's standalone games, and of course last week's ODI at the Banks Homes Riverside. I really do hope you're all enjoying the season so far. And for those players among us, fingers crossed that you're not carrying too many knocks, niggles or injuries, but more to come on that very, very soon. And of course, before we go any further, big shout out to the Lionesses. A huge congratulations to the Lionesses retaining their UEFA Euros title yesterday, with Northeast warriors like Lucy Bronze and Beth Mead in the team. A hugely incredible achievement, not just for them, but for women's sport more broadly, certainly here in England and wider UK. I'm sure you'll all agree it's moments like yesterday that continue to inspire us all across all sports and just show what's possible when the women's game is given the platform it deserves. And I did see on social that many of our women's team were together celebrating and watching the game as well, which is brilliant. For anyone who's new to the Cricket Network, a quick recap. The network is very much here to bring together all areas of women and girls game. It's a space to share experiences, ask questions, and support each other across all levels and roles, whether you're playing in your first season or have been part of the game for years. We really do want this to be a community where everyone feels empowered. So without further ado, onto tonight's topic, one that's incredibly relevant and one that I can probably wax lyrical about for many, many hours. And it's very relevant, obviously, at this stage in the season when we're, 4 months in. Injury prevention, management, and returning to playing the game of cricket. We're joined by 3 fantastic guests as ever who will be sharing their insight both from personal playing experience and as physios on how to manage what can really be a tough and sometimes isolating time for many athletes. So just before we dive in, a quick reminder, you'll see in the chat, this is your network. Please do get involved. Drop any questions that you might have into the Zoom chat at any time, and I will do my best through the powers of WhatsApp, with my team WhatsApping them to me. I'll do my best to share them with our guests, making the session as interactive and as useful as possible. So joining me tonight are 3 brilliant guests as ever, who bring a huge amount of insight, experience and expertise both on and off the field. First up, we welcome back 2 of our women's team. Emily Windsor, a talented middle order batter from Portsmouth, who's racked up 2,500 runs across white ball formats with 13 half centuries in nearly 200 matches. And after picking up a hip injury, it's probably why you're on tonight, Emily. I'm thinking the theme is picking up a hip injury during pre-season back in Zim, back in April. She's recently made a strong return in the Vitality Blast, even helping her side to a key win over her former team of Hampshire. While sidelined with an injury, though, Emily certainly didn't sit still, and she's continued to contribute as a physio in both male and female pathways, and even found time behind the mic as a commentator. We're also thrilled to welcome back our overseas player, Susie Bates, a true icon of the game. Susie made history this year as Durham's first overseas women's signing, bringing with her over 25,000 career runs and 34 centuries. She's been a powerhouse this season for Durham, top run scorer in the league phase of the Vitality Blast, and one of Durham's key contributors in the Metrobank One Day Cup. Her leadership, her professionalism and passion for the game have already had a huge impact on the team and the wider club as a whole. Completing our lineup, really delighted to welcome Kelly Wooldridge, Durham women's lead physio. Kelly joined the team earlier this year, bringing more than 15 years of experience across women's sport, including her roles at Birmingham City FC and Wasps Rugby. She's also worked in the NHS in private healthcare and is trained in yoga, Pilates, acupuncture and running analysis. So maybe I needed you a lot earlier than with the running analysis, certainly. She's already been a huge asset to the squad, helping keep players fit and on the pitch where, of course, they belong. Ladies, welcome. And thank you so much for giving up your time this evening. And just a quick reminder before I dive into questions. Any of you listening, any of our audience, any burning questions, just pop them in the chat and we'll do our best to fly through. I've certainly got a huge long list and I know we've got some from the audience already. So I will crack on and start on a positive and start with you, Emily. You've recently returned to injury, back where you belong. It seems like such a stupid question to ask, but how good does it feel to be back?
Yeah, amazing. I guess you appreciate it that little bit more when you come back from an injury. And I mean, it's been one that's sort of been lingering on a little while. It actually happened in January and I tried to sort of fight through it. But yeah, to be back on the pitch with the girls, it's really special. I think moving up as well to a new club. It's just something that I've been hungry to be part of. So yeah, absolutely buzzing to be back.
And what in particular was it? I just said a hip injury. Was it something that required any sort of surgery, or was it basically just managed through rehab?
No, so I had surgery in April. So I tried to manage it without surgery, but unfortunately it didn't work. So I basically had microfracture to my hip to rebuild some cartilage. So it wasn't the the pleasant of things. The first couple of weeks after, I was in a lot of pain, but I basically did all I can. Annoying Kelly, I will admit, to be back as quickly as I can.
Well, I've been there with microfracture. I've had that in my knee many times. Back in the days where it was very early and you weren't allowed to weight bear on it. So yeah, I can bore people with that. But I guess you're in a unique situation in that you're both a player and a qualified physio. So how has that shaped the way that you have managed your own body and your return? Because as we all know, and Kelly's on here and she knows, what you say and what you do to your physio are two very different things. So when you are the physio and you've got that bit of your brain that is sort of speaking sense, but then there's the athlete part of the brain going, I'll just try it a little bit more than the physio said. Like, how do you balance that?
I think probably Kelly will say with a great deal of difficulty. I only got told off once in my whole rehab. I got a slap on the wrist from Kelly, but other than that, no. I think, to be honest, I guess like I'm very lucky that the relationship I have with Kelly, that we can just have joint conversations. Like if I have ideas, she has ideas. We talk it through. But to be honest, it probably allowed me to speed up my rehab a little bit because I sort of know the next step. And there were times when actually it was really quite hard because Kelly was away with the first, because it was in season injury. Kelly was away with the first team, so couldn't sort of be there all the time. So just me taking sort of little steps of progression to get back as quickly as I can. But yeah, I think originally before I had surgery, it was my worst enemy being a physio because I did everything you shouldn't. And sometimes I guess you have to be told, which I think Kelly's quite good at and sort of knows me well now. To do it, but yeah, you're the worst patient. I think Kelly will admit it as well. If you're a physio,
I think all physios, that's all physios,
worst
including
patients.
myself. Yeah, we're not good patients. We're not good at doing what we're told or what we know we should do as well. So I
Yeah,
don't think that's just a Emily trait. I think we're all guilty.
yeah, and I'm probably sure that Susie, you probably agree. I don't know your academic background, but every athlete thinks they're a physio as well when you've been in the sport for a long time. I mean, you know your body so well, but do you then start, you know all the lingo, you know kind of what's right, what's needed, but each year, do you feel like you're learning more or you're getting worse? Are you kind of like, getting a worse patient or a better patient as you get older?
I did do a physical education degree, but I wouldn't say that helped me at all. I did some basic anatomy. But yeah, no, I would not like to treat myself because I do think when you've played for this long and every day you've put your body through things, you feel like you know it pretty well and you know what you can manage. But you also don't know necessarily what's best for you. You just want to be out on the park. So you kind of probably play through a little bit of pain and injury because you've tested it and you know you can. And if a physio was to perhaps sit down and ask you lots of questions, you may not be in the peak physical shape that you should be to play. But I do feel like the more I've got to play at this level and the more training I've done, you have a better idea what your body can handle and what it can't. But it's not always the right thing. But I haven't missed too many games.
Yes, touch wood, whatever
Yeah,
it
like
was.
Chris, I feel like if you're
I
not
know.
injury prone, the physios probably give you a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, that's probably very true. Kelly, can I ask you what one common mistake you see players, especially amateur or grassroots players, make that increases their risk of injury? I mean, it's a very broad question, but is there one or two things?
I would, I mean, increasing the risk of injury, it depends on your sport, depends on what you do in the terms of like you're putting your body on the line, aren't you, to go out there. So there's only so much we can prevent. We do a lot around prevention and a lot around trying to support that. I would say one of the mistakes more when they have an injury is kind of rushing that early phase. So wanting back straight away, not protecting it for them for even that first 36 hours, and then rushing back to it, trying to speed that up, whereas actually you end up prolonging the injury at the latter phase rather than actually just bear with us for this little bit. It's a bit boring, but actually we shave weeks off at the further end rather than saving a day now. We're not gaining anything longer. And so I tend to find that's the bigger mistake when someone's got an injury is they want to rush that early phase. And there's only so much we can do to speed up healing. Healing's healing, and we have to protect that healing phase. So I think that's kind of one of the mistakes I see majority in sport, or in life, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, that definitely everything. If I could ask then all of you, and I'll start with you, Kelly, given that you are our pro, top tips for preventing injury. I mean, given we're already four months into the playing season, if you like, probably a little bit more than that. But what would your top tips be for preventing injury pre and during the season?
I think like during the season, it would be recover really well, take on the board. There's different strategies to recovery and what you choose to do post kind of match. But making sure you fuel right, you hydrate properly, that they're key things that sometimes are a little bit forgotten. And actually, they're the fundamentals of your recovery. You can come in and have a massage and stuff like that, but we know fundamentally one of the biggest things that you can do is get your fuel right, get your hydration right, get your body moving properly, and doing all the recovery strategies that I know for years you'll work out your own recovery strategy. But I would definitely say getting them bits right first, particularly when you're in season, is probably the way you can help prevent injury. Like if you're dehydrated, it's not just dehydration through like your internal organs, that's your musculoskeletal system won't be holding the water and attention like that. And you put yourself at risk of these kind of different injuries. And then kind of, if you're looking at pre-season kind of stuff, it's making sure we like introduce all the stuff back to you at a graded amount, so we don't just go straight in. You've had your 6 weeks off pre-season and we're going in and we're going mental. You are going to then start seeing like overuse injuries, loading injuries, because you've had that break. So it's making sure we introduce things at the right level at the right times gradually, and so you peak at the point you need to peak at and work around that. If you're looking at specific kind of areas to work on, I always say with women's health in particular, is looking at
Oh, we've frozen. Kelly's frozen.
Kelly's gone.
Kelly's frozen. Well, we'll try. Well, Susie, with you, like, you're back. You're back, Kelly. We just lost you at the end there, just as that last little. Can you were just talking about women's health there?
Yeah, so again, it's just talking about like looking at like your pelvic health, and you're talking about like trunk stability. If you've got a strong trunk and core, you know, your limbs and your axles can do what they need to do at that point then. But I definitely spend a lot of time I bore these guys to death looking at around pelvic health and looking at that, because that's the big one. And you know,
and I don't want to kind of go down a wormhole with this one, but I'd also touch on, because it was something that I never during my running career ever really sort of made the link, but somebody like Dina Asher-Smith got quite public about how she was having a lot of muscle tears, and she went to see the great Muller Wolfhard in Munich, and a lot was made about your kind of menstrual cycle and the fact that, you know, when you are on your period, that like elasticity and your tendons and things like that, like, and I hadn't even really ever, you know, and I did a sports science degree, that is just, I think, something that we are now talking about a lot more, and actually really understanding that relationship has to be with the coach, the doctors, the physios, and also, you know, kind of training and playing. Everyone's got to be aware of these sort of issues.
And I think the thing is, we know now we're doing a lot around the menstrual cycle. We're doing a lot around, obviously, not so much in elite sport, but you get older, the menopause. We're not static. So, you know, as we get from puberty onwards, we're not static. We're not aging just on its own. We fluctuate week by week. So it's a weekly occurrence that things are changing, fluctuating consistently through that. And hormones play a huge, huge role in what's that. I suppose that the thing we need to now look at is how do we take, so it's great Dina Asher-Smith brought that light, but she's a soul. I know she has a team of people around it, but she's a singular like kind of force. How do we fit that then into a team environment where we need to tailor people's loads and tailor people's environment, but also you still need to execute what you need to execute for the team. So it is, but there's a lot of research on the intrinsic and extrinsic factors of why we get injuries. I don't think I mean, period now is a one that's become a very common like conversation we're having it. We know the spells where we're weak, and we know the spells where we're ridiculously stronger. It's not the only factor. And I think in women's sport, we need to explore more around not just the intrinsic factors, so our hormones, our angles of our hips, like neuromuscular systems, but we also need to explore more around our extrinsic factors. So the boots we play in, the spikes the girls play in, the pads that they're fitted with. These are other that are designed historically for men.
For men,
So,
yeah.
so and then we're asking women just to fit into them, and we have a different anatomy. So there's lots around kind of not just the obvious, not that it's obvious about periods, but we know we're not static, but also we need to factor in all the extrinsic information that comes with it as well.
Yeah, and Susie, I'll keep referring back to how long you've been in the game, but you are still playing and you are still a machine. Each year, how do you manage yourself just on how your body's feeling? Is there stuff that you're doing each year to look after your body, recover more? Kelly touched on the recovery elements. How important have you found that?
Yeah, I would agree with exactly what Kelly said about the fundamentals. Like if I sleep, 8 hours a night, feel well, and make good decisions most of the time, and hydrate. Like I take electrolyte every morning because I'm pretty much training every day, and I feel like if I can get those right, then I can train more and load more, and then my body can handle more. And yeah, I'm probably, in terms of recovery, my motto is to kind of keep moving. I think once I stop, that's when things will go wrong. But say a recovery day, I go for a walk and then I'm like, oh, I feel really good. And I break into a jog and then I do 20 minutes. Or that day my hips are tired. I'm like, oh, damn, I need to do some more work on get the ball into my glutes or do some stretches, or if I bike and my legs feel tired, I know not to push too hard. So I feel like I kind of have to feel my body to make decisions around recovery or how hard I can push it. And yeah, I probably at my age, the most important thing for how long I've been able to play is to stay fit. And that's a day-to-day thing that is around recovery and being able to train by looking after yourself and making good decisions. But it's also been able to load my body when I'm in a season, because otherwise I'm playing cricket all the time. I can sort of, I guess, decondition if I'm just playing all the time. So it's learning what I can and can't handle.
Yeah, and I guess Emily, you would probably look at that period you had out, months of the injury and then rehab and getting better, and kind of, I guess, where you'll probably just feel like you're just starting the season now, whereas the girls have obviously been playing from, like, say, back in March, April time. Do you look at that period of growth and kind of like mentally, how did you cope through those months where you knew this new team was coming together, the excitement around it, all of the noise that goes in it, and you're sitting there thinking, I'm not going to get to play. Am I going to get to play this season?
Yeah, I think probably out of my injury, like I've had surgery on my hip before, so sort of the physical element, I guess I knew what to expect, but I think mentally is probably the toughest part. I think obviously moving to a new club, all my support networks 300 odd miles down back in Portsmouth, sort of wanted to get out there. Obviously with the girls, you never have to like prove your worth, I guess, but coming to a new club, you always have that as an athlete. You want to go and win games for your team, so obviously not being able to do that. And then I think probably the hardest thing for me, I'm quite a sociable person and the girls are away playing a lot, so missing out on that sort of, I guess, team element. And it sounds really stupid, but I miss the coach journeys, right? If you ask me now, I'm back fit, if I want to get on a coach, I'd be like,
for 8 hours, yeah.
We've got 7.5 hours to Taunton tomorrow, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. But like when you're injured, you just miss out on a lot of things. And I think I tried to, at times, don't get me wrong, I was pretty sad and had to go home, and do you know what I mean? You go through all the emotions, but I tried to use that to fuel me to get back as quickly as I could, trying to do all the right things in terms of, like, for me, it's not loading my body too much. I think I can get ahead of myself. And I guess some of that is probably the knowing of the next stage. But trying to, I guess, prioritize what I needed to do when. And yeah, and I guess talk to people. I think you can get in long rehabs, you can get very isolated, but when the girls are back, making sure I was trying to catch up with them for coffees, talk to sort of Kelly, the physio. Like there was one point where I was feeling pretty sad and I was like, I just need to go home and see my friends and family. So I think it's, I guess, being honest on those journeys. But I think when you look back now and I'm back on the field, back performing, I guess all those little frustrations and those little moments, I guess, are worth it.
And what for you were the key things that both teammates, kind of the management team, and people like Kelly were able to do for you, which sort of picked up the morale? Like you said, there were certain times where you felt, I just need to go home and see the family. I know when I was injured time after time, week after week, month after month, I used to just hate talking about it, because I became that athlete that when people saw you, the first question they ask is, how's the injury? And you're like, oh my God, like, is it tattooed on my head? So sometimes you do need that time away. But what was important? What did you get from the players? Was it just the social aspect that kept you going? And were there certain key things that players and coaches can be doing for injured athletes?
Yeah, I think a big one is not like your injury doesn't identify you at that time, I guess. And I think people would assume as well sometimes that you're having a down day, people will just assume it's because your hip hurts, and it's like there's other stuff in my life, you know. But I enjoy just like being normal. That sounds really stupid, but like going for coffee with the girls, and I tried to, when I was sort of getting back closer, being involved with the team at training. Like I think the worst thing you can do is, and don't get me wrong, there's some athletes that when they're injured, I'm saying this from a physio point of view, the worst thing you can do is say, come to the nets and watch and talk to get involved. But for me, like I like the team, and I think Danny sort of said something, no, I can't remember who it was. It was one of the cricket staff. They said, you're valuable just as much not playing. So being around those younger girls, talking to them about my experiences, you're just as valuable. And that sort of made me feel part of the group, and I guess still important, because I couldn't ultimately do what I'm paid to do, which is go out and bat. So yeah, I think just making them feel involved, and I guess talking to your athlete, find out what they want. Do they want to be around the group more? Do they want to be time away with their friends and families? Like, can they do a gym session away in their home gym in a familiar environment, or do they want to be in with the group? I think everyone's so individual on a journey, and but I think, yeah, for me, I'm quite a sociable person, so being back around the group was great. The classic thing is going for a coffee.
Yeah, well, hey, look, everyone loves a coffee. Caffeine fixes everything.
Yeah.
I've got one that I think is very relevant to bring in now, actually, for you, Kelly. Question from James. As a physio, this is a really tough one. You know it's coming, given I've already referenced the Lionesses. Would you praise Lucy Bronze for playing through her injury, or do you worry about the example it sets? Now, I mean, we've got to say, obviously, the headlines that the media are going with is that she fractured a tibia. As we all know, it's probably a stress response, because I don't think she could play. I mean, you could tell me wrong. I don't know whether
It might be a plateau fracture within the knee, so it can be within the actual knee joint itself.
Right, I see. So, and there was, funnily enough, I was going to bring that up, and I was also going to reference the great Stokesy. You know, we watched Ben yesterday, and all of the talk on Saturday night was, are we going to see him bowl yesterday? And then he came out, and constantly I was like, how, he's a machine. How is he doing it? Because, you know, he was bowling at pace. He was hitting the lines, he was getting the wicket. So, but he was clearly in discomfort. So, where do you sit on that as a physio?
Hasn't he come out and said pain is just an emotion or something?
Can I tell Kelly that whenever I'm in pain?
No, she can't.
Well, just on that as well, like my best mate, Paula Radcliffe, she will often say she doesn't feel pain. Like, pain is such a, and I do think that her marathon journey, you know, marathon is all about putting up with that discomfort for as long as you can. So it is a really interesting one, Kelly. Like, and I don't know, you know, it's a difficult one for you to answer with a physio hat on. But what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are like the way I would work, and if I was there, and it would be something that I would support Lucy to make that decision. She's an adult, and I think her history, she has got a background in understanding injury and pathology. I think Does it set a bad example for young girls as children that aren't probably right to make them decisions? I don't think it necessarily sets a bad example, but I think it needs to be that you don't use it as, oh, well, Lucy wants it. Because, yes, as a young child, you're not really there to make that decision. And then that would fall more on the coaches and the parents to make that decision. I think as a player, as an individual, I would always support the individual to make their decision on what they felt was right, knowing the risks. So as long as you are very much as an adult aware of the risks that you're putting your body through and doing that, and you know that come the end of the final, you might end up out of action for months and months on end, then I think you go in knowing that risk and you can make that decision, and I would support through that. But for young girls, it needs to be really key that, you know, the advice and the recommendations at that age needs to be followed too, because they're young. It's not right for them to be making that decisions at that time. So yeah, I would always support the player as an adult in what they would want to do.
Yeah, and
I
was going to say that, Emily, because you're working with the pathways, aren't you? So you're working with young kids.
Yeah, and I quite often have discussions with them. So like parents quite often will come back and be like, "Oh, can they not just push through it? Like there's this many weeks left." And I explain the risks the same as Kelly would to an adult, but ultimately I try and explain to them, you're 12, you're 13, you're 14-year-old. You playing for 4 weeks now is not going to shape you being a professional cricketer. In like, if you miss that length of time, if that's what I'm saying to you now, that's not going to affect your journey. If you go, say it's a bone stress, for instance, a fast bowler, a young fast bowler, if you push through that and create a bone stress, you're then going to have a vulnerability for the rest of your career, which could then, when you're 16, 17, we see lots of repeat bone stresses. So I think for me, when they're young, I like Lucy Bronze, it was the Euros.
Well,
it's a massive tournament. I'm going to play for an injury if it's a massive tournament. I mean, you've got to weigh up, and that's part of the risk balancing. I think, like I can openly say with Kelly, like we've had that a bit on my journey as I've weighed risks at different points pre-surgery. Should I play through it? Should I not? And the conversations are always, Kelly weighs up the risks, tells me the risks. I will make the decision, but part of my risk weigh is how important are these games of cricket for me in terms of my career. And I think it's very hard as an athlete to see that in the moment. But I would hope my physio would patch me up at a Euros final. And I mean, Susie's probably one to talk about, who's been to like many World Cups and
and that's
and the Olympics.
And I guess, I mean, Susie, what have you been lucky that have you had an injury that's put you out for a whole season? Or have you been very lucky that you've been able to manage? Like, what was the youngest you can remember having an injury and kind of trying to compute what it was?
I've had, like, in my professional career, I've had one serious injury. I did my shoulder and had rotator cuff surgery, and I was out for 9 months and probably came back too early. And so that's sort of prolonged just constant rehab. And when I was younger, I broke my collarbone playing basketball. And that was the first time I'd been inactive as an athlete, because I was young and I was going to trainings after school and playing. And then I broke my collarbone and didn't do anything for 8 weeks. And I really deconditioned, and I wasn't at the age where I was like, oh, I can't use my collarbone, so I'm going to be active in other ways. I just sat on the couch. And my mum fed me emotionally, so that was really useful. But
drinking coffee.
And speaking on playing through injuries, I got hit on the hip, which slightly fractured my hip bone at the start of the World Cup, but I didn't X-ray it till after the World Cup. So I got through the game and I couldn't sprint at 100%, but I was probably 80 to 100, and the coaches were willing to put me out there at that level. And I got hit on the thumb and refused to have it X-rayed, which is not a good example, but I'd played the entire game and batted and fielded. And so I was like, well, I can still play. So I then X-rayed it after. And people don't necessarily encourage that. But I think if there's pain that I can manage and I can do my skill, then as an adult, I do think that's my decision. But I also encourage younger athletes to, I guess, have other people involved in those decisions.
Yeah, you go on a journey, don't you, through sport? Like, you evolve and learn. You never, I don't know any top class athlete that would get out of bed on a morning and feel 100% brilliant and bounce out of bed. Like everyone takes their time because, and Kelly's already touched on it, every day you're hammering your body, whether it be training or performance. And that the micro tears or whatever else, stiffness. But you've got to learn pain, haven't you? You've got to learn what's not good pain, but pain that you can sort of work through, or pain that's just going to disappear, and pain that's probably something that I really need to get help with on this. I've got another one, which I think will be a perfect one for you, Emily, from Ava. She's been injured all season and she's hoping to play again soon, but she feels like she's lost her confidence. Do you have any advice?
I think it's depending on what level the game is. I think try and I always, especially this is me talking from a physio hat, I always say players are ready to return when they're not thinking about their injury. If they're saying to me they're going that she's worried about returning, it might be slightly too soon. And when I say too soon, that might not be because of the healing or the injury. It might be she needs to expose herself to more drill-based stuff like with dad in the garden or at the club to get your confidence back up. And then when you go out there and like my first game, I was really nervous, but I wasn't nervous about my hip. I was nervous about going back and playing cricket, but then I was like, you know what? I've missed this for however long. I'm just going to enjoy this. And out I went, threw myself around, charged about, had Kelly thinking, what the hell was going on? But I'm still here now. So I think it's just about enjoying it and going back to why we play it. And if you are that nervous, I think is there anything, do you need to hit more balls? You need to bowl more balls to get your confidence back up so that when you do play, but also remember that first game's not going to define you in terms of playing for the rest of your career as a club cricketer, county cricketer, whatever it is. So it's just one isolated game. I think we overcomplicate professional sport and cricket at times, and I think just enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. I would echo that. A quick one from Lara for you, Susie, and you've kind of touched on this already. What is the secret to a long playing career?
Don't
Bottle it and sell
don't
it.
play through injuries. Do the opposite.
Yeah.
No, there's so much to it, but everyone's touched on parts of it. Like the number one thing Emily said is enjoyment. So yeah, there's times that I don't enjoy every aspect of what I do, but I love playing cricket. I always remember when I was young how much love I had playing the game and sharing that with teammates, and I never lose that. And sometimes I have moments where you forget that's where you get your enjoyment and why you enjoy playing. I think staying fit, which is there's so many aspects to that. That's aerobic fitness, strength fitness, that's the nutrition, the sleep, and doing that as best as you can over a long period of time. And that doesn't mean when you have a weekend off that you can't enjoy yourself, but in and around training and games, it's trying to do those fundamentals as well as you can. And yeah, like I think it's just having goals throughout your career, and they can be the smallest goal of winning that first game. She's just going to enjoy it because she's missed it, or new challenges, like for me, joining a new team and a new environment, which adds different challenges. And along the way, having little goals, whether it's today or this week, I'm going to sleep for 10 hours every night to see how I feel, or I'm going to make sure I listen to Kelly and do my rehab. But yeah, I think it's just the most enjoyment I get out of playing is trying to be better at what I do each day. And that gets hard, a little bit harder when you're older, but there's mental things that you can do that make up for the physical things. I'm not as quick as I used to be, but I feel like, yeah, it's just trying to tap into all those parts that help you be a better athlete, and always remembering that it's not forever. I think having
Yeah.
in the back of your mind that I will not get to do this forever really helps each day, especially near the end. I'm like, oh, this could be my last year, this could be my last time in Durham. So then I'm like, oh, be present and make sure you enjoy it, because it can be taken away pretty quickly.
And can
Yeah,
I
I think
just
when you're
say,
20, it definitely, you don't think that way, do you? When you're 20, 21, 22.
No.
I was going to say, Sue,
Welcome back for the afternoon session, and for a minute or two I was like a kid in a candy shop all alone, but Sam Dalling has now joined me. He's asking which headphones to put on. That's what all the rustling's about. He's been told number 2, and on goes number 2. Hi Sam, how you going?
Oh, I'm all right. I'm a bit annoyed.
Go on.
I've been stood in the gym over the road for about 20 minutes waiting for a cheese scone to be warmed up, and still haven't had it. So, had to get a bit of a run on, a bit out of breath.
I believe the kids call that hangry.
Yeah, I was a bit hangry. I was a bit annoyed. And also, I forgot we had lunch 2 minutes early, so I had less time than I thought to get back. Anyway, that is by the by. I am hangry. I'm cheese sconeless.
Oh, you're here now.
If you want a quick lunch, that is not the place to go. Not that I'm bitter. Durham bit of work to do here. They're coming on strike. Big period this, the next half an hour, 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, it was a shaky last half hour of the first session, the morning session. 2 wickets lost in the last 25 minutes. Alex Lees, I think, slightly disgruntled with his dismissal. Looked to me to be going over.
I thought, I was sat down in front of us outside, and my initial reaction was high, and I think that was Alex Lees' initial reaction too. There's a straight catching mid on. You can see Ryan Patel keeping Graham Clark company. Might we see the Clark versus Clark battle? I expect we will at some point. Be interesting to see who they start with from the Finkel end. Saika Shaw having just picked up that wicket.
Yeah.
Couple of wickets for Worrell, wicket for Sam Curran, wicket for Gishore.
It was 3 overs of spin from the Finkel end before the break.
It's a beauty, the one that got Ollie Robinson, wasn't it?
Pitched on middle, hit middle and off. Robinson just rocking back, playing down the wrong line. It's an aggressive field this to start the session from Surrey.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I wonder if we can pan out for a slightly wider shot. You can see that V of players. And you've got Ryan Patel there, a catching mid on. There you are. You've got a catching mid wicket as well, and a more orthodox mid on. That is where that Ackerman bat just comes down from almost first slip. Plays a lot of shots through mid on. They're thinking, oh, we can get him caught there. Been impressive the way they've acted out their plan, Surrey, so far. I mean, given they were asked to bowl first, it's been a brilliant start.
Yeah, been sent out into the field and taking 4 wickets in the first session. It's probably more than they would have hoped for.
Well, usually, so if you elect to field first, you put a bit of pressure on yourselves, and you're probably hoping for, 3 wickets by lunchtime, and that's a decent return. So to take 4 when the team has said, yeah, we're going to have a bat, they'll be delighted. Relentless though they are, Surrey. Welcome back to all of you watching on the live stream. Durham fans, Surrey fans, just general lovers of cricket.
Got to be a few general cricket lovers out there.
Oh, I bet. Whipped away. Just be one though, that little flamenco leg.
Lovely flamenco.
Right, yeah, he likes that Ackerman. Bit of whippage. There's no doubt a few Indian followers who've logged on to watch a bit of Saika Shaw. They love their cricket. I love it when any Indian players are playing in the county championship. He's played a couple of T20 internationals, hasn't he? Got a decent first-class record as well. He looks a fun cricketer, a fun character.
Yeah, I was watching some of his highlights during the lunch interval. He had some pretty explosive batting in the T20.
They don't pick many duds, do they, Surrey? Left alone by Graham Clark. His first ball. Had a long time to think about it. Ollie Robinson dismissed with the final delivery before lunch. He sat there probably enjoying his sandwiches a little bit less than he might otherwise ought to have done or otherwise have done. 69 for 4, 29 overs gone here on day 1 at the Banks Home Riverside.
Tell you what, Sam.
Tell me.
That last over had some lovely carry on it.
He gets it, doesn't he?
Worrell was really going to pop off the surface.
He's quicker than you think when he wants to be.
Coming through to folks around chest, waist height consistently, and in answer to your question earlier as well, it will be Saika Shaw to continue from the Finkel end after the break.
Look at that smile, look at that headband. He could be something out of a Ben Stiller film.
The headband is fantastic.
Still Owen Wilson in Psychoshore, the new... What's the word for those kind of films? Oh, I've lost it.
Coming through and round again, which was fruitful before the break. He was coming over the wicket, only for a few deliveries, and then asked umpire Middlebrook to stand back a couple of paces so he could run through in front of the umpire and come round the wicket. Ackerman with his pre-shot flourish as he comes forward and defends that. It's a jazzy headband he's got on, Kishore. It's not one of these, half a centimetre thick ones, sport ones. It's a proper fashion piece. Comes around the wicket. Forward, flicked into the leg side for no run. And then, Sam, I saw as you took off your jacket, you've also got a jazzy number on underneath.
Oh yeah, I have
From
actually.
the Oddballs Foundation.
New T-shirt, yeah. Bought myself some new boxers. Can't believe I'm talking about this. Bought some new sleep boxers. I like
Sleep boxes,
Yeah, well,
specifically for sleep.
Yeah, I don't think that's how they're framed. I like loose fit boxers.
They're not
for ski-
pyjama shorts, they are.
No, loose fit boxers for sleeping in. Bit of breathability.
Man goes out deep onto leg side. 2 boundary riders now. Cam Steele doing the work out there. Cut away. Very fine in the end. Beats the dive, goes all the way to the ropes. And that's the first boundary of the afternoon session. It was Dan Worrell who tried to get down after his luncheon on his first over. It's a long way down, and it was skewed away quite nicely. Somehow managed to get it fine to the left-hand side of Worrell at third man.
Just timing. Pure timing.
Played it very late indeed.
Yeah, it's amazing how late they can play it. Just give themselves that extra split second. Right, going to be Worrell, and no surprises there. Folks behind the stump. Sibley and Burns, what an experienced opening pairing. They barely missed a beat, actually, since Dom Sibley went back to Surrey in these last couple of championship wins. I think those two have only not opened the batting when they've either been... It was the face there, Clark. First runs. Be 4 of them, I think. Cam Steele won't give up the chase until the very last minute. Nice shot from Clark. Roars of disapproval from behind the stumps, but I think he's opened the face up there. That's why Ashthorpe wants his gully in. I think he's somewhere upstairs, Ashthorpe, actually. He's made his way to the top deck. Yeah, those two openers, they barely... The only times they've not opened the batting, I think, well, when either you've used a night watch or they had a couple of games where they've been chasing like 120 in 10 overs or something, so they've mixed it up. But it's so consistent. Must be the best opening partnership in the Champo at the moment.
Is that Somerset opening partnership experiment over now?
It wasn't a brand new one again today, but Cola Cadmore isn't playing. Not sure why. I haven't looked into that, but it's Davey and Gregory at the moment.
It is still Davey and Gregory. Is that the case at Durham as well?
No, it was Cola Cadmore and Davey against Durham.
That's right. Has Ash given you his grilling on the Taunton surface yet?
Not yet. I'm expecting it.
Look forward to it.
I had no part to play in pitch preparation. Neither do I have here, so I have no fears on that front. Clark swiping, Cameron Steele scampering around at backward point. Oh, and then chucking it all the way to mid-on. He's a high-energy man, Cameron Steele. It's like he's constantly living off a Haribo and Pepsi diet. But I don't think he does. I think he just has the energy of someone. I wonder if he gets the crashes. Do you know what? Because I've been coming off coffee recently. I've decided...
Have you?
Because of the little one, I was drinking way too much, and I've got to go back to my day job next Monday, which is a bit of a blow. I've been on paternity leave, and I thought I'd better just cut out the coffee. And I've got so much more energy now. I'm drinking 2 coffees than 6 a day. Slip goes wider. Sibley goes into gully.
Is 6 exaggeration for dramatic effect?
No.
6?
No.
Wow.
No. 6 double espressos as well.
I was talking to one of the S&C coaches at uni about the influence of caffeine in professional sport. I read an article on The Athletic.
The addiction one.
Yeah, and it said something crazy, like 95% of Premier League footballers use performance-enhancing caffeine.
Get like caffeine chewing gum and things like that, don't they?
Caffeine gum is the way they normally do it, yeah.
Because you don't need to lose so much then.
It's faster acting.
I see.
And you also don't have the liquid swilling around in your stomach. But yeah, the numbers were absolutely crazy.
So what does your S&C coach think is the optimum?
Well, he says it's different per person.
Right. Is that based on body mass, or is that
just
too simple?
based on brain chemistry? And well, I'm going to speak completely without authority here.
Yeah, but sound authoritative and you'll be fine.
And unscientifically, but the part of your brain that which is affected by caffeine and registers the caffeine is just different person to person.
Edged and taken! Rory Burns had just moved himself into that second slip position. He was covering a couple of spots. That one went just to his left. Dan Worrell finds the outside edge. Burns takes the catch. We won't see the Clark versus Clark showdown just yet because Graham Clark is going to wander off. It's the 5th Durham wicket to fall. Clark goes for just 4. 77 for 5. Big trouble.
Really good grab by the skipper. It's in that region which is just in between fingers down and fingers up. And I might have to look again, but I think he's gone fingers down and gone all the way up to his shoulder, and it's gone fast as well.
He took it just behind him, I think, as well, didn't he? Which is a measure of the speed. It was almost waist height. He was twisting his body. He's a good catcher. I mean, he's formerly a wicketkeeper, Rory Burns. But he still is. He just doesn't keep wicket. Basteleda, I think he's making his first county championship appearance of the summer. More of a white ball cricketer, or seen as more of a white ball cricketer. He's got a chance, though, to... Well, Durham needs something out of him here.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do. Perhaps you say he's got a big chance to really prove himself here. 77 for 5 and just 31 overs through. Ackerman, the in-bat, 46 deliveries faced.
Lot of responsibility on Ackerman now. They need him to just stay there. That was the end of the over, so we'll face. Now here he is. Vic Domains just appeared to my left, silently. Head of ground staff here at the Banks Home Riverside. I haven't seen him for a while either. I've missed him. There's been something missing in my life. But the good news is I've lost a bit of caffeine, but I've gained a Vic Domains, so it's a decent swap.
Surrey have gained another wicket here. 77 for 5. Syke Shaw into the continuing, not into the attack. And just to finish quickly, Sam, on the caffeine.
Go on.
Is that the S&C coach, Shaw, comes in again and is blocked as Vic struggles around with the microphone and the wires.
If you can't bang it into the ground, Vic's got no idea.
There we go. Rotate the right way around and on they go. Welcome to the stream, Vic.
Good afternoon, gents.
Hey,
Good
Vic.
afternoon, everybody.
Quickly taken single by Ackerman. Will bring on Delader to the strike. It was the end of the over when the last wicket fell, so he watched on as Ackerman faced the first 3 balls of this Kershaw over. Now Delader takes guard on, looks to be off stump. And will face the left arm tweaker, and he's got good company. Rory Burns at first slip, obviously Ben Folkes behind the sticks, and Ryan Patel at bat pad. As the Delader just takes one last look at his surroundings and comes forward confidently and blocks.
I missed the wicket, Clark. What happened there?
Nicked one behind off Worrell.
Off
Rory Burns catches. Good bowler, Worrell, isn't he?
Yeah, he's bowled well this morning.
They've bowled well as a team. They're seamers. You happy, man? How's your mood?
Yeah, good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What are we on? Pitch dozen?
We are on pitch dozen, exactly. Yeah. Dead centre of the square. This would normally be our international pitch.
Final ball of the over is padded back. Durham 78 for 5, 32 overs through.
The use of the word normally suggests it hasn't been, because there's been a bit of international cricket since I was last here up at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Yeah, this year we had 2 internationals, T20 men's against the West Indies and ODI 50 over ladies, and I decided not to use this pitch for those. We tend to play the ladies matches on pitch 9, which we did this year, which is a decent pitch, and I thought to use this one for a T20 international was probably misuse of it, so save it for a championship. I thought we were going to play Worcester on it in the final game, but the decision was taken to play this game on it, and here we are.
Here we are. How's it playing? Worrell's getting decent carry.
Well, the reason why this is the international pitch is because I think it must be 5 years ago now, we completely dug this one out to 400 mil and relayed it, which means that you're not able to play on it for a couple of years. But being a new pitch, it's one solid block of clay, which will, and the hardness is very, very hard, and it should come through sort of better than the older pitches.
Seven, 8, 5. If you're just joining us post-lunch, if you're a little bit tardy, Sam Dowling, George Gompertz and Victor Main is the voice that you can hear, or you did just hear in your ears. Head of ground staff here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Pitches have been high on the conversational agenda, Vic. As
You could say that.
As Dom Sibley goes back into first slip for Colin Ackerman, he's on 14. Still got that V of fielders on the onside. Now, without pushing you for, I don't want a necessarily opinion, you're welcome to give one. Look, the statement that Durham have made is that the pitch at Somerset last week was related as below average by the match officials, and as such has been referred to the cricket regulator for further investigation. No further comment will be made at this time. Interested from a groundsman's perspective, what's the process there? Give us the mechanics, what's happened. For those who don't know, the game was over inside 5 sessions, Durham losing.
Yeah, well, for each match we have a match referee who
Could be a couple there from Ackerman. Not quite timed it. Kishore and Cam Steele will chase. Kishore in the end lets Cam Steele scamper around to pick it up.
So the match referee has a number of roles, one of which is to assess the pitch and mark the pitch. That follows a tick sheet which relates to consistency of bounce, amount of seam movement, amount of spin, and carry of the ball through to the keeper. In ticking each of those boxes, that should lead him at the end to a score for the pitch. Now,
no ball, Frank Danworrell just overstepping there.
I didn't see any of the Somerset match. I have to admit, so it's difficult for me to form an opinion. But from what I believe, in marking in that tick box, the match referee said that it was excessive spin.
So is it a numerical score you get? Or
yeah, well, normally you would get, in each of the boxes for the categories that I've just mentioned, you would get little or no spin, moderate spin, excessive spin, and...
lovely shot from Colin Ackerman. He's going to pick up at least a couple. Starting to time it a little bit better. Jordan Clark does the fielding. Ackerman moves on to 18.
And those marks relate to each day. So it's the amount of spin on day 1, 2, 3 and 4. In marking more than moderate spin on the 2 days that were played, that would lead to a below average score. As soon as the pitch is marked as below average, the match manager will come out immediately the game finishes, and he will instruct the ground staff that they can do nothing to the pitch whatsoever other than cover it up.
The match manager is a constant presence at every game. Is it 84 for 5, just for those of us that are the uninitiated?
Yeah, absolutely every
So
game.
They're there the whole time,
The
as
whole
well as
game.
the umpires. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, he will speak with the umpires. He will speak with the captains, the ground staff, and then he will form his opinion. So the pitch has been marked below average. The ground staff can do nothing to it, and in the following day or two, the ECB's inspector of pitches, or whatever he's called, will go and look at the pitch.
Deleda down on one knee, and umpire Middlebrook raises the finger. Just look to paddle it round the corner towards fine leg. But it's got no ball or pad, and Deleda departs for no run.
I've not seen an umpire's finger go up that quickly for a while. It felt, as soon as you heard the noise, you saw the shot, it was not a celeb appeal. I think it was just a celebration, wasn't it? And just checking that the umpire hadn't kept his finger in the pocket by mistake.
I mean, it's probably one of those where as soon as the umpire sees him go down on one knee, he's thinking, well, if he doesn't hit it, it's plumb.
It's good, though, good bowling that, because he's probably seen him go and he just fired it in. It looked like it was that little bit quicker, a little bit fuller. Premeditating the shot there, Basteleda. Durham already in real trouble.
Yeah, well, he came in, Durham 5 down for 70 odd, with a big task on his hands. And he's departed without troubling the scorers. Maybe just feeling a bit of pressure, trying to manipulate the field, manipulate the bowler slightly. But he's been the master of his own downfall there. Just, slightly full, wasn't it?
Wasn't much reaction was there from the batter, knew what was coming.
No, it's sort of a cursory no run. But I think he knew in his heart of hearts. And later departs, just 4 balls faced, which brings Ben Rain to the crease, and we saw him walking past us here in the morning going for some nets. Probably didn't quite think he'd be batting at this point in the day.
Suspect he would have quite fancied a day off today, once that decision was made by Alex Lees. Yeah,
be nice.
Not the kind of day off that happens at the back end of the game either. Just a nice sit with your feet up, maybe bat tomorrow morning. Hasn't shaped out that way though.
So Sai Kishore, wicket, the first ball of the over. Ben Rain on strike, down the ground, and gets off strike with his first ball.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you with some actual cricket, Vic. There.
Oh,
so hang on, where are we?
You've got to stop taking these wickets.
The chief pitch inspector. Is that what we called him?
Yeah,
that's a good job. Do you fancy that one day?
No.
CPO.
Would that be like the equivalent? You know.
A booming cover drive goes all the way to the ropes from Colin Ackerman. That's a lovely response.
On like Line of Duty, right? You watch Line of Duty?
Yeah, yep.
So they're the sort of police within the police, and everyone in the police hates them because they're sort of telling on their mates. If you turn from groundskeeper to poacher and became the head of inspectors, would you be hated amongst
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy who's in charge now, he is an ex-groundsman. And I think it's pretty fair to...
Quick single for Ackerman, who makes it without John Clark needing to throw the stumps down.
It's pretty fair to say that he's ruffled a few feathers amongst the ground staff. No, it's a horrible job.
So he gets called in, right?
He gets called in. He will speak to the ground staff, and I think his job is really to decide whether, and the important word here is intent, whether there was any intent to make a substandard pitch. If the answer to that question is no, there was no intent, but things have just happened, then the matter's dropped. If, in the opinion of the pitch inspector, there has been intent to produce a substandard pitch, he will take his findings to the regulator, the cricket regulator, and it's the cricket regulator's job, having spoken to, and I think they have what's called a pitch panel, where they'll get the coaches in, the home authorities, they'll get the groundsmen in, they might talk to the umpires, certainly talk to an independent match referee, one that probably wasn't at the game, and they will then make a decision as to whether any penalties should be imposed upon that side, or whether they get a slap on the wrist.
90 for 6, 34 overs gone, 64 left in the day. Worrell continues. Ackerman defends. There's that fielder, Ryan Patel, at a short mid-on. What are the potential penalties? What could happen?
Points penalties. I don't know the amount. I think eight penalty points has been spoken about in the past. I don't know whether all points from that game can be removed. I really don't know.
From a Durham perspective, though, I suppose any points penalty wouldn't help them because they wouldn't get given the points that they might otherwise have been able to win.
Nothing goes to Durham. It's a penalty imposed upon the home authority.
Punched off the back foot. Couple of runs. And is this, do you remember a couple of years ago when away side, there was no toss and the away side got to pick? Was that an attempt at that point to address this sort of thing?
That would be one of the reasons, yeah. Then the away side could just come up and have a look at the pitch and say, okay, well, we'll have a bat, or we'll have a... No, they could say that they would have a bowl, couldn't they? If they wanted to bat.
They could say they say they wanted to
still
bowl.
had to
You're
have a
right,
toss,
you're right.
didn't
So, good point, well made.
Yeah, that was the case then, but that's been taken away.
You a fan of that?
I was quite a fan of it, actually. I think there's a very fine line. I don't think anybody would deny the home club home advantage. It then becomes, how far do you push the line before you're going over the line, and home advantage becomes, dare I say the word, cheating.
I mean, you have said it. It was interesting. As soon as you explained the intent element, my lawyer head, my ears pricked up, because it's fascinatingly subjective. As Worrell was in, just a single. Kashore left-handed. Just a wild shy. Because you've got... So it's the intent to produce a substandard pitch, right?
Yeah.
And that... How does a match regulator distinguish between... Because presumably that isn't the same as the intent to produce a pitch that spins and offers a bit to the spinner. That's a very specific and actually quite a difficult thing to prove. And there can't be many ground staff out there, if any, preparing substandard pitches deliberately. So it's a pretty high bar.
It's a very high bar, but you see, going back to the match manager's tick form, which is filled in after the game is completed or at the end of each day.
Driven and gone. What a catch from Rory Burns. Ben Rain just flashing at one. He's fuming at himself. He just hung it up there outside off stump. Dan Worrell. Rain takes the bait. That's an even better catch by Rory Burns. It's second slip this time. Low to his left. Rain goes for one. Durham 93 for 7. Worrell has 4.
Yeah. Serious grab. He's flown away to his left. He's managed to get 2 hands to it.
2, yeah.
He's landed heavy on his knee, but the ball has stayed in, landed softly on his forearms. And he's taken 2 spectacular grabs today. That one even better, as you said, Sam. And Durham in big trouble, 93 for 7. Ben Rain mopes off the pitch.
Next out then will be Matthew Potts, who if Ben Rain didn't think he was going to have to do much today, people like Matthew Potts certainly wouldn't have done. He's in at 9, 35 overs in, not going Durham's way at the moment. They've had a difficult couple of games with the bat so far. They need a big innings, they need a big knock from somebody. It's going to have to be Ackerman. Potts has scored runs in the past, got a first-class 100 down at Edgbaston, a big first-class 100 last year in a high-scoring draw. A bit of Callum Parkinson and a bit of Cody Youssef still to come as well. Callum Parkinson's a decent batter, always pestering Ryan Campbell to let him get into the top order.
He'll have a chance today.
You'd think so. He'll be chomping at the bit to get out there as well.
I imagine that's often the line with tail enders who want to move up the order. You get the chance when you're 93 for 7. Yeah, but it's not quite the same, is it?
The old thing down at Somerset has always been Josh Davies saying how he used to be a batter and now he is opening the batter. Ben Rain's a very good batter. Is Ben Rain in all round the territory? I think he probably is, Ben Rain.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Matthew Potts getting there. I think Matthew Potts needs to be. If he's going to get back to that England side, that Chris Woke spot.
He's a decent batter.
Is one he's looking at. Worrell on 5 for then. 4 for 31, 11.5 overs. 2 slips. Ryan Patel's in under the helmet. It's a catching mid-wicket. Left alone outside off stump to end the over. 35 gone here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Just to go back to your question about the pitches and penalties and what have you, and the word intent, I've said for a number of years, and every time I've said it, I've been knocked down. That on the tick form that the match referees do at the end of each day and then subsequently the end of the match, I believe there should be a form which they fill in before the game even starts, which says, in their opinion, is the pitch satisfactory for the game that's about to be played. Now, we're all cricketers. We all go out and look at the pitch before the game starts. We dig our thumbs in, we dig our heels in and everything. And
how'd you get your thumbs in the pitch, Vic? You
got
solid
easy. Yeah,
steel thumbs.
Yeah.
Are they hot? Are they really warm?
Well,
they
you
just melt
you
in.
stick your thumbnail in, and you see if you get stick your studs in if you're wearing studs or whatever. And we all know what a decent cricket pitch looks like. And if the match manager, who normally is an ex-cricket player, decides that, hang on, something looks wrong here, this is not right, then it should be flagged up before the game starts, not, in my opinion, at the end of the game after you've seen 4 days play on it. And if that is flagged up before the start of play on day one, then if there becomes an issue, it's already been highlighted.
93 for 7, welcoming back Ash Thorpe, who has been up at the top of the tower. You can probably guess what we're discussing, but we're talking about process. I've been talking to Vic about how it all works, rather than specifics, more process driven. It's been fascinating.
I'm sure it has.
And to throw another one of my desires into the mix.
We're always here. That's what we're here for, to hear about your desires, Vic.
There is so much now. We're getting to the critical point of the season now. Everybody wants points. Everybody wants to win games to win the championship, for promotion, to avoid relegation, that sort of thing. And a lot of pressure is put on ground staff to produce certain types of pitches which will suit the home side. And I would be surprised if there is any county side in the country which doesn't try to influence their groundsmen to a certain degree.
And home advantage, as we say, that is a thing, and there's nothing wrong with
home advantage. But my suggestion would be, and I know it's not a new one, it's been spoken about for years, is that each of the 18 first-class head groundsmen should be employed by the ECB, the governing body, and shouldn't be employed by the clubs.
Dom Sibley just coming in under the helmet there to the new batter, to the spinner Kishore. Potts yet to get off the mark. He just chucks his sunglasses and various bits and pieces at Rory Burns. He drops them. Yeah, I don't mind that as an idea. I also think the ball doesn't help. I think when teams are desperate for wins at this stage of the season and they know they're using the Kookaburra, which has brought so many draws, as Potts defends that, I think there's an element of teams going, well, actually, what we're going to do to try and force a win with this ball that hasn't necessarily offered enough of the seamers.
Yeah, that's a very interesting one. I don't know, I was talking to somebody this morning who is a big fan of the Kookaburra ball. And good, leave that.
My goodness.
There's only 2 types. End of the over. 36 gone, 94 for 7. You'd have left that, Ash. You'd have been confident.
Yeah, but it would have pitched outside leg stump for me. It would have been fine.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Wow. Carry on, Vic.
Yeah, and this person that I was talking to this morning, who's a pretty decent cricketer actually,
Can't have been Ash then.
No, not quite as good as Ash. His suggestion to me was that the Kookaburra ball encourages quick bowlers and it encourages spin bowlers and spin bowlers to spin it. And to try and get around the, dare I say, medium pace trundler who runs up on a green one and does different things.
But that's what, to play devil's advocate a little bit, that's what county cricket largely is. There isn't the people that I understand why they're basically looking at the Ashes, right, with the Kookaburra and the England bowlers. Those guys aren't really playing. Gus Atkinson is probably the only bowler that was playing county cricket, and he wasn't picked in the Surrey side, so it's not benefiting.
Tom Laws back into the attack and is met with a ferocious pull shot by Colin Ackerman.
Those who are playing, really, I guess.
I totally agree with that. I think the whole schedule of cricket needs looking at. As I know that it's being looked at, but I think something. At the time, I was a big fan of central contracts, but I'm no longer that.
I'd take one if I was offered one.
Wouldn't we all? I'd take a central contract from the ECB.
This one's timed nicely away on the leg side again. Ackerman will get at least 2. I'll think about a third. Sam Curran does well to get round and prevent that from happening.
100 up for Durham. Perhaps not quite in the style or fashion they'd have anticipated when Alex Lees won the toss at 10:30 this morning. So we'll have a bat.
Going back to the Kookaburra ball, I think we've seen some really imaginative field placings and something different from Surrey today. And that's picked them up a couple of wickets. And apart from that, maybe Dan Worrell's familiarity with the Kookaburra ball as well is a huge advantage. And I guess good bowlers just find a way.
Well, that's the key, isn't it? You've got to somehow find a way.
Problem is, but it's like the home advantage things. You go too far because in that first 2 rounds we had a Kookaburra balls.
Yeah.
There was one game with a result, or a positive result. Surrey beat Worcestershire, and with respect to Worcestershire where they're at this year, basically top versus bottom, right? If you could pick a side to play with the Kookaburra ball, it'd probably be Worcestershire, just because of the golfing quality. And that ain't attracting people to county cricket if you've got 18 games of which there are 17 draws or whatever it was.
Yeah, well, the whole thing is under review at the moment, isn't it? And we will be holding a members forum here at the Banks Homes Riverside tomorrow night. CEO Tim Bostock and David Lloyd will be in the house. I'm sure Vic will pop along for that and have a listen in. Definitely within commuting distance.
I might be out to dinner with the umpires.
Sure, some interesting fielding there in the covers.
Anyway, nice.
Well, one of the umpires here today I regularly go out with when he's up, and he tends to like the 3 horseshoes.
Okay, at the Leam
At
side.
Leam side, yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. But he's now talking about a different one today. He's talking about is it the Sportsman's just by the Ram side?
Probably because he's staying up at the Ram side.
He's staying at the Ram
That's
side,
where the
yeah.
umpires usually stay, isn't it? Good breakfast up at the Ram side.
There you go.
Doesn't want to drive.
Make you do all the work, Vic.
Yeah, absolutely.
That ends the over, 100 for 7. Ackerman 33, Potts yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Tom Law's just signalling over to the Surrey dressing room balcony as well.
Change of footwear,
I think, yeah. Well, Roy Burns having a chat to him. Imagine it's Kershaw going to continue. I suspect he'll tie up this end for a good chunk.
Yeah, you're not getting that ball out of his hand now.
I was saying to George, he's like something out of a Ben Stiller, Owen Wilson movie, isn't he? I love him as a character already. Tall and gangly. Loves his yoga. Did you see him out there doing a bit of yoga pre-match?
I didn't, no.
Oh, yeah. You could join in that. We've proposed a feature actually for the next T20 game.
That's great.
Ash and Bumble doing a bit of yoga in here first. So it could be like, sure is in. You know those, is it the Vitality activations where they pan to a presenter and they get everyone doing the thing?
Oh, God. I feel my shoulder even just thinking about it.
I'd like to see that here introduced, probably for championship games actually. Pan to Ash in the crowd.
That'll definitely bring the crowds back.
Ash's activations. It's even a bit of alliteration for you. Turn to Cam Steele. Wonder if we'll see him with ball in hand at some point. Maybe not at the moment. I wonder who they go to first, Steele or Lawrence, if they were. Steele was leading wicket taker in the championship at the start of last season.
Did very well. It's going to come over the wicket.
Solid from Potts. Yet to score. Been out there 6 balls. His job now is probably, for the time being at least, to stay there and support Ackerman. Durham's only chance of a half decent total here, I think, is if Ackerman makes a big one.
I think we'll have to get Ross to get a picture of the ground staff over there. It looks like there's a bit of earthing going on over there. There's lack of footwear, Vic.
Yeah, there's Barry's over there, and I don't think Barry's got his boots off at the moment, but he's got the whitest feet you've ever seen. They're worse than mine.
Chance of a run out here. It was a quick single. Lawrence had to get round to his left.
Here they
Did
come.
so really well.
Look at those.
There's Barry's feet.
Look
We can
at
get
those beauties.
ground staff. I've noticed their boss has mellowed over the last season or so. Vic Domain used to be a hard taskmaster. Now he even affords them the occasional day off. Begrudgingly.
Oh, it's been a long season.
Ackerman solid. End of the over. 38 gone. Durham 101 for 7. There they are. Barry's got his feet back in. Just panning over to the ground staff. They've got 2 and 2 at the moment. 4 feet out. 2 back in. Barry deep in conversation there, is he, on the phone? Looks serious, that, Vic.
It is serious. He's trying to sort out a parking fine.
Oh no, Barry. I get that. So as a lawyer, I've seen people just come to me and ask me about parking fines. Like friends of family members, and it's like, what's the advice? Well, read the parking signs better. Don't park where you shouldn't, Vic. Is my.
Yeah, but these parking signs, they tend to be so long, and you read the top line which says free parking. So you think, okay, I'll park my car for free. And you don't go any further than that. You don't read down to the small print at the bottom, which says that you can park in one blue bay for free.
Oh, this is the. I don't like these northeast, the different coloured parking bays. Yeah, I know those. I've been done by those.
Hexham.
Yes,
I got
Hexham.
done in Hexham.
That's where I discovered them, and Morpeth as well, which is where my grandparents used to live. We drove in, we're like, where do we park? And it's like, you need to go. But also, you can park for free, but you have to go to a shop and get the little radar.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel your pain. Feel your pain, Barry. But still.
Confusion. Revenue on confusion.
Read the sign.
We had a club night out at a golf place in Newcastle.
Quiet one?
Reasonably quiet, yeah. And Barry's copped a parking fine.
And you've got a lot of sympathy for him by the sounds of it.
Well, having had one myself, I'm not too sympathetic, no.
That all expenses paid by Vic Domain then?
Oh,
To take the team out?
You must be joking. No, it was a club. The whole club
Oh, I
were
see.
invited, yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's nice, yeah. Night out of mini golf, indoor crazy golf, and a dodgy burger.
Good pace again from Laws. A good leave from Potts. So who's rotated off today? Is it Ollie?
Well, Ollie's in Turkey with 55 degrees or whatever it is.
Bless him.
Getting his hair done? Teeth?
Oh, absolutely. So absolutely no sympathy for him.
It's cut away off the toe of the bat, but is a welcome 4 runs for Durham. Potts picks up his first boundary, moves on to 5. 105 now for 7.
My barber suggested to me last time I was in that I'd be a good candidate for a hair transplant. I couldn't work out if that's a compliment or...
I think he's telling you it's time to shave your head, mate.
No, I think he might have been on commission. He'd had one himself, but the problem was he wasn't a very good advert for it because it was a terrible one.
I've seen a lot of poor ones.
That's why I wanted to chat to Ben Stokes. That is my first question
He
for
has
Ben Stokes.
Fantastic rug.
Yeah. That's what I need to speak to him about. Don't worry about your England captaincy.
Important.
Yeah.
It's a gorgeous drive off the back foot, but won't beat Kishore in the covers.
I feel like it's a good icebreaker as well, that.
Yeah, hello, mate. Nice to meet you. Where did... Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's not. You wouldn't be able to give the generic media line that they're all trained to give to that. Not that he does do that anyway.
No, definitely not.
I'm not sure that's in the Danny Rubin textbook, is it?
Definitely not.
I did get a quote from the place that he went to. And it's not cheap.
I can
I
imagine.
felt that buying a lot of hats was probably my better bet.
Pure economics. Shave your head.
It just saves
Much
time as well,
cheaper,
doesn't
yeah.
it? When you're drying, it's lovely just to go.
And you've done that. Speaking of drying, it's still dry here. That's the end of the over. 105 for 7 Durham. Need a partnership here on day one of the Rothesay County Championship game between Surrey and Durham. Surrey having lost the toss, being asked to field first. Have made the best of that situation, picking up 7 wickets already here on day one.
Shall I metaphorically pop elsewhere, Ash?
Please do.
They're playing down at Worcester. Rain delayed start. Hampshire 45 without loss. Umpires coming together here. Are they having a look at the ball? Are they trying to pass it through a ring? The Kookaburra. It's the second time they've had a look. They looked very early. And I think the ball is fine. Kishore and Middlebrook. Swap gun glasses for ball. 45 without loss. Hampshire.
Having taken 7 wickets, I'm not sure they want to change
Just
the
thinking
ball.
exactly the same thing.
Essex 138 for 1 at Chelmsford. Ackerman on strike, 33 he's got. Has to flick that into leg side. Ryan Patel, he's been impressive fielding in close. He took that excellent catch to dismiss McKinney. There was one that might have got McKinney just before. It wasn't clear whether it was grounded first. He's obviously very good in there. For Walter, 63 not out for Essex. Over at Scarborough, which is where Surrey were last week. High scoring draw. There was a bit of rain around Scarborough. It's beautiful. You've been to Scarborough for cricket?
Absolutely.
Oh, glorious. I've only been once and frustrated with Somerset actually. The game only lasted 2 days, which is thematic at the moment.
Somerset in 2 days.
108 for 4 Sussex are. Sussex it's not impossible for them to win the title either.
They're in touch.
That would be a story. A lovely one too. Somerset 144 for 3 down at Trent Bridge, so they've recovered. James Roof 75 not out. Tom Abel 54. So the suggestion probably by looking at it is Mohammed Abbas got the new ball to do a little bit, and then as soon as the lacquer is off, Potts defending. It's become a little bit more difficult for the bowlers. Is that all the Division 1 games? I'm just having a quick look. Yes.
Yep.
I'll have a look at Division 2 in a bit. "17 balls he's been out there so far. Pot's been watchful as you'd expect. Leicester 174 for 1. Rayan Ahmed going for it again, 68 from 94. Rishi Patel as well, I love as a batter as well, 73 from 120.
That's slow for him.
Yeah. Push to Sibley, no run, end of the over. 40 gone here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Bit of blue sky over towards the A1. Durham 106 for 7. I hope there still is a Division 1 and Division 2 because Leicester should deserve to be in Division 1 next year with the cricket they played. So Budinger 27 off 32 as well. It's just a good team. Peter Hanscom.
Solid, aren't they?
Yeah.
Hasn't the young fella Ahmed done very well since he got the opportunity to open the batting?
Yeah, he's coming in for. He got a ton and was it 7 or 8 for last week? 115, 6 for 51, 7 for 93 in the game. So probably a man of the match award
Yeah, I think
went his
it
way.
hadn't been done for however long, and Hartley and Ahmed did it in the same day, getting 110 for or something.
Hartley, the forgotten man almost.
Absolutely. Be Laws to continue from the Lumley end. Out through to the keeper. Been very impressed with Surrey today, having lost the toss. I think their fields have been excellent, and I think their discipline with the ball has been absolutely superb, as you can see pretty much by all the economy rates of the bowlers. Only exception Jordan Clark being above 4. A little misfield there.
You look at their attack and you wouldn't say on paper it's particularly threatening, would you, with this attack?
I think they're a solid. I think they slot in and just fill roles. They had Fisher and Overton in the attack last week, and they've kind of been rotated out. But to have somebody like Dan Worrell, who's, like I say, I think a huge advantage of somebody who's really familiar and probably has no negative thoughts on the Kookaburra ball. He's just used to it, runs in and bowls, hits the pitch hard. And I think they've, like I said, I think they've been disciplined. I think they've got wickets through pressure and through some, some innovative field placings.
I think that's a touch harsh, Vic, as well.
Do you?
Yeah, I think Worrell and Clark have been two outstanding bowlers.
Worrell's an outstanding bowler. There's no doubt about that, and I think he must be on the list for the winter tour.
That's what I'm saying. For which team?
Well, exactly. Yeah. Either, but Sam Curran's a good bowler.
Yes.
Something a bit different as well, left armour.
He's bowled very well here in international cricket.
He has.
So this kid's going to be very, very good as well. They rate him very highly. So it's probably not their very best attack.
I've been impressed with Laws. He's yet to take a wicket, but I think his pressure before lunch led to a couple of wickets falling. And I guess that's the thing when you've got such a big squad, understanding what your role is when you come into the team. That's got to be a wide. Yeah, and it is called, because that was very, very short.
Well, we haven't seen the lethal leg spin of Cameron Steele as
No,
yet.
unfortunately not. Nicely in behind that Potts. And again, right on the money from Laws. And they've got good options, haven't they? They've got a left armour, they've got a left arm spinner, they've got a leg spinner, and they've got the part-time off spin of Lawrence, which is on occasions more than part-time when he's, like you say, he's bowling 20 odd overs in a day on occasions.
And he's consciously trying to turn himself into an all-rounder because of...
He's got ambitions to push himself further.
Sorry, Tom, hope it wasn't me chatting that put you off your run-up. Was there a bit of radio action between umpires and ground staff a second or two ago? Are they in contact now? The scorers, okay.
It'll be the match referee or the scorers. That one thuds into the pad of Matthew Potts, and Durham will pick up a leg bite.
No, the only time we're in contact with the umpires is during internationals.
Are they asking you, 109 for 7, 41 gone, about... What are they asking you? What are they talking to you about? Is weather? Are they
not so much that sort of thing. In fact, they're really informing us when a drinks break is going to be. Within a drinks break during an international, we have to run out there and sweep the pitch up and remark it. They'll inform which roller the side want when they're 9 wickets down. And there's going to be a change of innings. They'll inform which roller the captain wants, and it's just things like that. Any queries, if they notice anything around the ground that we haven't seen, which needs sorting out, a sight screen problem or a problem with the boundary, they'll radio through then.
Surrey continues First slip, Rory Burns is really fine in behind wicketkeeper Ben Folkes.
Yeah, he is. You'd normally, in that position, have probably your left foot on the return crease as a starting point.
Expecting a tickle to be a thin edge, but it's going to be hard to see. Folkes slightly in the way, coming around and through Kishore still. Ryan Patel gets a signal, moves across from short leg to a silly cover point, really. Just takes half an inch back.
It's a bit slower, that one.
Nice to watch this bowler, isn't it? First time I've seen him,
Yeah.
but his classic left arm.
Very simple, isn't it?
It appears to me it's not particularly high for a tall man. Does he come over the top?
It's probably, a little bit more, slightly round arm, I guess, rather than your traditional 12 o'clock maybe for a left arm from around the wicket, but it's not the worst release. Just have a look at his front foot. Yeah, maybe a little bit collapsed there as well, so yeah, you're probably right. There's probably a couple of things that he could maybe get a bit taller. He looks to bowl a little bit within himself, doesn't he? He's got good control, and just every now and then probably get one to rip, so he's challenging both edges.
Floats that one up. Hit hard. Dan Lawrence does very well. And mid off. End of the over. 42 gone. 109 for 7. Is that a sub-fielder coming on or another fielder coming back off? That was a maiden.
I think Worrell had been off, hadn't he, for a
back
little
on.
little change of shirt or something. Or just to sit down for 5 minutes after a spell. 10 overs, 2 for 20 for Kishore.
Remind me, Vic. I know we've had this conversation again before, but it's a while ago, and I have a brain like a sieve. The roller situation, end of this innings. Who gets to choose and when for rollers?
When Durham are 9 down, the umpires will probably ask the Surrey captain which roller he would want, and so it's the side that will be batting next who get the choice of the roller. They can only use the heavy roller twice in the game, and that can be on each morning of the match, or at the end of an innings, or a declaration, or something like that. So
if you're batting, do you get the choice? Do you get to use it in between each session if you wish?
Not each session, no, each day.
Each day, okay.
Or a break of innings.
Or a break of innings.
Okay. So it might be there's only 2 opportunities to use it anyway, the heavy roller.
The maximum of
for the
maximum of two uses of the heavy roller.
So, for instance, they could bat this afternoon. They could use the heavy roller and then put that on tomorrow morning, and then that would be it.
That would be it. That would be their choice gone.
Yeah.
Now,
why would they use the heavy roller as opposed to the? I hate this term because it's not really very light, but a light roller. A couple of runs.
I don't know. It's different players' thoughts on it. Flatten the pitch out a little bit. Heavy roller tends to deaden the bounce somewhat.
And by use it, what are we talking about? 1 up and down? Like, how does it work?
7 minutes. Maximum 7 minutes.
They can pick that?
They can pick. Again, they can say we want 2 minutes and only go down the middle.
That's a shot.
We want the full 7 minutes, and we want the heaviest bloke you've got sat on it.
I am available during breaks.
Who would that be for you?
I'm not saying
no,
that.
don't do that. That would be cruel.
Yes,
I'll take the hit. I'm available, Vic, if you need that.
Right.
But yeah, we had it the other week in club cricket. Actually, I'm not going to name the opposition, but they said, can we have the heavy roller on for 4 minutes?
Yeah.
I've never had that in club cricket before.
You know cricketers.
Yeah. Full of theories. We said that this morning, didn't we, when people come out and look at the pitch, and I quite enjoy it. I just go and stand next to Vic and watch people's facial expressions as they come and look at the wicket. Some will tap it, some will walk along it, some will get on hands and knees and feel it, and like Vic says, some will try and push their fingernails into it, and
they'll all have opinions.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a saying there, but I'm not sure it's appropriate.
I think Harry Callahan said it. If you remember Harry Callahan. Sam certainly won't.
That is probably shot of the day from Matthew Potts as he climbs into a cover drive and picks up another boundary.
Got a question come in from an eager listener for you, Vic. Did you do a little bit of coaching of youth cricket when you were younger?
I think, is this loaded?
Yeah, this sounds like a loaded question.
No,
is it from Alex Hale's father?
No, just a listener would like to know, like, who's the best bowler you've dropped from a youth cricket team, and did you regret it?
Then I know who this is from.
I know straight away.
I know exactly who this is from.
Just an eager listener.
And I didn't drop him. I didn't drop him. I thought you were going to say Alex Hales because I failed to pick Alex Hales for an under-17 tour.
That's quite late as well. It's not like he was a 9-year-old. That's a 16-year-old Alex Hales. Okay.
But this would be one of the Surrey bowling coaches who is
just an eager listener. I don't really
No, he's not an eager listener.
He is eager.
At all. And I didn't drop him.
Wow.
What I will say is when he was 13 years old, which is what we're talking about, he was a very small lad and he hadn't developed.
Was he a good bowler at that point?
He was a lovely little medium pace bowler, but he had nothing other than that. He was a good under 13, under 14 bowler. He developed quite late in life, and he went up to Northampton, and I believe he did a lot of work on his fitness and on his strength and on his training. And
on winding people up by the sound of it.
And he had a wonderful, wonderful career.
But at 13 he was rubbish.
No, he wasn't rubbish. No, you're putting words into my mouth. He was a decent little bowler.
So how good was your team then if you could leave a decent little bowler out? Were they a gun side?
They were okay. Yeah, they were okay. Probably would have been better with him in it. But he's a lovely lad. That's what I have to say. But
I just can't see why you'd have dropped a lovely lad who's a decent little bowler, Vic.
Because I wanted to play players from my own club. Didn't want to play players from obscure little village clubs in darkest Oxfordshire.
Sure in. So go on. We're talking, for the listeners who aren't aware, the eager listener is Jack Brooks, who did enjoy a very fine professional career, played for England. Was it A or was it Lions? I don't want to age him too much. Won a couple of championships with Yorkshire and is now coaching, amongst other places, at Surrey. What team are we talking about here?
We're talking about probably the Oxfordshire under-13s.
Okay.
Jack played for a club called Tiddington. Nice little village club out towards Tame in Oxfordshire. Very good village club. Had some really good players.
Shot.
Turned off the legs for a couple of runs. Cameron Steele's going to chase it. Are they going to come back for free? Are they going to take him on? I think they probably are, and they're going to do so successfully. 3 runs to Potts. He moves to 16. Jordan Clark was just warming up there.
Unfortunately, at 13, Jack wasn't one of those decent players.
Wow.
He told me a lovely story about, because as you say, he came into the game late, and I think when he went on trial at Nottinghamshire, Northamptonshire, it was an indoor net, and he just found a couple of new balls and thought,
why not?
I'm going to bowl with the newie. Flights that one up. Sure, end of the over, 43 gone, 124 for 7. But what I think it might have been his first class debut was against the touring Aussie side before an Ashes series, and I think afterwards he had a chat. They got some like signed stuff and things like that. And Peter Siddle gave him a pair of bowling boots.
Right.
And Siddle, formerly of Durham as well, he also went at Somerset, and we're talking 8, 9, 10 years.
Siddle's covered a lot
He's
of
done
clubs.
most counties, yeah. 8, 9, 10 years later, Siddle walks into the Somerset dressing room, looks at Jack Brooks, and forgive my accent, just goes, "Brooksy, you got any boots for me?" They'd remembered it 8 or 9 years ago that he'd given them away,
Nice.
which I thought was a lovely little tale.
Very good. As you indicated, Jordan Clark was warming up. He's now into the attack from the Lumley end. But yeah, one of the game's characters.
Did he send you up with that? He hasn't written in to ask that.
Came by pigeon, I think, yesterday. No, he's definitely set you up, Vic. Got to watch these lads from Somerset. That's a lovely clip off the legs and good piece of fielding.
He was a really popular cricketer as well, wasn't
Yeah, he was,
Cult following.
Oh, yeah,
everywhere
the
he
headband
went.
warrior.
Especially once you got the headband going,
Yeah.
There was a point at what he was basically operating on one limb. I think in that Bob Willis Trophy final, I think it was after that season in 2020, he had these at one point because he had injuries to both his legs and he broke a thumb. And I think Alistair Cook hit one back at him, so he basically had one working limb that winter. Yeah, real character, a really fine bowler as well.
Obviously made him into the man he is
Well,
today by being left out of his county squad at the age of 13.
It does no harm. It did Alex Hales no harm. And it did
Anybody else on the list?
not that I can think. I didn't leave Jack out. That was a mate of mine who left him out. It wasn't me.
I hope he's loving this, by the way.
I think Jack... who was the Australian coach up at Yorkshire?
Shot. Extra cover drive again from Potts. Finds the boundary.
Batting just feels a little bit easier at the moment.
Well, Kookaburra ball's a bit older. The pitch has had time to settle. Batting does generally get easier after that first session. Durham in a hole. 7 wickets down on day one. And these are the kind of games where you need to bat big first innings, and this is where the runs count. Popped on the back foot, thick inside edge. That Australian coach,
Dizzy Gillespie.
Jason Gillespie, yeah?
Yeah, he was really good for Jack, I think.
Probably gave him his headband.
He just wanted them to attack, didn't he? He wanted them to attack, hit the lengths, and they had a decent seam.
So what was it him?
then.
Yeah, I was thinking, is it side bottom Patterson, Brooks, Plunkett? Was he
Yeah, he'd have been there.
Yeah.
bit of Bresnan?
I remember watching them win the championship at Trent Bridge it would either have been 2013 or 14. They won it, really good side.
They won it 2 years in a row, didn't they?
I think they probably did, yeah. I know Root played, I know Bairstow played.
Potts again drives nicely to mid-off and sets off immediately and picks up a single. See what? Speaking of groundsmen, I've watched at lunchtime. Have you seen it between our mate Lee
Yes.
down at the Oval
Yes,
and
I've seen it.
one of the
I didn't
most
know where to
popular
bring this
members,
up.
Gautam Gambhir?
Yeah.
Do you know what it was? What it was over? Were they practicing on somewhere they shouldn't have been? Or?
I know nothing about it,
Okay.
but it could be anything. I mean,
Lee does like
I think a lot
to
of
let
things-
you know if you're in the wrong blade of grass.
Yeah, I think everybody's in the wrong blade of the grass if they go out onto the oval pitch. But yeah, let's say he has some history.
It was just interesting. I've read loads of comments on social media about just the size difference between them and references to Harry Potter and Game of Thrones and things, as in character references for Big Lee. But he's a braver man than me, Gautam Gambhir, and he was giving it as good as he was getting, that's for sure. How to make friends and influence people.
I think Bunny had a bit of a toot with him recently when Durham went down there.
I can imagine.
I believe Lee watered Bunny's bag. He also frightened the life out of Sam Blacklock one year down when Sam put his tripod on the outfield.
Yeah, he could put Sam in his pocket. Bless him.
Cam Steele, is it? It gets sent out to deep mid wicket. 3 balls into this Kishore over from the Finkel end. Flights one up. Potts plays it nicely. Doesn't take the bait, just flicks it out towards Steele. Takes one. He moves on to 22. He's batting well here, Potts. Him and Ackerman. Just when Durham needed a partnership, really. 7 down, 36 from 61. It's, in the context of the innings so far, It steadied it a little bit from a dire situation. Flatter one.
Problem is they needed this 3 hours ago, didn't they?
Yeah, and this, I think that, I mean, obviously the period after lunch was a disaster, but that 10 minutes before lunch when they lost Lees and Robinson, has he just changed the bails over there? He has, hasn't he? If I was the umpire, I'd just change him back. But yeah, those 2 wickets before lunch set up that little rot after lunch, and that was probably an hour's pressure from Surrey leading into that.
Mixes his pace up. Kishore here. Just over for the couple of games. This is his second. He played at Scarborough as well. End of the over, 46 gone. 131 for 7. 50 overs a minimum of remaining in the day, so we'll have another 18. This assumes no rain or any sort of kind of unwanted interlude. We'll have 18 overs before tea, so it's 3:40 or when 32 overs bowl. There remain 32 overs to bowl in the day, whichever is later, so we'll probably go beyond 3:40 unless they go double spin.
Yeah, I've got
Not bad over
a little bit of blue sky across to the top right hand side of your screen. There is where the wind's really coming from. So the weather looks set fair as Jordan Clark continues from the Lumley end. Thuds into the pad, bowling with that wind, probably going from mid off towards fine leg.
They've got Sam Curran to come back yet, haven't they? What's he bowled? 6 overs?
Yeah, not
7
many.
overs?
That one spell nicked off Emilio Gay, didn't he? Yeah, he's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 15. You would think they'll just rotate the seamers from that Lumley end now and let Kishore bowl from the Finkel.
Wouldn't imagine they'd use the second spinner as yet.
There's no need, is there? They've got the control.
Yeah. Their job's in the second innings.
$131 for 7, Durham. Short, pulled away. Ryan Patel interested for a moment, 1 in catching it and 2 not being hit in the teeth. As that one whistles away for 4. Not a great position to be fielding at short mid-wicket when Ackerman rocks onto the back foot. Just flexing his wrist a little bit here, Ackerman. I don't know if he's maybe struggling with an injury or maybe a touch of cramp in the forearm. I would doubt it'd be cramp at this stage. Not very... It's a pleasant day, but not hot. Quick single to Kishore's. Is it? Have we got confirmation of whether it's Kishore? No, we haven't. You go Kishore and I'll go Kishore. There we go. So one of us is right. We'll cover it that way.
It's better than usual.
Well, we're both wrong, yeah. Absolutely. Again, hitting the pitch hard. Jordan Clark. None for 31. Sorry, none for 32 from his 6.5. Being the most expensive bowler on show today. Might see a bit of Sam Curran very soon, I think. That one's short and probably not short enough to pull. But Potts gets plenty of it. And hits that away for 4 through mid-wicket. So this partnership building nicely now. And it's important from a Durham point of view that it continues on into the afternoon. 140 for 7 now. 47 the partnership.
Desperately needed partnership, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I missed Ben Rain's wicket, but just watching a couple of the shots, bit of spin, So delayed to trying to sweep one. Hit very full. So Clark was caught by Burns, as was Ben Rain, off the bowling of Worrell. And we are going to see Sam Curran. So yeah, we're not going to see Kishore continue to bowl from this end. Finkel end. Sam Curran, where he did have success, he's bowled one spell already from Finkel end. As I said just a moment ago, picked up the wicket of Emilio Gate. A little tickle through to Folks behind the stumps. Sweeper out on the offside. Ackerman on strike. Ackerman's on 45. Vic, I don't know if it's been touched on already while I wasn't here, but you must be absolutely thrilled with the T20 pitches that you've had this year.
Yeah, I've been very happy with the T20 pitches. I thought they played really well, particularly the last one where we chased down 200. Yeah, really happy with those. I'm quite relieved actually, because if you remember back to the very start of the season,
yeah.
I did say then that from the way the square looked at the start of the season, there would be no excuses for ball pitches.
I remember. Yep.
This year, and I think that's sort of been borne out. I think we've had a couple of championship pitches which haven't been quite as good as I would have liked them to be, but in general, I think the pitches this year have been good.
Yeah, and it's been some brilliant cricket to watch and definitely to work on throughout the summer across both the men's and the women's games. I think there's been some excellent cricket played here, and like you say, when you actually walk out onto the square and to see the pitches that have been used, you would only know by the footmarks at the ends there. They've recovered so well. It's been the good covering that you've had over the winter.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so different to last year where we had no grass on the square at all. This year, producing the pitches has been a pleasure actually, and now there are a number of pitches that I could go back onto and use again. As you say, the ends are a little bare, but the actual playing surface, the middle of the pitches are pretty good. So I've no worries about getting through to the end of this season. Quite often you can get to the end of the season and think, God, where am I going to put the next game? Nothing else to use. And unlike some of the other sides, we haven't had to use pitches twice.
Yeah. Or if you have, you've done it by choice rather than by necessity.
We've used T20 pitches twice and some 3 times, but that's always going to happen.
Yeah.
But I think also it shows where we're lucky in that we're not leading into a 100 competition now, where we would be searching for more centre pitches to play 4 or 5 games on.
And I guess that is the battle when you're looking at those grounds where obviously the pressure of television tells you that you need to have it very central on the square. But you've got a lovely big square here, and like you say, when you get out there and have a look at the covering, that's a maiden over from Sam Curran while I'm rambling on. But yeah, it's remarkable how good condition the square is.
You think of some of those other places and the amount of cricket they get, say somewhere like Trent Bridge has 13 pitches, probably 1 or 2 of those with a boundary size which is below minimum.
Yeah.
And for the amount of cricket that they have, they do remarkably well. You go to some grounds. Obviously, Surrey has got a big square.
Yeah,
a few pitches there. Lords again, number of games played at Lords, and not that many pitches, and you think it always looks immaculate.
Yeah,
and the groundsman does a fantastic job there.
We continue with Jordan Clark, seen from both ends. Off the thigh pad. Folks tidies that up down the leg side. And I guess you would have been nervous over the winter about how the effect of having the women's programme would have been here and everything like that. But everything, like you say, you've had the perfect conditions and haven't really had any major issues.
No, you're absolutely right. You're thinking, well, we've got another possibly 10, 12 games of cricket to be covered this year. How's it going to work out? Thankfully, a number of those have been
The
double-header
double-headers,
T20s, which has been good.
Yep.
But yeah, I think we've managed to cope fairly well this year. I've not heard too many complaints as yet.
Just from me.
Yeah, I always get the same comment from you every game. So
all with love. Just the one slip in place there. Burns and a gully. Don't see gullies very often these days. I was happy to see a gully earlier this morning.
did you see in the ladies' international here the catch in the gully by the Indian fielder?
No, I didn't. I missed it.
Absolutely superb. Diving one-handed to her right. Second wicket, I think it was. It's an amazing catch.
I got to see the back end of their innings, and probably the best part of the game actually was, I think it was Kaur and Rodriguez batting together.
Yeah.
They blazed it to all parts on another average pitch.
Below average.
Setting records again, 300 plus.
Yeah, I thought at one stage that England were going to get them as well.
Yeah, it was on, wasn't it?
Certainly not in the power play where we hardly scored a run.
Well, that partnership, was it Siva Brunt and... Oh, who was it? Was it Lamb? Emma Lamb?
Yeah, it may well have been.
Who seems to make runs every time she comes to the northeast.
Yeah, they were going so well, and you're thinking, well, they're going to chase down over 300. But I thought that, well, 2 days they were here for the Women's International, I just thought India was so much more professional than England.
Oh, really?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I thought their training was totally different. And I thought the England fielding was woeful.
Yeah, I think just watching a couple of the post-match interviews, and I don't know if Siva Brunt looked a little bit embarrassed actually by kind of what had happened. Don't know if embarrassed is the right word, but look, maybe even just stuck for an answer at times on how to reply. Obviously a new regime there, and trying to implement new things.
Yeah, I mean,
new players.
As captain, she would have been disappointed.
Pulled away. We'll bring 4 more to Ackerman. Moves on to 49, and that is the 50 partnership between these two.
Where Surrey had such good control earlier and before lunch and whatever, they're just letting things go a little bit here. To me, that was a rank long hop.
Yeah, it was short and was punished. I actually think Sam Curran does. I think he bowls wicket-taking balls, but he also does bowl balls that are boundary balls.
Oh, that's
and there
better.
you go, and that hasn't quite carried there. Not sure if he just took a little bit of pace on that. Looked like a bit of a cutter across Ackerman.
There was a lot of those, didn't he? Definitely took the outside edge. You can hear it from here.
It was a lovely piece of wicket-keeping.
Makes it look so easy, doesn't it?
It's ridiculous.
That's hard. That's
I tell you what,
volley.
you talk about preparation, and I am a cricket geek. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to hide behind that fact. That's what I do. It's what I love. And I watched Ben Folkes for 40 minutes before the game. He had his full kit on, and he practiced for 40 minutes with his gloves on. And there's no...
He did the same yesterday afternoon when everybody else was finished and gone.
Yeah.
He was still out there practicing.
That's why he's the best. For me, I think he's the best gloveman possibly in the world. Not just in the UK. It shows how Maybe at full strength he doesn't even take the gloves in his county side, with Smith being there. Well, Smith doesn't keep, then you've got Ollie Pope, who does the same job as well.
Surrey have historically always had a pack the side with keepers. At one point,
Burns.
they had the point.
Lawrence.
Burns.
Has Roy kept?
No, I don't.
I'm sure I've seen him keep.
Yeah, maybe he has. But there was a point before when they had, was it Gary Wilson?
Mm-hmm.
About 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Was he the Irish guy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Burns and someone else who actually kept for them. I can't remember, but they had so many keepers. Solanke at one point kept.
It's done it before, yeah. Driven, and that will be 50 for Ackerman. Under immense pressure. After facing just 3 balls last week, he brings up a well-deserved half-century.
You mentioned it when he came out. He likes the pressure. Dave Bedingham missing. So big shoes to fill. Arguably one of the best batters in county cricket. Ackerman, 495 runs before he started this game in the championship. Now got 545, and Durham could do with him doubling up. Really, that would take them. I don't know what a respectable score is here now. It's hard to tell, given the start they've had.
They were 90 for 7. It didn't look like they were going to get to 145. So this has been a huge partnership, and it needs to continue long into the afternoon from a Durham point of view. Potts on 26, Ackerman on 50, Durham 145 for 1. For 1? I wish there were one. They're for 7.
Now going back to Surrey wicket keepers, you were quite rightly ribbing me earlier on about my my involvement with Jack Brooks. I remember another young player from Oxfordshire days who actually went on to keep wicket for Surrey. When he was involved with Oxfordshire, he wasn't a keeper at all, so it was nothing to do with me. But kept wicket for Surrey for a number of years.
Oh, wow.
That's nipped back from Clark, as we said.
Sorry, Vic.
I mean, it is a good leave.
That was a good leave and a good
good
ball.
leave.
Oof.
He's just having a look at that little area, Ackerman. That's where he thinks it pitched. Shape back into him.
Yeah, but this particular lad kept wicket for Surrey for a number of years, won three championships or so. Actually captained them for a season when the side was full of England players. We'd be talking about the time of who would have been playing from Gramthorpe.
We're talking about Jonathan Batty.
You are. Good spot.
He was the only one that came to my mind there when you're going through that.
Good spot. Lovely lad.
Did coaching? Was he coaching in the women's game at one point?
Yes, still is, I believe. Yeah, I believe he still is. I think
at Surrey, South East Stars, maybe.
he's been involved with a couple of franchise sides as well, I think.
I know Johan Myberg, quick single. Good single. Johan Myberg's head coach there, but I'm sure Jonathan Batty, maybe he's the Oval Invincibles head coach. I think he is, the Oval Invincibles women's head coach. Wikipedia's going to tell us. As a kid, I always just assumed him and Gareth Batty were related.
Well, that's why I was doubting that in my head, because obviously the other one's a Yorkshireman through and through, and I was thinking Oxford, Yorkshire. So, yeah.
Now, John would have played just up the road from Jack Brooks. John played for Tame Town.
Some good young cricketers come out of Oxfordshire. The Price
Yeah,
brothers
good
were
coach.
Oxfordshire, weren't they? Yeah, I'm sure. But a bit later on, I'm not sure you were still coaching the Price brothers.
Oh, no.
Plenty have got into the pro game from...
And one we saw up here a couple of weeks ago, the young boy from Sussex, who's scoring all the runs at the moment.
Haynes?
No.
Coles?
Tom Coles.
Very nice player.
Aston Rowan boy.
There you go.
Again in the Tame area.
Back of a length. Played well by Potts.
But he was a Repton school lad.
John was, yeah.
Durham Uni
And
as
Durham
well, wasn't
Uni,
he?
yeah.
Joined Hampshire. Was offered a contract with Somerset and chose Surrey instead.
Decent choice that, given how it...
Yeah,
ended
well,
up
that
for
was
him.
when, unfortunately, Surrey lost their keeper, didn't they? in Australia in the car crash.
Ben Holyoke, I don't think was a keeper.
No, sorry, no. Who am I thinking about? They lost a keeper.
Gary
Yes.
Graham Kersey.
Yes.
Yes. And John had just signed for Somerset at the time, and Somerset, in fairness to them, actually let him go to Surrey.
Fair play.
51 gone, 146 for 7. Colin Ackerman, 51. Matthew Potts, 26. A little bit of a rescue job, Durham having been 90 for 7. At that point, it was looking like a pretty woeful day. It's still a below average day, to use current parlance.
Yeah, I've never understood that. In cricket pitch marking, how do you get something that it can either be below average or above average, but there's no average?
Is there not?
There's no average.
That's a great question. This is a great question.
So what's the sliding
give us
scale?
the give us the
Bottom to
scale of.
top.
So you've got very good, which we never get.
So is this based on? So is this categorised into bounce and
Yeah,
turn and
you've
all
got
of
unevenness of bounce,
Yeah.
amount of seam movement, amount of spin, and carry.
that? Okay.
So very good is the top one. Then you get good, above average, below average, and poor.
Not making a lot of sense not to not have an average. Yeah, I hear you.
And is poor the kind of pitch where you just, as the umpires go, we can't play on this, we'll walk off? Like, did they have that at Gloucestershire?
Yeah,
last
Bristol.
year? Yeah.
Bristol, a couple of years ago, was it? Yeah.
That's when they had that really tough time. They had all the rain, and then they got a game and had to. It
Yeah.
was called off.
Pulled in the air, mistimed and gone. Off the splice. And Curran does what Curran does. He bowls 4 balls, but he also picks up wickets. And you have to feel that is a big moment in this game. This partnership was developing nicely between Ackerman and Potts. Ackerman goes for 51 not long after raising his bat, and he's disappointed as he walks off. 6 fours in that innings. And a nice low catch from Kishore, the overseas. Durham will be bitterly disappointed to lose Ackerman there.
It was the sound, Ash. It
was
just
horrible,
didn't sound
wasn't it?
right. It really
Yeah.
wasn't the sort of noise you want to hear. He mistimed it. And actually, it's a better catch than it looks, because he'd have anticipated that coming at him quite hard in
Yeah.
there, given the shot and how hard he played it. And actually, it died on him a little bit. Can't keep him out of the game, it seems. Kishore, lovely character, very good bowler, always in the game.
It's hard to be too critical of Ackerman there. He's made 51 out of 146.
Just mistimed it. It was there to be hit.
Cody Youssef, the new batter to the crease.
Gents, it's been fantastic talking to you
No.
this afternoon, but I'm going to go and start the roller.
I'm sure it'll be the heavy one as well. Thank you very much to Victor Main. Always a pleasure joining us on day 1 here of the County Championship game between Durham and Surrey. He just makes things happen, Sam Curran, doesn't he?
Yeah, and that's why England liked him for so long. That's why Surrey love him. He got a T20 didn't he, in the blast? He's just... It feels difficult for him to find a way back into that England side. I don't know. He's only 27, so it could be a case of him getting a second coming. But with their obsession with pace...
And height.
Yeah, Reece Topley, when he's fit, is probably their left arm seamer that they go to.
Yeah. Not quite like Hull got a crack, didn't he, Josh Hull?
Yes.
There's quite a lot to like about him as well.
And there's just a crop of young seamers as well that they... the people that have been playing in the Lions game, Eddie Jack made his first class debut in a Lions game. He hadn't played for Hampshire at that point. People like Zum Akhtar, Ajit Singh Dale, even a Rocky Flintoff, right? People forget he's rapid. He's down as a batter. People assume he's a batter.
Oh, a little bit of shape away from Cody Youssef. Good skills on show from Sam Curran.
He went on that Lions tour, and I think he's had to be a bit careful in terms of bowling injuries wise, but actually he's a proper quick bowler.
He's a good cricketer. You forget how young he is. Burst onto the scene and then kind of giving the chance to develop a little bit. Being picked up in the 100 as well, which
Yeah,
was interesting by his dad.
Not been fit at the start of the season, I think. It's kept him out. But he's only 17 still.
And again across the right-hander.
I find that's fantastic, fascinating even, those two picks. The wild card, the 100 meant to be for... Initially it was like, the overseas talent, the best players in the world. And you got Rocky Flintoff, 17-year-old, and Jimmy Anderson, 25 years his senior, getting picked up. And they're so fascinating because there's like a double angle to both of them, because there's the Flintoff gets picked by his dad angle, which people will call out. And there's the whole, well, you could have predicted that Jimmy Anderson would get picked up by the Manchester Originals because isn't that brilliant PR and marketing, and that'll sell a few more tickets. So you could have the cynical arguments, but then you've got the
Anderson's on merit this year in the T20.
Exactly. If he'd been picked up by the IPL would be different, but Anderson's been fantastic in the T20, and that's what the wildcard picks are there, right? They're meant to reward T20 performance.
Table-topping Lancashire.
And then Flintoff, you've got this 17-year-old with a Lions 100. So, there's also the argument on merit. They absolutely both should be there.
Yeah, and just being exposed to a new group of players, a new environment, new overseas players to learn from. I think it's a good move.
So it's fascinating. It's just fascinating how that's how the 100. I don't think it was ever going to be a case of just picking the best players from the black. You go,
if
right.
you'd done that, you'd done it on the old ranking system,
exactly.
wouldn't you? But there's lots more to take into consideration than that. Clark. Oh, there's two types of leave. We've seen some good leaves today. Yusuf stumps are splattered by Jordan Clark.
Yeah, not such a good leave that, was it? As you say, a couple have been noteworthy. That one did it come back and hit leg stump?
No, I think it's off.
It was off. Okay,
ignore my have to check now.
I mean, I was basically too busy ranting about the 100 to sort my over about.
A lot of off stump.
Oh yeah, plenty of off stump.
Absolutely clattered it.
9 down. Victor Main was right to nip across.
Yeah.
He's just waiting for the signal. That's when they'll be in contact. Rory Burns is probably having that chat right now with the umpires, is he?
Roller.
How many minutes though? That's a big question. Callum Parkinson wanders out at number 11. He definitely would have fancied a day off today. A day sat on the balcony doing a bit of batting in the net. Certainly not out in the middle, and certainly not at 3:15.
Yeah, it's been a disappointing start to the day. Won the toss, electing to bat first, Durham. 147 now for 9. Said Callum Parkinson joining Matthew Potts, desperate for a partnership.
Speaking of 100 wildcards, Callum Parkinson was a pickup by Trent Rocket. It's a good pickup as well, I think. By the way, with that wicket, that's the full bowling bonus points for Surrey. 3, 6 and 9 you get. Wickets wise, you get a point for each of those. The Durham have got maximum bowling points. Sorry, Surrey have maximum bowling points. Maximum, I can't speak. A single batting point looked a long way away for Durham.
Yeah.
103 runs these two would have to put on. 2 slips, leg slip, catching mid-wicket. Is Surrey going to go at a short square leg or more orthodox? It's probably more orthodox. He's just in front of square.
Solid.
That crouch from Parkinson. Oh, a few keepy uppies from Jordan Clark. And ends up as a genuine entertainer there. Tries to bring it down on his chest. Gets floored, and no surprises that Saika Shore is across with a massive smile on his face. Fair play to Jordan Clark. A bit more of a spring in his step. He was a tad expensive by his standards. First up, Jordan Clark.
Good value. A little concussion test there as he puts his Alice band back in place.
That'll be on the County Cricket social medias sooner rather than later. Fuller, probably too full. Just stretching out that leg.
Yeah. Some people asking where David Bedingham is. There's a ceremony back in South Africa to celebrate the World Test Championship victory. So he's there.
I guess he's on Cricket South Africa contract these days, so duty bound.
Do what
I'm
you're
sure he
told.
would want to be there anyway. You can see what he's trying to do here. Clark just aiming for those stumps of Callum Parkinson. Wants to sneak one under the bat. So far, Parkinson from his crouch position jabs that bat down. Deep square leg goes out, like a sure 8. He's out there catching.
Just to put it in the mind of Parkinson that this one might not be as full.
Does well there, Parkinson. Gets right in behind it. 1 ball left. If it's a dot, it'll be a wicket maiden for Jordan Clark. Just make his figures look a touch better. Brought it down below 4 runs and over. I think psychologically as a bowler is quite a nice thing.
Yeah, 100%.
Particularly when your mates are taking wickets for fun. 4 for 31 from Dan Worrell. 2 for 21 Sam Curran, 2 for 26 Saika Shure, and Clark's got 1 for 37. This is the last ball of his 10th. 53 gone, Durham 9 down, 147 for 9, having won the toss. Selected to bat here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Ground staff just looking over, look how eager they are. They want to find out what the roller vibe is. They're all huddled.
I'll probably wait until they go to walk off, and then the umpires will give them a signal. Yeah.
Vic's not having that. Vic wants to know now.
What do you want?
Look at Vic. And leading from the front. Not like a general that stands behind his troops and sends them into battle. Out of
He's
shot
that far
now,
in front
Vic.
now, he's out of shot. The lad's raring to go. Sam Curran to continue from the Finkel end. Matthew Potts on strike. What kind of approach will Potts take here? Durham being 9 down. Two sweepers out either side. Vic now trying to ask Cameron Steele, who's out on the boundary next to him, what role did he want?
Not going to let this rest, is he, Vic?
Can this pair just give Durham some nuisance factor? That's guided away, but won't beat. Is it Patel there? Yes, indeed. And we've got a gully again. Yes. Small things, Sam. Small things.
You're a happy man. Nice to keep Ashthorpe happy. I think that's Surrey's main aim.
I appreciate that. Potts drives nicely, but he'll drive it straight out to Kishore, sweeping out on the offside. Picks up another single. Durham move closer to the 150 mark, 148 for 9. Potts has played nicely, he's on 27. Needs Parkinson to hang around with him here if Durham are to build any kind of meaningful total here on day 1. Or apart from the toss, it's been all Surrey today, picking up 9 wickets before tea. That's another thing to take into consideration, that tea will be extended by up to half an hour.
Ah, yes. Could be a long session.
Could be. Another one where Curran just gets the shape away from the right hander. He'll probably look to try and drag Parkinson across his stumps and then bring one back in. He's only got a couple of balls left in the over to do so. Try and set him up. Nicely played again by Parkinson. 1 ball left in the over. Come around the wicket, is he?
Mm.
Looks so. Good skills that from Curran round the wicket, trying to get shape away from the right-hander, but that ends the over. Nicely defended by Parkinson. 148 for 9. Potts 27. Parkinson yet to get off the mark.
There's that gaggle of ground staff.
The collective noun.
Is Graham over there as well? Yeah, I think that's Graham, isn't it? In Vic's ear.
No, it's Jimmy. Jimmy, the car parking attendant.
Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry.
Tells me every
Should know.
morning where I can and can't park.
He's very precise, Jimmy, as well,
Absolutely,
isn't he?
very meticulous in getting all the cars in the right place.
I follow his instructions to the letter.
He'll find you if you don't.
He doesn't need Mark Bays. He knows exactly where he wants you, Jimmy. Graham is here, though. I've seen him.
Yeah, he'll be along with the scorers.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. He wouldn't be out there, surely.
Unless there was a snack or something on offer.
Clark from the Lumley end. 1 wicket needed to wrap up the innings. Finds the pads of Potts, but going down the leg side. Still a slip in. Rory Burns covering that first second slip. He's taken a couple of good catches in there as well today, Rory Burns.
I just glanced up and saw both to his left. I really like the one that was probably in between him and Folkes. I think it was
The
Graham
first
Clark.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a really nice catch.
He just moved as well. They just split him and Sibley up and moved Sibley to gully. He took it to his left. Second one was Ben Rain. That was a tougher catch almost. Driven hard by Potts, but so hard they won't get a single.
I think he probably, for the one for the left-hander with that going to his left, he probably gets a better sight of that one. The one where there's always that thing with it going to the keeper's right and in between. Let's find them a little bit tougher at slip. But he took them both beautifully.
Ben Folkes has just called for a helmet. I don't know if that means he's going to stand up
Maybe a bit
to
of
Jordan
spin.
Clark or a bit of spin. Guided by Potts. I think they'll come back for 2. Dan Worrell does well, but has to run around the ball. 150 up for Durham. Warm round of applause from a largely partisan home crowd. There'll be a few Surrey members as well. No, the Garrards are up. Trish, the president of Surrey, going to try and catch up with them at some point as well. Lovely people. Love Surrey cricket. Love Tooting and Mitcham United Football Club as well. That
Mitcham
family.
United.
Yeah. Tooting and Mitcham. What a side. Driven.
That
Lovely shot from Matthew Potts on the back foot. Stand up, punch it. We'll come back for 2. Parkinson gets the dive in.
Not so graceful.
Yeah, it was lacking in that.
I feel a bit guilty. I'll give
The
Alex
last
Lees
Matthew
the
Potts.
big shout out when he was coming back for his 100 the other day. I think it was dive, captain dive. I'd give Parky nothing there as he stumbles almost head first into the crease.
Tom Laws doing the fielding. He's quick to cover the turf, Tom Laws. Matthew Potts is hoping Callum Parkinson is going to be quick there.
Another dive.
He's had a dive at both ends. That was a slightly more convincing one. Cam Steele
I think he's left a batting glove behind as well.
just had to dive. Steele had to come round, which gave him that little extra half second. I think
What
Matthew
is that?
Potts.
It's a shoe. Has he lost a shoe?
No, batting glove. Matthew Potts grinning away. Callum Parkinson has spent a good portion of the last minute on the floor. It's going to take a second to
That must be his forearm guard.
put his guard back on.
Yeah, it is.
Need a forearm guard when you crouch forward like that. On the
Might
front
be a
seat.
sliding mechanism to get across the
Oh
turf.
yeah, probably give you a bit less grip, and so you move a bit more quickly. Could have blamed that if he was out. A few Potts just leaning on his back there casually as Parkinson has to rearrange everything. There he is. He's good to go. 2 slips. Short ball ducks underneath it well. Perhaps knew it was coming with deep square leg. The end of the over, 55 gone. Shortly before 3:30 on this opening day in the Rothesay County Championship. Top tier. Durham versus Surrey here at the Bankside Riverside. Sam Delling alongside Ashthorpe. Got George Gompertz here today as well. Victor Main, head of the ground staff, has popped in. Bumbles here tomorrow.
Exciting times. Top of the table, Surrey in the house. They're proving why they are top of the table at the moment. Durham 153 for 9.
Should I have a look elsewhere, Ash? I haven't done that for a while.
Yeah, why
Sussex in a bit of trouble at Scarborough, 135 for 6.
not?
Who's picking up the wickets there? Jack White, 3 for 20 off 13. George Hill was impressive when he was up. He's ended up playing England Lions. Wicket for him. Matt Milnes, I forget about Matt Milnes because he's been injured for so much of the last couple of years. He was a good bowler. Essex 193 for 1. Paul Walter 86. Tom Wesley 61.
Oh, Potsy, that is probably not where you want to scoop the ball. Anywhere near that man, let alone as easy as that. Curran picks up his third. Durham are all out for 153. And you've got to take your hat off to Surrey. They've been absolutely superb today. Knocking over Durham after losing the toss. Durham electing to bat first. And we're about to see which roller they're going to select. Rory Burns just having a look at the pitch and deciding.
They're going to take tea here. Well, they haven't exactly rushed off Burns and Sibley. We'd lose 2 overs anyway, right?
Yeah.
We're not within 10 minutes of...
Well, they went off for lunch slightly early as well.
That's true. I never quite know what...
They're in no hurry to let the lads know which roller to go with. Gone for the big one. Heavy roller. That's the universal signal. Put your hand above your head for the heavy roller. But Rory Burns literally looked down the whole length of the pitch before making his decision there. So, end of the first innings. Durham 153 all out. Go through the card. Ben McKinney was the first man to go. He was caught by Patel off the bowling of Worrell for 7. Emilio Gay, the next man, was caught by Folkes off the bowling of Sam Curran for 14. And then where the game really turned on its head, Alex Lees was LBW to Dan Worrell for 34. Ollie Robinson was bowled by Syker Shaw right on the stroke of lunch for 2. And at that stage, Durham 4 down. We're in a hell of a lot of trouble. Clark went straight after lunch, caught by Burns off the bowling of Worrell. Then Delida was LBW to Shaw. Ben Rain followed quickly, caught by Burns off the bowling of Worrell for 1. And there was a partnership of about 53, I think, between Ackerman and Matthew Potts. And then Ackerman, just after raising his bat to celebrate his 50, was gone for 51, caught by Kershaw off the bowling of Sam Curran. Jordan Clark then picked up Cody Youssef, knocked him over. Youssef shouldering arms was bowled for 1, and the last man out was Matthew Potts, caught by Folkes off the bowling of Sam Curran for 32, leaving Parkinson high and dry on 0. Durham all out for 153. Dan Worrell 4 for 31 from 12. Jordan Clark 1 for 42 from 11. Sam Curran 3 for 22 from 10.1. Tom Laws bowled well, 0 for 31. And Syker Shaw held up an end, 2 for 26. So Durham with a lot of work to do, and we'll be back with the resumption of play. We're not sure whether tea has been taken or not, so we'll be back in either around 10 or 20 minutes.
Just gone to tea, it says
It's
on NV Play, so
there
20
you go.
minutes. We'll
Whack
call
the
it.
kettle on, 15 minutes, come back, and we'll be ready for the Surrey innings.
Welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside, day one here of this Rothesay County Championship clash between Durham and Surrey. Sam Dalling alongside Ashthorpe. And as you can see, the Durham players led by skipper Alex Lees are just huddling the wrong side of the boundary rope. They've just stepped over alongside the Surrey opening batters because Durham have been bowled out already. 153 they made, having won the toss, elected to bat. Top scorer Colin Ackerman with 51, Alex Lees 34, Matthew Botts 32. 4 wickets for Dan Worrell, 3 for Sam Curran, 2 for Sai Gishore, which means that we had tea, well, technically on time-ish, but a tad early. We still got 40 overs remaining, so a long final session for Durham in the field. They will be looking to make early inroads into this strong Surrey batting lineup. Otherwise, well, it's already looking like a slight uphill task. Ash, thoughts, feelings, anything else you want to share with us?
Bit underwhelming from a Durham point of view. You've got to take your hats off to Surrey, who have been absolutely outstanding. Really, you want to win the toss here and try and put a big first innings score on the board, and Surrey have made sure that hasn't happened. They've bowled well. They were quite restrictive when they weren't taking wickets, so Durham haven't got away from them. And now they've gone out to bat with only a deficit of 153, especially when they've known. I know the pitches are totally different, but that the last time that they batted against this team, they put on 820. Lots of work for Durham to do.
Yeah, and it's going to be Ben Rain who's going to start it. No surprises there. From the Lumley end, 3 slips. McKinney, Ackerman and Emilio Gay stood there next to Ollie Robinson. Rory Burns and Dom Sibley, the fine opening pair, barely missed a beat since they've been reunited at the Oval. Around the wicket, first up. Left alone.
Early wickets are really the key here for Durham.
Yeah, and a few of them. Wickets plural, I guess, being the key. You just never know. It's that old saying, isn't it? Until both sides have had a go. You never quite know what a good score is. Durham will feel below par, I'm pretty sure. Below average.
Not average?
There is no average, apparently. Left alone by Rory Burns.
What was interesting to watch was Rory Burns' decision-making process of whether to take the
You'd have loved that,
the lighter or the high roller. And he's almost down on hands and knees and looking at the entirety of the pitch. Decided to go with the heavy roller.
What's also interesting is that Callum Parkinson is warming up quite vigorously. I don't know if that's just part of his usual routine or a sign of things to come.
He definitely bowled the most balls in the warm-up.
Left alone by Burns. That idiosyncratic setup of his goes through everything he wants to do. Batters are all about routine. They like to do the same thing over and over again, ideally in the same innings. He's been prolific for many a year now for Surrey. Rory Burns, skipper, successful skipper, championship winning skipper. Solidly in behind that one. 176 first class games for Surrey before this one. 59 shy of 12,000 runs for them, 2,400s.
Wow.
66 50s.
Some record, isn't it?
He's passed 50 90 times. Played the small matter of 32 test matches for England as well.
Does it in his own unique way too.
As that step across, leaves it alone. Plenty of early encouragement, as you'd expect from Durham. A lively side, enthusiastic, energetic in the field. Quick wickets will help maintain that energy. Durham will be hoping to sap it out. Surrey will be hoping to sap it out of them. Grind them down. Bat just once will be Surrey's plan in this game. Ben Rain maybe aiming for that leg stump that Rory Burns just tends to expose as part of his setup and trigger movement. Doesn't quite get it right. Still a maiden though. End of the over. 1 gone. No runs on the board. No wickets lost.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he was trying to drag him across there, and then it was Mitchell Stark, wasn't it? And that first ball at Brisbane went round his legs.
No such luck with the Callum Parkinson shout. Just his enthusiasm for life, for the game of cricket. Saw him warm up. Maybe he was just trying to wind Matthew Potts up.
It's an important spell. He goes full first ball. Sibley negotiates up pretty comfortably.
Rain Ahmed has reached his 5th county championship century of the summer. 20 wickets at 15s as well, so you could say he's having a good year. He's going to be on that Ashes tour, isn't he?
It looks so. Nicely tucked away. Beautifully timed by Sibley. This one's heading out towards the boundary. It's a big chase. And a little bit of tippy toes. But sorry, you're away with 3. Potts around the wicket. This is driven beautifully down the ground. Alex Lees does well to get around and get a hand on that one. And it'll just be a single. So that's Burns now off the mark as well.
Ooh.
Bowl it now. Here's our chance.
Says the batter.
There's either a wasp or a fly or something that trying to put Tom Sibley off.
He ran away from it, didn't he? He didn't like it.
We've seen a few angry
just
bowlers
a
in the
swat,
past, like
yeah.
try and follow the batters with one of those, haven't they? And just pure red miss moments. This one is a repeat of the one before, but I think this one will run away for 4. And it does. Potts just getting a little bit straight. And Sibley cashing in. No chance for Cody Youssef to catch up with that one. Durham can't afford Surrey to get off to a flyer here. That's your areas. It's not quite happy with the footholds, yeah. No Matthew Potts.
We're going to have another look there. Did he just skid on something?
Just his back foot landing there by the look of it. Sorry, 8 without loss.
He's a bit of a chunterer though, isn't he? Potts to himself to
Just
get himself.
Yeah, gets himself going every now and then. Likes to be in a contest. Is a huge competitor. Built a little bit different, Matthew Potts. It's a nice area and nicely played by Sibley. Ends the second over. Sibley on 7, Burns on 1, Surrey at 8 without loss.
couple of minutes to go before 4 o'clock. Still plenty of play left in the day as well. 38 overs, a minimum of remaining. Feels unlikely we'll get more than that, given time constraints, but you never know, we might see a fair bit of spin. For now, it's going to be Ben Rain as Rory Burns just takes his guard.
Three slips of weight.
And McKinney, Ackerman, they're very tight as well.
They are very close too.
Shaping away, Ollie Robinson diving, taking it in front of Ben McKinney. They're both fidgeters, aren't they? Sibley and Burns. Sibley at the non-striker's end. Burns just wants a sight screen. Oh, there's a couple of spectators just loitering behind the sight screen that he's asked to move. Rain coming around the wicket.
Car lights on as well in the background.
Yeah. Pulling up to park for the gym, presumably.
For a cheese scone.
You did get my cheese scone only a couple of hours after I ordered it. It wasn't warm. Not that I'm bitter. It was a bit dry though.
Was it?
Yeah, I didn't even send them with any butter with it.
Poor show.
We live and learn. Shame, because there's not much better in life than a good cheese scone warmed up.
I like a warm cheese scone. I'm
Oh,
with you
yeah.
on that. I would prefer that over the traditional.
Yeah, over a cream tea.
Yeah.
Flicked straight to mid wicket.
I know a lot of people will be in the opposite camp, and then you've got the opposite argument of the old cream or the jam first.
let's
So I
not.
just avoid that altogether and just go with cheese.
Cheese, nice warm mug of soup. I'm a big fan of a mug of soup in
Okay.
the winter, so you can directly drink it. No need for a spoon.
Simple life.
It is a simple life. I'm a simple man. Punched away by Burns. Just a single. Vaster making a rare red ball appearance at backward point. See him bowl, I'm sure, at some point.
He'll have a big job to do with the ball. Interesting choice there. There's probably a couple of ways that Durham could have gone. They could have gone for Drizzle if they're looking for that extra spin option. Will Rhodes is also knocking around in that, that seamer all-rounder
He's not
category.
played that much Championship cricket as he Will Rhodes. He didn't start particularly well.
Just jumbled around the order a little bit and probably hasn't settled the way that he wanted. Had a really good T20 campaign.
3 slips to Sibley, who's got his own idiosyncrasies. Taking a step, getting on that front foot, sorting
His
his
technique looks a lot simpler than what the last time I saw him play. It was probably when he was with England, really, when that backlift was absolutely all over the place. But it works. 300 against Durham the last time of asking. Big imposing presence at the crease.
It's on that front foot. End of the over, 3 gone. 9 without a loss. He admitted that he did a podcast with Wisden, I think it was earlier this summer, where he just said, look, by the end of my test career, my technique was everywhere. And it almost got to the stage where being dropped was a relief for him, which is sad to hear, isn't it? I think it's very different, the level of scrutiny you come under when you're playing international cricket.
Pressure's incredible. You doubt everything that you've done to get to that point where you've had huge success to be selected at that level. But yeah, I'm not... Technically wise, I'm sure, he probably just felt a bit out of control, and so much self-doubt creeps in when things are not going well. But look, it looks much simpler. Oh, that's edged. Doesn't carry to Ackerman.
Seen a couple of edges not carry, haven't we? The Ackerman one himself off Sam Curran fell short of Ben Folkes.
Yeah, you bang on. And gone. LBW Potts traps Burns, and Durham get a much needed early breakthrough. Similar to the dismissal of Alex Lees earlier on today, but Burns goes for 2 and Surrey are 9 for 1.
Yeah, my first thought was out immediately. There wasn't that much hesitation from the umpire as well. And that's just a start that Surrey didn't need. It's a start that Durham did need. Early wickets, just to keep that buoyancy, keep that energy up, to claw their way back into the game.
I think it's a start that the game needs in general. A big moment. Expensive first over and then bounces back with a wicket in his second, Matthew Potts. Trapped on the crease. I think that's another one with a flamboyant backlift, I would say. It's probably a way to describe it. But sometimes just comes down across the ball. In that case, just couldn't get down in time. And Potts picks up a much needed wicket.
Yeah, Ryan Patel. We were talking about him a little bit earlier, how big a role he's had to play and come in some key situations. I think he did not get a ton against Durham last season in the game that ended up clinching the title.
It wouldn't surprise me. I'm not 100% sure.
Certainly got that 100 in the game against Essex in the July, where the title was very much on the line and Durham were in a fair bit of trouble. I keep saying that. Keep getting my teams mixed up today. I don't know why. Surrey were in a fair bit of trouble. Surrey were 120 odd for 5 when Patel came out middle of last season. I'm going to stop talking. It's probably
Please
best
don't.
for all of us.
Please don't. Popped in again and Patel up tall, punching. Will get off the mark as Ben Rain throws at the stumps. Alex Lees backs up nicely. Potts now seems to have zoned in more on his areas. Perhaps be a little bit straight in that first over to Sibley.
Fascinating day's play it's been so far. Still plenty of it left. 11 wickets have fallen. If you're Surrey, what's your plan? Or is it, do you not
Bat
have an
for the
overall
rest
plan?
of today and tomorrow, and then try and bowl Durham out without having to bat again, I think.
That's
In its simplest form.
That's the wide lens plan.
Yeah. I think just make sure you don't lose wickets in clumps. I think just as a batting unit, you want to make sure that each pair, you're looking at 10 overs at least in between wickets. Get that partnership established. We saw that once that partnership did get established, then batting seemed to get easier. This is a tight run. Yusuf shies and misses.
Direct hit would have had him, I reckon.
Yeah, that was a very tight single. It was a good wind-up from Yusuf as well. I think an underarm throw might have been a little bit more efficient.
Not sure Patel was expecting to be called through there by Sibley.
No, he's definitely on his heels. But that ends a wicket taking over. 11 for 1. Pretty eventful over that one. But yeah, just partnerships I think is the key. Making Durham stay out in the field for as long as possible. They're in no hurry. They don't have to score at any particular rate because they have 140 behind at the moment.
Plenty of time left in the game.
Yeah,
you would say.
Absolutely.
Even with potential for a little bit of rain around. It's actually as dark as it's been all day now. A bit of grey cloud hovering above us here at the Banks Home in Riverside. Ben Rain looking to get in on the wicket-taking act. 3 slips wait. Sibley also waits, and he's on that front foot. How many times have we said that over the years? Dogged in defence, Dom Sibley. Started playing a bit of T20 cricket in the last couple of seasons as well, been a little bit more expansive, but he's attempted to simplify his technique, and it sounds like, based on what you've seen,
he's much more compact. That backlift used to go out, and for me, not just his backlift, but his hands. His hands used to go a long way away from his back hip, and if you look at him there, still go away a fraction, but nowhere near what they used to. Just from a purely technical point of view.
$11 for 1. Solid from Sibley. Expect we might see a fair bit of this from him. Got 8 from 13.
Yeah, he's not shy of batting long periods of time, like I said, as Durham found out earlier this season. But yeah, what happens, just going again and probably boring a few people with technical, once you take your hands away, that often makes your head go away and outside the line of the ball. So often makes you either play across the line of the ball or fall over quite a lot. This way he's able to bring his bat down in a nice straight bat path, just like that. And yeah, it looks in really good order.
Durham will be hoping he's in not such good order, and that he makes a mistake, or they can find a little bit of magic. I think if you allow him, or if he manages to get himself settled in, he can potentially bat for long periods of time. We know he can bat for long periods of time.
Yeah, his mental game is obviously very strong. He's used to scoring big hundreds, which is what got him his recognition in the first place, to get England honours. How old is he, Sam? Or should I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'll do it myself.
Oh, we'll leave that one alone, and it's zipped back. It's taken Ollie Robinson by surprise. Ben Rain's got a big grin on his face. Still a bit in this pitch.
29.
29, okay. So coming into his prime, really. Burns would be a few years older, presumably. Mid-30s.
You got me. Yeah, bang on. 34. Yeah, definitely not done at 30 as an opening batter.
Another good leave. Knows where his off stump is. Just about.
Big smile on his face too.
What are you bothered about, lads?
Good cricket.
3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 run conceded, but no wickets yet for Ben Rain. Just nice little, for those who like I don't know what that is. What do you call it when he goes 3-2-1-0? I mean, that's just the scorecard reading for Ben Rain. Descending order, but I don't know if there's a name for the pattern.
I don't know.
Numbering
sequential?
Fusion. Yeah.
We'll go with that for now. I'm sure somebody much brighter than me will have other words for it.
It's like it's not symmetrical, obviously, but I just wondered if there was a term. I'm not going to wonder too hard, 'cause it doesn't really matter.
Descending sequentially? I don't know. What am I doing? Pots around the wicket.
Ooh, it's my influence.
That's probably the ball that's carried the most today. That big effort ball, Robinson taking it above his left shoulder.
Yeah, we saw Worrell get a few to carry from the Lumley end. That's the first one from the Finkel end that's almost taken off.
Be interesting to see if there is, they put the heavy roller on as well. Very considered decision from Rory Burns. Solid in defence from Patel. But good areas up from Potts. He'll just try and bash the pitch away at that area. Durham need to be patient. They can't search for wickets. I think when you go really searching for wickets is when you start to leak runs. Put the ball in a good area. And I think Surrey did that this morning. I thought they were really disciplined.
Yeah, 90 for 7. And they barely bowled a bad ball, did they, first up? Just that little period, that partnership between Ackerman and Potts, where Durham would say they won that tiny little period, but
yeah, that couple of partnerships, didn't they? And that was about it. It's good from both. Yeah, the first wicket for Durham fell at 27. And 53, 65, 68. 77, that's what I'm talking about, losing wickets in clumps. 84, 93 for 7. And the main partnership was for the 8th wicket between Ackerman and Potts. The 8th wicket falling on 146. Partnership of 53. And then 147 for 9, 153 all out. Edged, and again doesn't carry to Emilio Gay, who does very well to pick that up on a long half volley.
Potts offering some encouragement.
Yeah, I think he's appreciating the fact that that hasn't gone through for 4, because there's nothing worse as a bowler than finding the edge, and then you always have a go at your slips if those go through for 4, but they're really awkward. Potts asking good questions in that maiden over. Nicely played by Patel. But excellent bowling from Potts. 11 for 1 after 6, and Durham just building a bit of pressure of their own.
Pressure, sustained pressure is what Durham need. Bit of magic, the odd mistake. Find the way back into this game. Pressure on them to win the game. Looking over their shoulder. Not necessarily at Worcestershire. But on the other sides down there around them.
Yeah, it's a tight table, isn't it?
Very tight.
From kind of Yorkshire.
Tries to work it leg side. Just a bit of pad. I think Ollie Robinson will get there before Cal Parkinson. Yorkshire, Essex.
Yeah, Yorkshire in 9th place on 104. Then Durham are in 8th on 111. Essex 112. Hampshire 117. Sussex 125. So you're kind of a win away from 5th and a loss away from 9th. So very, very tight table. Surrey leading the charge. Going into this game 1 point clear of Nottinghamshire.
Solid. Solid from Patel. Speaking of Nottinghamshire, they're playing Somerset. Teams in 2nd and 3rd facing Somerset were 0 for 2.
Mm-hmm. Recovered, haven't they?
They were 25 for 3. They're now 231 for 3. Tom Abel and James Rue both made centuries. Unbeaten. Current partnership there between them is 206.
That is a recovery.
That's a recovery. Essex 210 for 2 now. Lost the 2nd wicket. Paul Walter fell 14 short of his century. Tom Wesley still there. Jordan Cox is out in the middle. Solid from Patel again. We said that. I suspect we will be saying it about these two batters for a while unless Durham can make a breakthrough. Tea at Worcester. Hampshire 127 without loss. 649 for 6 down at Scarborough. Few starts. Alsop, James Coles 47, Alsop 40, Finn Hudson-Prentice 23, but no one's managed to stick it out and go on.
So Coles make an excellent 100 here earlier in the season.
Class, isn't he, James Coles?
Very nice player.
Hit and run. Good run. To the big quick bowler. Patel doubles his score onto couple, 13 for 1. 2 balls left in the 7th over. Haven't really even looked at Division 2. I apologise, Division 2. My focus is on the games that directly impact this one, but well worth a look. I know Rain Ahmed's got another 100, 5th of the summer. Just pushing at that one, Sibley.
That's the one where he probably for the first time today he's just lost his hands a little bit outside off stump. That's where he has to come across the line of the ball.
Oh, lovely. Lovely. That little tickle he plays, turns it round the corner. Past the despairing dive of Basteleda at mid-wicket and races away for 4.
And that is such a strength of his. He wants you to bowl straight. He wants you to bowl at the stumps. That's probably on off stump, and he's whipped that away past square leg for a beautiful 4.
A beauty. Emirates Old Trafford, Glamorgan 200 for 5 against Lancashire. Kieran Carlson 58, unbeaten. Chris Green forfeit. Tom Hartley yet to get a wicket so in the innings so far. Jimmy Anderson's playing in that one as well. Not sure he's skipper. I think Marcus Harris is back. Middlesex 204 for 3 at Cheltenham. Kane Williamson, who's quite a good cricketer, really. 90 unbeaten.
Never heard of him.
He scored a few runs in his time. I'm
It's
surprised,
not
Ash.
the worst, is he?
I'm surprised.
I tell you, I was watching the other day. I mean, everybody's watching in awe as Joe Root continues to get better and better. And a couple of years ago, you would say the big 4. Where you had Smith, Coley, Williamson, and Root was probably 4th in that list. Obviously, Coley's no longer playing, but you'd have to say that Joe Root is absolutely top of the mountain.
Yeah, and the big 4. Is there a big 4 anymore? Has it changed? Is Harry Brook in it? Like who are your current big 4? Root's certainly in there.
It's a good question. I'm not sure Smith is either at the moment. It's driven nicely to mid-off. Although I think they've been playing on some slightly different pitches. Watching that West Indies series, there wasn't many big scores in that series. Definitely one for the bowlers. But Harry Brook has certainly had a year. Probably the 2 best players at the moment, you would have to say, are the 2 Yorkshiremen.
Given how phenomenal his numbers were for a couple of years, Smith, there's been a massive drop-off.
Yeah.
There?
That's short, doesn't get up. Patel takes a little blow to the body.
I haven't got the headspace to work it out now, but in the last couple of years, he's probably not averaging much more than 40.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
which is still
very
very
it's
passable.
very good. It's not great. It's very, very good.
Was it Kevin Peterson winding people up this week? Or saying something that he believed, basically saying there's no name. In his era, there were 20 odd world-class fast bowlers. Name a good one at the moment.
Right. You get that when you get a bit older, you know. I don't think anything was as good as what it was in your own day.
Not that he likes to wind people up.
Or profess his greatness.
It's unlike him.
Bloody good player, though.
He wasn't bad. His bowling was way better 25 years ago. I gave a list of 22 bowlers from back then. I'm still waiting for someone to name me 10 bowlers who are bowling at present who'd make that list, please.
10. Good effort ball from Potts. That flies through to Robinson. I guess when you've had Broad and Anderson retire, you've lost a couple of true greats of the game. Yeah, if you have a look around, you've obviously got the Aussie trio of Hazelwood, Cummins and Stark.
Yeah.
Definitely not the worst going around.
But I think you to definitely include them in a list that's got the likes of Cluesno, Goff, McGrath.
Cluesno?
Cairns. It's an interesting list. Do you want the full list?
Yeah, please.
Wakar,
Yep.
Shoaib,
Yep.
Akram, Mushtaq, Kumble, Srinath, Harbhajan, Donald, Pollock, Klusner, Gough, McGrath, Lee, Warren, Gillespie, Bond, Vittori, Cairns, Vass, Murray, Kirtley, Courtney. I think there's big variations in that list. And to suggest that, for certainly the Aussie trio aren't in that.
Cairns. Chris Cairns, was he a great bowler?
Was Klusner?
No. Well, not for me.
You played against any of those names?
Yeah,
You
a couple have got me out, to be fair.
Go on, who's got you out?
Has he
on
not
that
got
lot?
Dale Steyn in that list there? Surely.
Left alone by Sibley. Ben Rain into his 5th over. Just gone for the 6 runs so far.
I don't see Dale Steyn in that list at all.
And that, maybe he's thinking Steyn is more modern. He's also quite enjoyed the...
I bet he loved the replies.
Well, he's also enjoying what's going on at the Oval right now, this
Oh, yeah.
ground stuff.
I can't wait to see
confrontation.
how that comes out. I'd love to see a transcript of what was said.
Soft hands from Sibley, just plays it into the ground. Cody Yusuf at backward point, I'm sure we'll see him with ball in hand
Yeah.
before long.
I definitely remember getting nicked off, maybe even first ball by Chaminda Vass here.
Oh, bottom edge, just pushing, slightly tentative. I was going to ask you what it was like to face as a bowler, but I
Yeah,
guess
real good.
You
Yeah.
wouldn't have that much.
Swung in, nipped away. Didn't take much to get me up, to be fair, mate. Just get it down the other end, you're half a chance.
Left alone.
Yeah, it's that 6-stump line. It's a bit of a battle of patience here with Sibley because he's very good at leaving the ball outside his off stump, but as soon as you get anywhere near the stumps, he's quite happy to whip you through the leg side.
And he's got the mental capacity to play that game as well. It's fascinating. I mean, that is a serious skill, to have that sort of patience.
Yep.
To do it without making a mistake. The music in the background, where's that coming from?
I could actually, when I had a little stint on the roof earlier, and I could hear it up there earlier, but I have no idea where it was coming from.
Ben Rain looking to join the dots. 5 dots so far. Sibley pushes it. The shout is wait, and it was a good shout because Matthew Potts was swooping at mid-off. End of the over. Another Ben Rain maiden. 3 of his 5 so far have been gone for just the 6 runs. So he's 17 for 1.
Yeah, and that's what you'd look, that patience. What you're trying there is that Ben Rain to maybe just, the one he defended, the second last ball of that over, is for that just to hit the seam and kind of get into Sibley's knee roll, nipping one back off the seam. But at the moment he's been more than up to the task, Ben Rain. 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 6. 17 for 1, Surrey. Potts is going to continue round the wicket to Patel. Patel standing tall. Defends nicely off the back foot. So Durham just need to stay patient, not go searching. There's 2 men out on the hook here for Potts. Just to keep that in the back of Patel's mind that he's more than capable of bowling a slippery bouncer, Matthew Potts. Maybe trying to challenge the top of the stumps. Just there. It's an excellent leave. And Surrey will feel after doing their hard work up front, bowling Durham out for 153, that they've got all the time in the world now just to establish this innings. Try and take the shine off this new Kookaburra. And hopefully from their point of view this pitch gets better and better to bat on. Really looking for that one big partnership. That's good from Potts. Right up into the ribcage area of Patel. I'm assuming has a chest guard on, because otherwise he'd be doubled over on the floor.
They all wear chest guards these days, don't they? Standard kit. Did you wear one?
Nah.
Did anyone wear them?
Not really.
Maybe if you're playing Test cricket and you...
The old macho thing, didn't he? You got
Yeah.
saying that I had enough padding anyway, but there wasn't many. I started to introduce the old forearm guards and that back in the day.
You got ribbed if you'd have turned up with a chest guard.
I actually had a scan the other day, and the doctor just gave me a really funny look. As Potts comes in again, and she went, "You've got some misformed ribs," and I went. I said, I can tell you exactly when and exactly why and exactly who did it. And it was a guy called Ian Hunter, who was at Durham
Yeah, I remember
and
the
played
name.
for Derbyshire, who bowled genuinely quick.
Yeah.
And I was trying to work it out, and it was about 20 years ago. He hit me in the ribs.
Game or nets?
No, in a game. In a game. And my ribs, I think they were bruised for about 2 years, and they've never obviously healed properly. Because what can you do with ribs, you know what I mean? Now that is edged away. With control from Patel. Down to the vacant third man area for 4. For the boundary. Patel's first. 21 for 1. But yeah, she just started laughing. And it's at those kind of moments you wonder why you actually play the game. You got disfigured ribs from 20 years ago.
Did you know they were broken? Did you have to just crack like
100%.
Did you hear it?
100%.
Did you rub it?
No, I cried internally.
How much longer did you bat for?
I got a few, I think, that day, but yeah, thankfully he didn't hit me again. But there literally was a bruise there for 2 years. Short, pulled. 2 men out on the hook. Graham Clark doing the fielding. All effort from Potts, which is, you'd expect nothing less from him. Ends the over. Sorry, 22 for 1.
Yeah, need something a bit special here, don't they? Need to have them a couple down, I reckon, by the end of the day.
Yeah, at least. Yeah. Still plenty of time left in the day. I think that just flashed up 30 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, what's that, a couple of hours worth?
Yeah, with over rates these days, yeah, at least.
Rain into his 6th. No surprise there. Around the wicket. Patel solid.
Yeah, the other one was, I was counting scars on my knee to actually remember how many knee operations that I've had, just the little nicks and stuff.
How many do you reckon you've had?
4. 4 was counting, yeah. 3 on one and 1 on the other.
What, to take stuff out?
A little bit of cartilage. I had a
bit of floating.
If you want to, yeah. I went in for one scrape and ended up having an operation called a microfracture.
Right.
Which I'll describe that after this ball. I'm wincing even just thinking about it.
Tucked into the leg side. They'll look for a couple here. They won't get it though. They actually didn't look that hard. Cody Yusuf was quickly to it. I suspect we'll see him bowling sooner rather than later. All changing around because the right-handed Sibley is back on track. 12 from 25. Patel's got 8 from 24. Bit of blue sky reappearing. It's still not that bright here at Chester Street. I don't think there's much chance of rain today though.
Sun over to the west, definitely covered by cloud. But yeah, microfracture is that. Well, they went in looking to scrape out a little bit of cartilage and realised the damage that was there. Again, I'll save it for after this one.
Oh,
That's the
maybe
one.
kept a little bit low.
Yeah.
The straighter one, the one that's
Trying to nip back.
not able to tuck it off his legs and sneak underneath that bat. He's a tall man, Sibley.
Yeah, so they decided to take all the cartilage out and drill
Oh.
12 holes into the base of my femur to let the marrow run out. So that now creates a natural barrier between my femur and my kneecap.
Right, so the marrow just sort of not freezes, but dries
Just
and solidifies.
creates a barrier, yeah, and
Ah,
yeah. So I was expecting to be able to walk again in 2 days. I was off my feet for about 6 weeks.
that doesn't surprise me when they've drilled 12
Yeah,
holes.
well, it is literally having your leg broken 12 times.
Yeah.
It wasn't fun.
Well, Lucy Bronze played that entire Euros tournament with a broken leg, didn't she?
Is that true?
She says it.
That's incredible if that's the case.
People are assuming it's a stress fracture, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
Slips
But
coming out.
even still, fair play.
And the risk as well. Emilio Gay's coming from third slip into a catching mid-wicket to Sibley. They make them hardy up here, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They do. If not, it's a good story. That'll be talked about forever, that, won't it?
Oh, yeah. Stuff of legends, that.
I'll tell you what is a legit story. Obviously, the keeper's background with her eyesight and stuff like that was...
Edged
Gone.
and taken. Little bit of an under edge. Dom Sibley driving. Ben Rain has got his man into his 6th over of work. He's been frugal. He's been miserly. He's been accurate. And now he has his reward. Dom Sibley goes for 12. Sorry, 23 for 2.
Just a little bit on the walk, and that is, I guess, one of the technical things. When you lose your hands, you have to play across the line of the ball. And Dom Sibley there, just his back coming across, probably looking to hit that towards mid-on rather than straight. And that is a massive wicket for Durham. We know how long Dom Sibley loves to bat. And to pick him up early, Samuel mentioning the need to pick up a couple of wickets before the close, you'd have to say that he would definitely be one on your list to nick off.
He just looks down at the pitch accusingly there.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was anything to do with the pitch.
I don't think so either. I think it's also the YouTube commenter's curse.
Yeah.
Logos audio. Game's basically already over. Sibley and Patel look very settled, and then
Somebody put on the comments.
and then
I love it.
immediately-
And then ouch next. Love it. Love it. Sam Curran, new man. 2 left-handers. And I'll tell you what, that'll be huge for Durham. That they'll be looking at watching Dom Sibley leave them and knock them back, and they'll be remembering a couple of weeks ago when he got that 300 at the Oval, thinking, right, we desperately need to get this guy out. With every over, your heart sinks a little bit. And Ben Rain has been superb, picked up another wicket. Relentless line and length, and fully deserved that.
Left-handed Sam Curran, Alex Lees, the skipper, just having a word. And where do you want to go? What can we work out? What are they trying to say?
And where Sibley is dangerous for the length of time that he bats, this gentleman is dangerous for his scoring rate. Sam Curran loves to take the attack to the bowlers. We've seen, I think you've mentioned already, his roles in the IPL. His role in T20 cricket in particular for Surrey is so dangerous.
And that's led to him coming up the order in red ball cricket,
Yeah.
really. Short pulled, it's up in the air. Chance of a catch. I don't think it's going to
Safe.
carry to Parkinson out at fine leg. Big opportunity there. You can't have fielders everywhere. Sam Curran taking on that short ball early on.
Good surprise element from Ben Rain. He does it. He loves to bowl bouncers. He's a genuine. I mean, pace-wise, he's a friendly medium pacer. You're always thinking of jumping on the front foot to negate what he's really good at, which is attacking the stumps. So when they get that short ball, a bit more effort from the fella. He's unlucky not to pick up a wicket. I think the ground announcer's done our job there for us.
I tell you what, we could just give up.
Cody Youssef into the attack. Number 10 on his back from the Finkel end, replacing Matthew Potts.
Lovely little acquisition, hasn't he? Was his debut was that game down at Worcestershire when he played with Blatherwick and Ball on loan?
Yeah.
Good pick-up. A Dave Bedingham recommendation, or at least he got the seal of approval from Dave Bedingham, didn't he?
I think you're right. The first time I think it was the recommendation. I think Northey was looking around for who to pick up. Can bowl with good pace. That would be a couple. That one's clipped out into the leg side by Sam Curran. He's dangerous, Sam Curran. We'll keep that scoreboard moving quickly. But Cody Youssef, one who bowls with good ball speed. Another one will be used to using a kookaburra, coming from South Africa. But it's important he starts well, because pace on the ball might go here.
17 wickets at just under 21s.
Yeah, what impressed me was, I don't know if it was that Sussex game where it was really hard work for Durham. And one of the bowlers was unable to kind of... What happened? Was that the concussion game? He might... No, sorry, I think he was concussed and Dan Hogg had to come in, but it was definitely one of the games. And he was the one that Alex Lees turned to every time when Durham needed something. He's not a big guy, but he's full of heart and energy. It's great to see him back in Durham colours. Durham adopting a similar ploy here with a catching mid-wicket in place. That's what Surrey did earlier in the day. Fascinating period of the game here as Durham search for more wickets. Surrey have two very different players at the crease at the moment. Patel will look to absorb all the pressure. Sam Curran will look to try and transfer that pressure back onto Durham.
Yeah, and he can do that quickly, can't he?
Yeah.
20 minutes, half an hour.
Excellent advert for county cricket, this.
Some high quality players in this game. There's been some fantastic plans. You have to think about it, don't you? As Vic was saying with the kookaburra, you have to think about it.
Just have to do things a little bit differently.
And when you're looking at overseas signings, relatively short term, having that batch of 4 kookaburra games probably is another reason why Youssef would have been really attractive. The Bedingham recommendation, knowing they have 4 games coming up. He's played a couple of tests for South Africa recently. He's obviously got quality. I mean, they've signed pretty well as well. I talked a bit about Surrey picking up overseas. Durham's overseas. I thought Brendan Doggett was excellent.
We've had to go through a lot of them, unfortunately. We've
last 2 years,
got so many injuries. And that's been nicely pushed down the ground from Curran. Pick up a single. I think Surrey are able to change their side quite a lot, and they have people that slot into roles. Durham have had to do it out of necessity of injuries, and when you're taking out, Scott Boland signed at the start of last year, and everybody was absolutely buzzing, including myself. And he did. I don't think he got through the first game. Bless him. Went down with a foot injury, and then there was Wagner, there was Siddle, there was all sorts going on.
We're just looking at this year. Who's played? Wagner's played a game this year. Cody Youssef as an overseas. Jimmy Neesham played one. Brendan Doggett. So there's 4 overseas bowlers that have played. Had Hogg, Ball, Blatherwick, Killeen, Cast, Connors, Coughlin, Cody Youssef, Rain, Bastilleda. So many seamers around the wicket. Rain cut away by Sam Curran. He cannot beat Bastilleda. A backward point. James Minto, Matthew Potts. You have to use so many players out of necessity, really.
Yeah.
Look at that bowling list.
It's incredible, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. Ben Rain was injured down at the Oval. I feel for Paul Coughlin, who just can't seem to take a break.
fitness-wise.
Yeah.
And Sam Connor's played that one game. Is he struggling again, or is it just...
Yeah, apparently so. He's around the ground today. I think he's 12th man today.
Rain around the wicket, catching extra cover.
Luke Robinson is somebody again who hasn't... Oh, that's through him.
Swing and a miss. Just a bit tight to his body to play that shot, Sam Curran. Probably a little bit quicker than he thought it was going to be as well, certainly than he anticipated. Just zipped through, did him for pace. Into his 7th over, Rain. Leader of this Durham attack. Senior man, quality bowler. Loves it up at that Lumley end. Second home for him. Edged and gone. Ben McKinney takes the catch. There were little signs that Sam Curran was going to flash it a few. Wasn't looking particularly comfortable. This time, it's the slip cordon doing the work. Ben McKinney with those safe hands. That one flew at him at first slip. Ben Rain has his second wicket. Surrey have lost their third. 27 for 3. Curran goes for 4.
Yeah, big wicket again for different reasons. That scoreboard, and that's a good catch, low down for a big man. Having to stand quite close for Ben Rain. And never looked like dropping it. Got into a great position. 27 for 3. Pressure there again with that. Wicket is just transferred back onto Surrey. We talked about the importance of partnerships. I think it's a wicket that looks quite difficult to start on. Dan Lawrence, another one who will look to score quickly. Experienced player now, another one who'll be looking to try and put the numbers up to head down to Australia. You look at this Surrey lineup and the stars just keep coming. You've got the likes of Folkes still to come. I think he's an absolutely fantastic cricketer. For me, the best keeper in world cricket. Sussex have fallen in a right hole down at Scarborough as well. 157 for 9.
Ooh. What's going on? Who's taking the wickets?
Sutherland's got a couple.
Always think of Kiefer Sutherland whenever I see that name.
Hill's got a couple. Young man Jack White with 3. Revis, yeah, that's a good little return for Yorkshire, who are sitting just a place below Durham in the table. Lawrence first ball in behind that solidly. Just waiting for that one batter to really take this game by the scruff of the neck and be the player that stands up and is the difference. Oh,
A little bit of an inside edge onto the pads. Dan Lawrence.
It's definitely got Durham up and about, hasn't it? The early wickets and that. From a Durham point of view, I'm thrilled with that, but from a neutral point of view as well, it's definitely what the game needed. From a Surrey point of view, they'll be looking at the likes of these two. Ben Folkes, Cameron Steele, Jordan Clark. And you've got Kishore, Laws and Dan Worrell to come. Who is going to be the one that stands up?
Last ball of Rain 7th. Lawrence stands up on the back foot, can't get it away, doesn't get it where he wants it, but survives. It's another maiden from Ben Rain, this time it's a wicket maiden as well. He's picked up that of Sam Curran, caught in the slips by Ben McKinney.
Yeah. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 8 for Ben Rain.
Do you keep him going? Surely you've got to.
Yeah.
You've got to be careful though, haven't you, not to over bowl him, but maybe he just keeps going tonight and then finishes for the day.
It's a one spell kind of thing really, isn't it? Still lots of time left tonight, that's the thing.
Yeah, but if he can get through, what, say another
Get maybe
3 or
another
4,
couple, yeah, at least.
get him to 10, 11.
There we go. Chats of the rollers worn off will now be starting to come from the slips, etc.
Should have had a few more minutes. was 4 minutes enough, Rory?
Yeah, that was it. I've never had that before. Normally at club cricket, you take out the light roller and you give her a little once over, paint the lines, try and help out the groundsman. But yeah, I was a bit shocked. I want the heavy roller and I want it on for 4 minutes.
Can you do it in portions of minutes?
No, I did it in 4 minutes 20 and I apologised. Oh, that's full, and that got exactly what it deserved from Yusuf.
Welcome boundary from a Surrey perspective.
Patel wasn't going to miss out on that as the lights just come on, starting to get... Well, it doesn't look that bad out there, but the umpires have obviously deemed that a little bit of artificial light is going to help us with proceedings. It's Cameron Steele's obviously been for a net. He wants to get around. Maybe get some whites on. Doesn't look in any hurry. Back on the money, Cody Yusuf. Wicket already starting to change colour. It was quite green. And we've got here, it's really starting to lighten off now.
Kane Williamson's passed 100, 103 down at Cheltenham. What a lovely place to make a century. Against his former club, he had a couple of spells at Gloucestershire, actually, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, certainly a couple of seasons before he was the Kane Williamson, when he was just Kane Williamson. He was doing okay.
That one's going to go down to third man. It'll be at least one. Ben Rain gets down, slides. And he does well.
Is that Jim Troughton he's been working with? I think it is. Sorry, batting coach.
I was trying to work out who that was. I can't quite see through. Cameron Steele.
Nice man, Jim Troughton. Good artist, very good artist.
I did not know that.
He's illustrated kids' pictures book. I think he's illustrated a book. Izzy Wong's mum wrote it, I think, and
Right.
Jim Troughton did the illustrations, I believe.
There you go.
Yes, the next Jack Russell.
Lawrence getting a long way across his stumps there. Defends with purpose to the offside. The cries of let's get halfway here from the Durham fielders.
They wouldn't mind that, and a bit more, I think, before the end of the day.
120 the deficit at the moment for Surrey. That's short and wide and punished by Dan Lawrence. A little bit of helicopter in that cut shot, but it's punished. Got what it deserved. 4 more against Lawrence off the mark. 36 now for 3. And that lead is 117. Probably the most blue sky we've had for a long time, but we do have a bank of grey clouds. You can just see that on the left-hand side of your screen there, which is over to the west, obviously blocking out the sunlight. So the floodlights are on here at the Banksholmes Riverside. And will that just help Durham a little bit with overhead conditions? There's going to be rain to continue.
Over number 8. Patel just jabbing that to Matthew Potts. It's been superb from Ben Rain. Classic Rain, some might say. So just drop an Oasis quote in. Are you an Oasis fan?
I am. It's the first thing. Well, what you notice more and more now is Oasis-y things because they're back.
They are. Are they gigging again, are they?
So I've heard. Unfortunately, a little bit out of my price range to try and secure a ticket. What about yourself? Have you managed to catch a gig?
I haven't caught one yet. I am going to one.
Nice.
Back end of September.
Very good. Where's that at?
Wembley.
Oh, wow.
I couldn't face trying to... Well, I'm not saying I would have got tickets, but watching them at Manchester Heaton Park would have been, I think, grim. And some of the reports I've heard have been mixed about it. As a...
I can imagine the musical experience is great, but the whole...
It's not a very holistic experience, I don't think.
The park, yeah, I'm with you. Maybe I'm just to the age now where the creature comforts in life.
Well, there's creature comforts and there's not wanting to get covered in various bodily fluids.
Yeah.
I saw Liam at Finsbury Park years ago now, 6-7 years ago when I lived in London. I got about probably halfway to the front and thought, yep, that's enough for me. That is enough.
Favourite Oasis song?
Some might say, which is why it came to mind, I think. They've got some bangers, haven't they? Cigarettes and alcohol, I like.
Yeah, mine's Songbird. I don't know why, but it's short and it's just to the point.
To the point, which is what you need from a song.
Yeah, just love it.
Have you seen them before?
And it's not one of the mainstream. I haven't. No, I haven't. I do. I'm a big fan of their music. Got a horrible bounce at Matthew Potts off the wicket end.
Yeah, don't run on the missed field. Single. It was comfortable in the end. I think it would have been comfortable even had Potts been able to pick that up cleanly. It wasn't his fault. He couldn't. Floodlights are fully on, so it's as light as it has been all day. And that single ruined the over from Ben Rain's perspective. It being a maiden. Got one ball left.
Ridiculous. Call the day off.
Something's not right.
Yeah, he might just pull out. Now that's it, Skip. I'm done.
One ball left to his 8th. And that's what I was doing. I was going to try and see how many dot balls he's bowled. I'm not sure.
You get that on NV play?
I'm just going to have a look. I think I will. In a slightly funky way. Defended. There's at least one. So I can tell you of his 8 runs, he's conceded 1 boundary and 4 singles. So there's 5 of his 8 overs which have been scored off, which means he's bowled 7.1 overs that haven't been scored off.
Is that 43?
Yeah.
Wow. Outstanding from Ben Rain.
43 dot balls out of 48 balls. And 37 for free. And Ben Rain is a big reason, as he often is when Durham are in a dominant bowling position. But they need to keep pressing, to push home. Because it's not an advantage, right? Because of their batting, because of only making 153, deficit's just 116.
Yeah, they need Yusuf to step up here as well. Oh, and wow.
Almost right on cue.
Cody, I'll keep talking you up. He bowled a couple of loose balls in the last over that were punished.
Got a big grin on his face. He was trying to turn that into the leg side.
Yeah,
It was
a seed.
It just didn't quite have the line for that, but it was a beauty.
It just got nice and loose. And will these overheads with the lights on, will that just change the dynamics a little bit? Will it encourage a little bit of movement? Short ball. It's in the air momentarily. Down to Graham Clark. .38 for 3. Just chipping away here. Trying to build another partnership. Still the best part of 25 overs remaining today. Whipped away. Down to fine leg. Very flamboyant in his shots, Dan Lawrence. Always looking to score. It's really what I like to see in a batsman.
I mean, he's just funky, isn't he? He is the word. They loved him at Essex. They were gutted when he went across. I understand why. In fact, he was sold down the river a bit when he had to open.
Right. He's a fine player.
Oh.
That's driven beautifully through extra cover. Just lent on from Patel. Ben Rain, outstanding work in hot pursuit and good teamwork with his opening partner Matthew Potts. And somehow that only goes for 2.
He's a fine player. Averaged just 20 in 6 innings opening and batting for England. Just 13 batting at 3. Just a touch too high, I think, sometimes if you've got a middle order player.
I think for the way that he plays, he's probably a 6 really in Test match cricket.
I was down at Worcestershire last year when he hit Sher Bashir for 5 sixes and just couldn't quite wind the 6-1 up. In and over that was. God, he hit the ball hard.
Short and pulled away. With power, with venom. And into the gap. At mid-wicket for 4. Good batting from Patel.
Yeah,
I'm
with
just
authority.
wondering if we're going to see a bowling change here. I'm not sure that Durham can really afford to have one of their bowlers going at over 6 runs.
We are going to see one, but it's at the Lumley end. Ben Raid, a well-earned break. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 9 for him. Basteleda has his cap off. You're thinking a bit of Callum Parkinson maybe from this Finkel end, are you? Or a return to Matthew Potts?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Just it might be worth trying Parkinson. Got Lawrence out there. Turned the ball away from him as a right-hander. But again, another really important spell. What you found from the Surrey bowlers is that every one of them that came on, if they didn't take a wicket, they built pressure.
Quick single for Lawrence immediately to Alex Lees, who's quite deep at mid-on. Happy for him to have it there. Slightly awkward throw, a little bit for Alex Lees to think about. Durham in a strong position. How can they turn that strong position into something that gets them back into the game? They're clawing their way back into it slowly.
Need to just keep taking wickets.
Patel looks very settled, doesn't he? That the authority with which he played that ball shot of Cody Youssef, demoralising for a bowler. When you dig one in, you put the effort into it, and a batter just stands there off the front foot and pulls you through mid-wicket.
Yeah. Dismissive.
Deep square leg and a long leg here. Around the wicket. Goes for the fuller one. Emilio Gay down to his right. Deficit's 107.
I've seen Basteleda with some destructive spells with the ball, and I think we need something from him today. Obviously interesting selection, the likes of Will Rhodes. Or did they go for the other spinner and George Drizzle?
Off the back of his maiden first class 5 for as well.
Yeah. So lots of questions at the start of today. I'm sure there was lots of them in the Surrey change room as well to go with how they kind of went with their final 11, and you look at the pitch and then you guess as much as anybody can guess. As Vic says, there's lots of different looks when you come out and view a pitch, and different opinions on how it's going to play. "13 wickets already have fallen today." I'm not sure.
Just clipped his pad, I think, on the way through. He's aiming for that leg stump. Again, we've seen that a couple of times. Ben Rain tried it early on to Rory Burns. Just to fire that one through. But it's a bit like the chat you were having earlier about the balls and how the maker of the balls was saying, well, but ultimately they are just natural elements, so they're not that predictable. You can't be that scientific. And it's the same with a pitch, right?
You would think so.
There's only so much the ground staff can control about it, and then it's there's so many variables which are unseeable as well. Driven, flashy in the air. We're going to bring 4. Frustration, disappointment for the bowler, Graham Clark. Scuttles off towards the pavilion, but only to fetch the ball back. 50 up for Surrey. 16.5 overs it's taken them. They lost 3 wickets though, crucially. Durham will be happy with that as a start, but it's just a start.
Yeah, I thought momentarily he'd hit that one straight to Clark in the air. But another boundary. Patel on a little bit of a roll at the moment. Started off very slowly. He's now starting to pick up the pace.
Ooh, squared him up there. He was looking to push it through mid-wicket. I think he's going to get back-to-back boundaries this time. Even less convincing. Off the outside edge. Flies past a couple of slips. Callum Parkinson has to chase it down to the rope. So it turns out to be an expensive opening over from Basteleda, but not a particularly bad one necessarily. 9 off it. Sorry, 54 for free.
Yeah, you always feel a bit hard done by there as the bowler. But Ryan Patel will be grateful for any of the runs that are coming his way. He's probably earned that right, doing the hard work up front. Deserves a bit of luck. But that will encourage Deleda. Cody Youssef is going to get another over. Two slips in place. Emilio Gay in the covers. In a catching position. And he's driven down the ground. Good hand from Cody Youssef. .54 for 3. Patel 29. Lawrence on just 6. Has looked busy since he's come to the crease. Youssef just building up a bit of pace here. Hit the bat hard of Lawrence. Oh, edged. No third slip in place. Lawrence will pick up another boundary. This one not as convincing as the first one. And it races away for 4.
Durham just need that little bit of luck, that one to go to hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess because they've only got 150 on the board batting first, that limits them to how attacking they can be. So can't really have 3 slips in place. It's good from Youssef. Much better. 4th over, sorry, from him. Beautifully whipped away past mid-on for 4. And that is prime Dan Lawrence. Gorgeous shot. Slightly overpitched and punished. Sharp bouncer, well played by Lawrence. Ends the over. Another couple of boundaries off the over. Runs just starting to flow here for Surrey. Danger time for Durham. 62 for 3. There's my favourite flag.
Oh yeah, beautiful. Terry Beckwith's been in touch. Football team I associate with Surrey is Corinthian Casuals. Their home ground was the Kennington Oval in the 50s and 60s. I lived opposite the Oval in the 40s and 50s. Great coverage. Thanks, Terry, for getting in touch. I don't think I've ever seen the Corinthian Casuals. So they played at the Oval, did they? I'm going to have to Google that. I love my non-league football. As I said a bit earlier, heading off to Newcastle Blue Star versus Shildon tonight. I love the Northern League, the lower reaches of it, because it starts really early as well. It's ideal for when I come up cricket commentary wise.
Ridiculous. I was saying that I had to literally... I coach at Chesterley Street, so I had to do the warm-up for the cricket lads and then disappear up to... where were we? New Biggin.
Oh,
They
yeah.
were newly promoted to the league.
New Biggin by the sea.
Yeah, and so I headed up there after about the first hour of play for cricket. Warmed up the goalkeeper, did a bit of physio work, had a couple of injuries to deal with, and then thankfully headed back home with 3 points. So my Parkview AFC. It's helped round the corner. I'm not sure if it's glove or thigh pad. I'm just waiting to see a signal there. It must have been glove.
Must have been glove.
It's over
It's
now.
over
That's not. It was only the first
now.
ball. Wouldn't that have been great if that was the last ball of the over?
Oh, wouldn't it just? I'll have to store that one again for later.
Simple things.
Oh, that
Not simple
That wouldn't
minds.
be that simple. See, I think that's
Roxette.
beyond simple.
Was it Roxette?
Oh, now you're testing me. Now you are testing me.
I'm backing myself there. I think that's Roxette.
2 steps wait. Tries to jab it into the offside. Gets inside edge into the ground.
It's definitely worth the Google.
And it must have been love, but it's over now.
Correct. 1987. Shows my age.
Nice shot. Lawrence just stands up,
So
pushes
make
it
me
into
laugh.
the
That
offside.
must have been glove.
It must have been. Oh, it would have been so good if that was the end of the over.
Oh,
I think I
wow.
might have stopped there and just given up.
Yeah, just headset down.
Thanks very much.
Silence for the last 20 overs. Headset drop.
5:10 here, English time at the Banks Homes Riverside. Still 21 overs remaining after this one. Probably looking at a finish around about 6:40. Around the wicket, Basteleda. Durham searching for a few more wickets. Close to one there. Not close enough. 64 for 3. Patel's got 30. Dan Lawrence has got 15. This little partnership between this pair now worth 37 from 36. Just a little bit of a rescue act. They were in real trouble. 37 for 3, Durham. Sorry, I keep doing that today.
That's okay, mate.
I'm annoyed at myself. You can hear my annoyance. What else? Oh, it's raining down at Worcestershire again. Fuller driven.
Oh, Alex Lees with the throw in. Acrobatic from Ollie Robinson.
He gets a stare. The wicketkeeper stare. The universal language for mate. That throw was naff. And or unnecessary.
Just trying to create a bit of energy in the field, aren't they? Partnership building between these two. It's already at 37.
Gets the bat down, Patel. Survives. And that is the over. 2 off it. 64 for 3.
Run a ball, 37 as well. The scoreboard's moved on.
As has the grey cloud.
Yeah, we've got lots of blue sky, haven't we? But we've got a real... Right over to the west, where the sun would normally shine from, is blocked with some thick, heavy grey stuff, as you can just see in the top left-hand corner of your screen.
It's strange, isn't it? It's blue and gloomy.
Yeah.
which even by English weather conditions is
Yeah.
slightly unusual.
You're going to see Matthew Potts gives Cody Youssef a spell. Went for 28 from his 4 overs. Potts very specific in his field placings here. First ball of a new spell to Dan Lawrence. Good channel left alone outside off stump. So which other Northern League games have you taken in while you've been up in the northeast in the past?
What did we do? Is it Crawcrook and something Albion?
Right and Crawcrook.
Right and Crawcrook Albion. That was a local derby. I used to watch a bit of Morpeth Town. I've seen Ashington
Okay.
as a kid. Bedlington Terriers back when they were.
Well, they're
bit of
not
a
able to
giant
access
killer.
their ground at the
Are
moment.
they not?
No, there's a bit of a dispute with the council, I think.
That's a shame. There's a few clubs at various different levels
Yeah.
in a bit of trouble. Morecambe are in real trouble.
Mm.
Sheffield Wednesday further up. And the quicker we get proper regulation for owners. Hartlepool playing Middlesbrough tomorrow night. And
Oh, that'd be
Middlesbrough
good.
11 might pop into that depending on what time the members forum finishes.
Well, my guys, part of UAFC, we take on Jarrow tomorrow night. They knocked us out of the playoffs last year.
Is that a league game then?
Yeah, second league game of the season.
Okay. Well, so that's going to be local, right?
Yeah. It's about probably 20 minutes from here.
Oh, that might be the game I go to then.
Oh, it's a really good leave that from Dan Lawrence.
Sorry to do our admin
Yeah, we're
on
just-
air, but were you popping down
Yeah.
after the
I may well,
members forum?
depending on the length and duration of the members forum.
Oh, I love that. Excellent. So what division are we talking about here?
2. Division 2 of the Northern League.
Tolaw Town, there's a name I remember.
So they've dropped down into our division now as well, yeah.
So Wrighton and Crawcrook are in that league.
Same league as George's Durham United.
George play for Durham United, does he?
George is just saying 15th of November, Riverside clash with Durham United.
Yeah, well, you've got them at Maiden Castle on
That's
Saturday.
early, isn't it? Yeah,
Saturday.
yeah.
He's disappearing off home though before that. Scared, he's running off.
Doesn't want it.
Not enough. So I like these 7:30 kickoffs as well. They're quite sociable. No need for everyone to be waiting till 7:45.
Driven nicely but straight at Emilio Gate.
Should we let George on? You going first or am I going?
It's up to you, mate.
I don't mind.
I'll disappear for a little bit
Yeah,
if
yeah.
that's okay. Let
So it
George on. I'll just finish this over of Matthew Potts. Then we'll bring in George.
Oh, the FA Vars first round qualifying. That's a big one.
Oof. Our girls' setup is just they're in the FA Cup.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, which is good. Where I think our step is just too low for any FA Cup qualifiers or Vars qualifiers. We're in the FA Youth Cup last year. Had a nice little run in that.
I'll be at FA Cup first qualifying on Saturday. Witten Albion. Can't remember who they're playing. But
Nice one.
that'd be a good feature, wouldn't it? To basically follow the winner all the way through from extra qualifying
I like
all the
that.
way to,
It's good. I reckon you're the man to do it.
because it's at least regionalised to start with.
Yeah.
So there's no chance of me having to go the middle of nowhere. I think about it every year. It's like Wimbledon tickets. I usually think about it too late once it's already started.
Brilliant stuff. I'm going to leave you with Sam, and George is going to come into my very warm seat.
Oh, Wrighton and Crawcrook Albion are at home tomorrow night. Oh, there's some good games on tomorrow night. I could do a football treble. Newcastle University are at home on the 31st. This is joyful.
Swiveled away to Potts and deep square leg. I did try and follow the winner a couple of years ago, Sam.
Did you? Where did you start then?
Well, I went to... I started a bit late, to be honest. I started third round qualifying replay. It was Morpeth at home to York. York won it. Followed York through, and then it soon went very far south and out of budget and time restraints. Steered into the leg side through the gap, and they just settle for one. It's a good start from Durham with the ball. Picked up 3 early wickets. 27 for 3. And then, since then, Ryan Patel, Dan Lawrence faced over 65 balls between them. Just steadied the ship a bit. It was a bit of a loose shot from Sam Curran.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Weird.
Slightly surprising, perhaps, to see him featuring so high up the order against the new ball.
I think that is where he's tended to bat this year when he's played. Maybe he's requested it. I mean, he's a good enough player.
It does seem strange to have Dan Lawrence batting
below
but him.
I think it's a new way of playing the game, though, isn't it? And I think the idea is that he takes on the attack and tries to put the pressure back on. Hang on a minute, though. But you didn't start till the third qualifying round this Morpeth game.
Yeah, I only did.
Yeah.
I only did 2 rounds, unfortunately. So.
And there's extra qualifying rounds, mate. And that doesn't count.
Down the ground, no run.
In theory, it's pretty much the whole of August. I think there's 3 rounds in August.
I'm just not on board with how early it gets going.
Oh, I am. I was just saying. Game tonight, potentially a game tomorrow.
When does it stop? There's no break.
No, they do finish the Northern Leagues quite early, though. It's sort of early, mid-April.
I suppose if you're a real non-league ultra, then you do get a summer off.
Be class.
Straight to Cody Youssef at fine leg, and it'll just be a single. Oh, interestingly, on football off-season, I was reading another article on The Athletic.
You like it, don't you?
I do like a bit of The Athletic, yeah. About Sean Longstaff.
Yes.
And his off-season cricketing escapades.
Yeah,
for Tynemouth.
He's a good bowler, Sean Longstaff. We flagged it on here. Last summer we were on air and he got Hayden Mustard out and put some social media clips on and it got picked up. Yeah, they spoke to Nigel Martin, didn't they, for that piece? He's a very good cricketer.
Later in again, back of a length. Punch to Emilio Gay, has a cursory shy at the sticks. There's no run, end of the over, 3 off it. Surrey 67 for 3. But yeah, needs moved to Leeds now. And there are questions whether he'll be able to play cricket or not, because previously Leeds players haven't been able to.
He wasn't allowed. He wasn't allowed to when he was at Newcastle.
Well, he did.
Yes, I don't think Eddie Howe knew about it last year. And then when he started playing this year, we realised he was definitely going to be leaving. That's what sealed the deal for me. When I saw him playing for Tynemouth, I was like, well, I'm pretty sure. It's very difficult for a manager to come out every week for a season and talk about how a player's playing through pain and having injections in their ankle, and then seeing him bowl 10 overs on a Saturday in the summer during the rest period and playing T20s midweek. I think it's brilliant. I love it. He's clearly a very good cricketer. I'm trying to line that one up. I've been trying to line that feature up with him for a couple of years. I'm getting close. I want to get some nice pictures of him either at Tynemouth Cricket Club or at Headingley.
Oh, glorious. I suppose you could use the argument for him that it just takes his mind off football. Just needs a little mental reset.
It's not good for the body, though, is it, fast bowling?
No.
And after a season, you've had cortisone injections to get you through it as well. Right, Matthew Potts, around the wicket. The days of playing pro in both games are gone.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is maybe one for Ash, but AFL, Aussie rules, Australian football, is played on a cricket pitch.
Yes, I knew that. I don't know much about AFL. You've stretched my...
And it's played on a cricket pitch because it was originally developed as fitness in the off-season for cricketers.
You have to be blooming fit to play that sport as well, don't you?
They're all monsters.
Hard as nails and fit. Lovely from Ryan Patel. Over-pitched. Helps it past Cody Youssef at backward point. And he moves on to 36. He's looking nice. Ryan Patel.
That sounded absolutely glorious.
Oh, it did, didn't it?
Slightly wide from Potts. And dispatched with authority from Patel.
But a few shots like that. That pull shot he played off Cody Youssef. Whew, take that, bowler. 44 now, off 53, this partnership between these two. Bit of a rescue job. One that was necessary. 37 for free. Wasn't quite sure about that one, and then they weren't sure whether they wanted to take the run. They ended up not taking it. Thumbs up from Ryan Patel. They both sort of hopped towards each other. No one really said anything, and they were gesticulating to me, to you.
Jamie Overton has been recalled to the England Test squad.
Has he?
Whether he plays or not is yet to be seen. But
they're going to have to change it, though, aren't they?
Given
the bowlers.
Given that Potsy's played a few white ball games for England this summer, do you think he's a bit tough to be overlooked?
I think he'll be disappointed yet. I think... what do I think? On the leg side.
It's good. Thinking before you say anything is always a good start.
Yeah, it is. I think he'll be disappointed. He was in the squad for that Zimbabwe test, wasn't he? Sam Cook played, hasn't had a look in since.
Yeah.
He might
a heap of injuries for that Zimbabwe test.
Yeah, look, I think he hasn't quite got the pace that they're looking for one of their genuine quicks, and he's not quite a good enough batter to play that Chris Woakes role yet. I think he's working on it.
Did look good today with the bat.
Yeah, he did. They've definitely done work on it. What have they got? So you can't imagine Archer will play, but you'd think Atkinson will come back in.
You can't have Archer and Atkinson playing.
Well, Archer surely can't play a third test in a row. So I think Atkinson comes back in. Who else is in the squad then? So Jamie, I can't even tell you who the bowlers were. I don't follow England that closely. I shouldn't admit that.
Who you had? Wokesy. Well, the question is whether Stokes will bowl. He ran himself into the ground at Old Trafford.
He's been the best bowler in the series, hasn't he?
Oh, he has. 5 for under century is no mean feat. Well, and relevant to the Surrey fans out there, Gus Atkinson was the last England player to do that.
Josh Tongue's played a couple, hasn't he? So imagine he would come back in.
Yeah, he played the first couple, didn't he? And then
kept out by Ryan Patel. Potts looking for that Yorker. Yeah, I think Potts has been a bit unlucky. 22 gone, 71 for free. Bryden Cast has played all 4, so maybe he might have to have a rest. I mean, Cast is just a little bit quicker and a better batter than Potts.
He was, I think, perhaps been getting gradually looser over the series. There's a bit of a golden arm in the first couple of tests.
So yeah, Archer's played 2, Woakes has played 4. You'd think, particularly if Stokes can't bowl or is limited in his bowling, they will have to change it up again massively. What's going on here? We're having
looks like Basdaleda has given his hat.
I'm just seeing what the umpires were doing. They were just having a chat. Maybe they're just having a gentle
Seems
chat.
all right.
So in the squad, you've got Tongue, Atkinson and Jamie Overton now potentially to come in, right? Presume Dawson plays again. Didn't do much.
Daleda, 2 slips waiting. Lawrence pushes into the onside. Well, I think whether Dawson plays is perhaps dependent on whether Stokes bowls or not. Because if Stokes doesn't bowl, then he'll still be in the team for his batting and his captaincy. And then they might need to chuck in another seamer.
Which is maybe where Jamie Overton comes into it.
But then there's only one test in the Bazball era where England haven't played with a frontline spinner. Daleda in again, left alone by Dan Lawrence.
I don't think you can do it at the Oval against India. The Dawson thing is, he's obviously a quality cricketer, but one of those people whose reputation gets better by not playing. It often happens with injured footballers.
Yeah.
Right? Suddenly they're a world beater, and then they come back in and you go, okay, they're a good player, but maybe it'll take him a bit of time to ease back in. I think he'll probably go to Australia, Dawson. This is what he offers with a bat as well.
Short, wide, cut away but stopped. Very well by Cody Youssef. Stopped at least a couple, possibly 4 there. So I hadn't watched a lot of Baz Daleda before today. So this morning I had a little ESPN Crick Info look at him.
Yeah, go on.
And I was looking through his stats and everything like that. And then I saw a tab saying records. So I thought, right, go on then, let's have a look at this. Let's see.
It's a good tab that on Cricket Info. It's
See
a
where
relatively new edition.
See where he really excels. And not every player has one, by the way. So it's listed here, 3 records when you're in the top 10 for something. So his first one is 4th. I thought, that's good. Let's have a look at that. He has the 4th worst economy rate in an ODI.
You sure you want to read these out?
Got hit for 13 over against England. But then, he's one of only 4 players in an ODI.
Oh, well, let me guess it. Hang on.
Punched off the back foot.
There's only one of
by
4
Lawrence.
players
One of 4 players in an ODI.
all time.
All time.
We're talking batting, bowling.
Both.
Is it a good record or a bad
it's
record?
a great record.
Okay. One of four players. It'll be something obscure, right? How on the scale of obscure, how far are we talking?
Not very obscure.
Oh, okay.
Talking very impressive.
To take a hat trick and score 50?
Less obscure than that. Spaz delayed it. Final ball of the over. Sees that with a dot ball. 1 from it. Surrey, 72 for 3. You're almost there.
Fifer and 50?
Fifer and a ton.
A ton. Well played, Bass. Do you reckon he got man of the match that day?
I reckon he might have.
Imagine if someone got the other 5 and 150 and picked him to it.
There's a lovely little bio here as well on Crick Info. That astonishing performance by Bas de Leede, which almost single-handedly propelled Netherlands into the World Cup later this year, was only the 4th instance of a man scoring a century and taking a fifer in the same one-day international. But it's fair to say that none of the others faced the pressure that de Leede had in his own version of quote-unquote Bass ball. Love that. He followed 5 for 52 with 123 off 92 balls as the Dutch beat Scotland to clinch their place in the World Cup.
There you go, Bass. Dutch destroyer. Potts is on still. Callum Parkinson is warming up down at long leg. There's a deep square leg. So now what we've got to do is name the other 3, right?
Go on.
Do you know?
Well, I have just seen them, yeah.
Okay. Apparently they weren't under as much pressure as Bas de Leede. Okay. I'm going to have a little think about that. Can you give me nationalities? Jack Callis. Driven. No run.
No.
No, okay.
I'll give you one big clue.
Yeah.
Popular around these parts.
Okay, Stokes.
Not Stokes.
Not Stokes. Collingwood.
Paul Collingwood. 112 not out. And 6 for 31 for England versus Bangladesh at Trent Bridge in 2005.
Okay, good game that. That was that tri-series before the Ashes, right? You're too young.
I'll get the scorecard
I
up.
forget how young you are. Barely born. Nice shot, square of the wicket. Bas de Leede's got a chase on. And they put the slide in, they just come back for a couple. Settle for 2, Lawrence moves on to 19.
I'll tell you what I have been doing though, Sam, is we've got a 5-disc DVD box set of the 2005 Ashes.
Spent many an hour watching that. Happy hour. Brilliant coverage, the Channel 4 coverage.
Yeah, 112 off 86 for Collingwood. And he picked up 6 in 10 overs.
Also before that series, England played their first ever T20 international against Australia. That was an interesting one. They won it. I think Collingwood got involved in quite a heated debate with one of the Aussies. Short ball, lofted over third. Nice shot from Dan Lawrence. Just opened up the face. No fielder down there, so no risk. 50 partnership up between these two. 51 from 66 balls. Just under 50 minutes, scored at a decent lick, relatively even. Patel was 28 of them, Lawrence was 23 of them, and it was much needed as well because they were in a little bit of trouble when they came together. Picture looks a little bit prettier now than it did when they were 27 for 3. I think Andrew Strauss batted at 6 or 7 in that T20. It was a very different time down at Hampshire. Ash might remember this. England's first ever T20 was against Australia before that Ashes series, the Ashes series, 20 years ago. I'm pretty sure Collingwood got in a heated debate, didn't he? I think Simon Jones chucked a ball back at Hayden or something like that. I might be making this up. Was that a different one? Okay. But Collingwood steps in, right, doesn't he?
It was Jones and Hayden, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jones and Hayden. I think that was that year, though. It sort of set the tone because it was Bangladesh in the tri-series. I started to talk to George about it and realised he was barely even alive at that point, if at all. Oh, driven in the air, drop catch. Would have been a stunner from Emilio Gate. Left hand, he's hurt his left hand as well. Immediately signals over to the balcony. He's in a bit of pain. He might even hit his wrist. He was diving, full stretch.
Oh, little finger by the looks of it.
Is he in agony there?
It looks
sore one.
Yeah, it's sore. I don't think it could have come much further out the middle of Dan Lawrence's bat.
No, he smashed it, didn't he? Dropped technically on 22.
Yes.
It's harsh.
That's a harsh drop, that. Stick you in there, Sam. See what happens.
Well, I wouldn't have dropped it because I wouldn't have got a hand on it, so it wouldn't have been a drop catch.
Well, this little break in play does give you an opportunity. You won't get the fourth.
So we're on. George raised that Basteleda has a record. He's only 4 men have taken a 5-for and scored a ton in an ODI. We've got Bass, we've got Collingwood, so we need 2 more, Ashford.
I think one of them would be it's not Akram. One of them would be a great shout. One of the first ever one, a West Indian against New Zealand in Dunedin, 1986.
Viv?
The first to do this particular double was Viv Richards with 119 and 5 for 41.
And the last one you said we're not going to get, so I'm determined to get it.
What about the spinner Bangladeshi?
Shakib Al Hassan.
I will
Is
give
actually
you
a shout.
the opposition and the year.
Okay, go on then.
Papua New Guinea, 2017.
Right. So someone, maybe for Hong Kong. Hong Kong?
Nope.
No. Kind of Associates Nations play. Round the wicket, pots to left-hander. Sun's out again. Opens the face, runs it down past Callum Parkinson towards the ground staff, who are loving life in their shorts and rain jackets combo. Classic ground staff attire. Boundary to end the over, 82 for free. Go on, give us who he's playing for.
He's playing for the UAE.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm not going to get it.
Any guesses, Ash? Nothing.
I only know Ramesh Shahzad from the UAE.
It's Rohan Mustafa for the UAE against Papua New Guinea in Abu Dhabi 2017.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Sun's out. Sam Dowling alongside George Gompertz. Callum Parkinson is about to come on to bowl for the first time. You jumping back in, Ash? Do you fancy it?
Don't need these lights on anymore. It's bright, son.
I know, it's as nice as it's been all day. Right, I'll leave you with Ash for a little bit, George. Just give me the signal when you want.
Secret signal.
Enough is enough.
Nice morbid entrance, Ash. Thanks for jollying it up in here.
Yeah, that's what we do. I think they've just given the signal to turn the lights off there, the umpires. Not quite the same signal as I was talking about, I don't think.
Callum Parkinson from the Lumley end. Driven from Lawrence for a single. Had another little one that I was asked the other day, Ash, which I thought you could have a go at.
Oh, here we go.
Can you name a player whose batting average is as close to their bowling average as possible?
Oh, wow.
Well, this can be first class or test. But you'd have to specify. Had a shout from Sam Dalling of Freddie Flintoff, as that is.
I reckon Stokes would be pretty close.
Cut
as well.
away, very fine for 4. Confident that's Ryan Patel, but the scoreboard hasn't updated.
Yeah,
There we go. Moves on to 44 from his 60. I'll tell you why I thought of this question as well, is because Baz Deleda is within half of a number.
Wow. It's a ridiculous shout then. Wow.
Read those numbers out again, Sam. Freddie Flintoff with the bat averaged 31.7. And with the ball, 32.7. Not bad yourself.
That's very good. Oh,
Big
slog swing.
heave over mid-on, and that has gone all the way, I believe. All the way for the first 6 of the game, I think.
50.
Ryan Patel gets to his 50 with one fell swoop of the willow and acknowledges his applauding teammates in the Don Robson Pavilion. And quite a stylish way to get there. He's been out there for just over an hour and a half, striking at 80. 50 comes off 62 balls, and it's been a pretty fiery introduction to this Callum Parkinson spell.
Yeah, I think they'll look to attack him.
11 off it so far. Still one to come.
What a good shot that was from Sam with Flintoff straight away.
Barely even thought about that. Straight in. And Parky finishes it off with a dot ball. 11 from it. Surrey racing away to 94 for 3. It was looking good at one point. Ash at 27 for 3.
Yeah.
Looking less good now.
Yeah, been an excellent partnership between these two, and busy as well. The run rate in this partnership, I reckon, will be just about a run a ball. Dan Lawrence and Ryan Patel, who was a slow start, but has certainly motored on.
Well, you said earlier the key was to not lose wickets in clumps.
Yep.
And well, they tried their best at the beginning.
They did indeed.
We had partnerships of 9, 14 and 4, but now 61 between these two.
Sun's out. Looks like the best time of day for batting as well. Ball not as new as Durham would like it. Potts still running in, given every bit of effort.
Well, they did make good use of the new ball, just
Yep.
struggled to keep it tight after that. I think one too many loose deliveries and one too many boundaries.
Yeah, it's where Surrey were excellent, I thought. The backup bowlers came in and just did a job. You know, Tom Laws didn't take a wicket but was economical and threatening. Sam Curran was first change as well, and then came on and picked up, I think, 3 for 22 to back up the good work of Dan Worrell and Jordan Clark. This is full and driven away.
Good hands. And they ended up getting wickets from pressure building as well.
They did indeed, and I thought the spinner was absolutely superb, Kishore. So yeah, lots of thinking for Durham to do.
Yeah, Syker Shaw bowled left arm tweakers from the Finkel end. Durham gone Parkinson from the Lumley end.
Just like bowling from that end, Parky. It's with the wind as well, which is interesting. So Potts is running into it. Parkinson bowling with it. This one's driven away, and this time we'll find the gap. And it's timed beautifully by Dan Lawrence, and he'll pick up another boundary. Such an elegant player to watch when he's going.
Glorious cricket shot. Just see the way he transferred his weight into it. It looks so balanced. Good stride. Good contact. Good head position.
Just good.
Just really good shot. Look at the checklist for a good cover drive, and he ticks them all.
And it's not normally a strength of his either. Normally pretty leg side dominant. As he shows there, as he flicks that one away, and he'll look for 2. And they come back, and that will bring up the 100 for Surrey. And this partnership is really dangerous now.
I think I read in the live stream about maybe an hour ago when these two first came in. I can just feel a big partnership brewing.
Yeah.
Indeed,
whoever it was, they've got it bang on, haven't they? Because in the context of this game, this is as big as we've got.
50, was it 53 between Potts and Ackerman?
Yep. And that unravelled really quickly. 3 wickets for hardly any runs at the end. Oh, and that flies through. Lawrence get the kitchen sink. Potts with real effort. I tell you what, I wouldn't like to have been Ben McKinney if he'd nicked that. That would have come at a rate of knots.
Well, it was a good catch to dismiss Sam Curran.
It was.
I was watching them in the warm-up before the day's play for about 10 minutes as Graham Onions chucked balls in, and they didn't drop a single one. Really good grabbers.
It's easy when you're expecting them every ball. It's these
That's
times
true.
of day when you just might switch off for a ball or two. That's good from Potts.
Alistair Cook said there's a difference between being a good catcher and a good slip catcher.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a slipper, you might not touch the ball for an hour.
I might not touch it all day. It might be that literally 6 hours standing in the field.
And when it comes to you, well, you got to catch it. That's what you're there to do.
Absolutely. Enzi over 100 for 3. 26 overs in the bank.
Well, that's what Rory Burns did.
Took 2 beautiful
Two
catches.
beauties.
Both to his left. I like the first one of the two, the one that was kind of in between the keeper and him. Probably just far enough for the keeper to make sure that that was his.
Yeah. Yeah, you say they were both to his left, but different contexts.
Yeah, I think the one to the left-hander, as the lights are switched off, save the planet one bulb at a time. But yeah, the one to the lefty, you kind of read that as the ball goes across the left-hander and the edge, and you follow it all the way through. But yeah, the one in between the keeper is a really tough one. Great catch.
Parkinson back on for his second over of the day. He's once again going to be fetching the ball from the boundaries. Ben McKinney, as it's driven through the offside beautifully from Ryan Patel.
So there's obviously a plan here from the batters that they're going to attack Callum Parkinson.
I think they've made that quite evident. If you look at the economy rates, Ben Rain's gone for just over 1. Potts 4, Yusuf 7, Delada just under 4, and then Parkinson is now going to be over 11. Looked for a little drop and run, but just about sent Lawrence back in time. There was a yes, there was a no,
No,
and
sorry.
it's just one short of a sorry. Alex Lee's in there in cover, making sure there was no single. Pushes it down the ground. There's always one there to long on. Rotate the strike. Dan Lawrence, 31 off 41. Facing up to Parky. Is that George Drizzle? Isn't it cover?
Yeah, you'd be on the field for Emilio, I think.
Ah, of course, yeah. One slip in place. It's whipped leg side. And it's a good stop from Ben McKinney. And he played one of those earlier in his innings as well, Dan Lawrence, when he just whipped it fairly straight through the leg side, but it just looks so nice on the eye. So easy. Dragged down a little bit. Again, punched to long on. Yes, Emilio Gay off the field of play after receiving one. I don't even know how fast it was going. In at short cover to Dan Lawrence, who creamed a cover drive. And I think his little finger may now be slightly further away from his ring finger than it used to be. Seven off the over so far from Parkinson. It stays that way. A big shout of weight as Cody Yusuf fields cleanly, and that's the end of the over. Surrey 107 for 3, and there are 13 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, Durham could do with picking up a wicket or two here in these last 13 overs. But as you can see from those skies, the weather has really opened up. It's a beautiful evening here in Chesley Street. Sun shining. That Kookaburra ball's where are we? 27 overs in. Really nice time to bat.
Losing the toss, being inserted into the field, and it's not even 6 o'clock, and Durham have been and gone, and Surrey themselves now got themselves to 3 figures for the loss of just 3 wickets.
Yeah, if they keep going at this rate, they might be in front by close of play.
Well, 46 is the deficit.
If they definitely keep going at this rate, they will be in front.
Slight hold up here is Ryan Patel sits on his bat handle. So Alex Lees and Matthew Potts, as you can see on your screen, manipulate the field. What's going on here, Ash?
Just taking a slip out and dropping a third man. I identifying the fact that this run rate is starting to get away from them a little bit. And trying to hedge their bets. McKinney comes a little bit wider at slip. And just, yeah, trying to protect that boundary down at third man. Sweepers out on both sides as well. Deep square leg and out at deep cover point. So rightly so, I think they've identified that they need to go a little bit defensive here. Try and pick up a wicket with patience. Patel's timing the ball beautifully here. Picks up another single. After a really slow start, he's picked up his iron run rate is above 80. Dan Lawrence is above 70, so it's a good period of the game, this for Surrey.
Ben Rain doing the fielding out in the cover boundary, bowled beautifully, 8 on the bounce.
Yeah.
Going at just 1 and over, picked up 2 wickets, 9 off his 8 overs.
It's nuts,
4 maidens. And we've got 12 overs after this one left in the day. Do you think we'll see any more Ben Rain?
Yeah, I think we might get a couple. Especially if they continue to attack Parkinson. And that's what Surrey will want to do. They'll want to make Ben Rain bowl. Lawrence finds that gap again at mid-wicket. Cody Yusuf comes around and has a little tumble.
I reckon we can put that in the unnecessary dive compilation for the end of the season.
That's when you get to my age, the only way to get down to pick a ball up is, well, I was going to say dive, maybe to fall. You use gravity to your advantage.
I was going to say, does it look quite like that?
Well, sometimes. In my head it does anyway.
Coming over the wicket.
Yeah, a little change of angle. Tell you what, how good does this ground look now in the sunshine? That's driven nicely. Not perfectly timed. He's getting into some really nice positions here. You talk about all the superstars that are involved with Surrey. This man is definitely one of the glues to the parts, one of the important cogs of the machine of Surrey. Just keeps churning them out without any fuss. Took a really good catch earlier in the day. Stood under the helmet. One of the most important people in that Surrey change room, as Lawrence leaves this one alone.
Well, if Surrey can bat, well, rest of today and all of tomorrow, then they'll be in position A1.
Absolutely. That's the dream, isn't it, from a Surrey point of view?
I suppose 6:30 p.m. tomorrow, still a long way away.
Could be an interesting members forum tomorrow night if that's the case. Matthew Potts doing his very best to make sure that that doesn't happen. That ends another Potts over. 3 singles from it. Sorry, 110 for 3. Ryan Patel 57, Dan Lawrence 32. That's totally wrong because my scoreboard's behind. 1 each. There we go, 58 and 33.
Oh, the time has just gone 10 to 6 and we've got 12 overs left in the day. These two going very well, striking 71 for Lawrence and 81 for Patel. 110 for 3, Surrey at the minute, after quite a fiery start from Durham with the ball. 27 for 3 at 1 point, 2 from Ben Rain, 1 from Matthew Potts. But right now, from the Lumley end, it is Callum Parkinson who gets the wicket. It's edged to Colin Ackerman at slip, and Patel, after a well-made 58, plays a loose one, and Durham have the breakthrough they so desperately needed.
Huge wicket. This partnership was starting to get into real danger territory for Durham, and they've managed to pick up Ryan Patel, who looked set for the long haul. Edge taken by Ackerman. Patel goes for 58. 110 for 4.
It's a good catch from Ackerman. It's gone fast, but it has gone straight at him. Expect him to take that 10 times out of 10. Patel's just gone back, and he's not in a great position to hit it through the offside. His weight's slightly back.
Yeah.
And he's frustrated with himself. Of course he is. Whacks his bat onto the ground.
I think that's the almost dismissive attitude and trying to dominate the spin. Really trying to get on top there, but that's a big moment for Durham. Can they pick up one or two more before the close of play, just to feel like they're not too far out of this game?
Well, it's funny how quick this game can change. 1 minute, it looks like you're completely out of it, but as you said, another wicket or two before the close, and Durham will feel they're right in this. 43 the deficit.
Ben Folkes, the new man to the crease.
Yeah, it's not a bad new man to have in. Overlooked by England for his lack of Bazbalian batting.
Bazbalian, wow, I love that.
But can more than hold his own.
I think he's a great player.
Well, I think he was mostly denied because he doesn't bat fast enough. But
what's his? Have you got his? Bring up his test. I bet he averages about 30 in test cricket.
I remember watching England away in New Zealand. I think it was 2022 at Basin Reserve when England lost by a run, and Folkes was batting with a tail, and he just steered them through all the way until Jimmy Anderson strangled one down the leg side. Ben Folkes, his test match batting average is 29 and his first class batting average is 38.
Proper player. You can't fault him for Jamie Smith though. What a start he's had to his test career.
Yeah, what a find. Parkinson round the wicket to Ben Folkes, new to the crease, blocks his first ball. Yeah, his batting ability alone gets him in the team,
Yeah,
but
it's insane.
His glove work is admirable as well.
Adam Gilchrist ruined it for every wicket keeper.
Oh, and that turns past the edge. And that's not a bad one to get second up for Ben Folkes. Parkinson's well in the game here. Lawrence blocks that one back. There's one thing you can never hold against Callum Parkinson is he's a fighter.
He loves the contest.
Blocked off the inside edge and they scamper through for a single, which ruins the wicket maiden for Parkinson. Still one more to come. Dan Lawrence on strike. And this is strike time now for Durham. New partnership. Broken the last one, which climbed up, if I can get the stats, up into the 80s, 83 between them. Patel hit 50 and Lawrence hit 33. And this one just getting going, one from it so far. Driven straight to Matthew Potts, who fields, and that brings the end of the over. One from it, and more importantly, for a Durham point of view, a wicket. Surrey, 111 for 4. Ryan Patel, the man to depart. Ben Folkes, the new one in. One off his first 4 deliveries, and Dan Lawrence, 33 from 47.
Yeah, much needed wicket for Durham. Callum Parkinson, the man, like you said, loves a fight. Loves to be in a contest, not threatened by people that take him on. And that single towards the back end of the over that ruined that wicket maiden is going to let Matthew Potts bowl at Ben Folkes, so maybe not a bad thing in the end for Durham. So can Durham take back-to-back wickets and put pressure back onto Surrey, even having them 5 or 6 down before Surrey passed Durham. Durham will feel that they're in the game still.
It's definitely slowed down the run rate as well.
Yeah, it has.
3.8 is the run rate currently. I don't know what it's been at its highest, but certainly more than that.
He pots from the Finkel end. Folkes defends out into the leg side. Emilio back onto the field.
Back into the action as well.
Yeah, he's
not hiding on the boundary. It's only a matter of time before he gets one straight back at him.
That's what happens, doesn't it? It follows you. Potts into his 11th over.
Ooh.
Good bouncer that strikes folks on the shoulder.
Don't wince, don't wince, don't wince. As he takes his guard, strolls up the pitch. That will hurt.
Yeah, they don't tickle. Leave a nice medal.
Right on the shoulder, no deflection.
It was flush, wasn't it? This one, he gets away past second slip, down to third man, and there's no stopping that. As it runs away for 4. Folks picks up his first boundary. Sorry, move on to 115 for 4.
It's absolutely raced away. He's done... No, I think he might have opened up the face. I'm sure maybe there's a...
It was in control, wasn't it, Ish?
Yeah.
You know, it's all the way along the floor. We're never going to carry to slip.
But yeah, once it's past the infield, there's no stopping it. Despite McKinney's best efforts. It was a good effort. Big old chase. Overtook Colin Ackerman on his way. His long legs and big strides.
He does move well for a big fella. Oh, Potts right on the money again. Asking good questions, but there's a third man now in place. So your man Emilio has gone from the hot seat of mid-wicket down to having a little graze at third man. I'm sure he'll be feeling much better about life down there.
Moves well, and according to Scott Borthwick, best footballer at the club as well. Ben McKinney.
Yeah, he was on Sunderland's books as a youngster. Very talented midfielder. Has to run too much in football, he said. That's a short ball. It doesn't get up as much as Potts would have liked. And folks nurdles that around the corner for a single.
I was chatting to Sam earlier about it. It's impossible nowadays to play professionally in both sports, or even play one professionally and one semi-professionally.
You look at now, we've talked about the football season overlapping, that the Northern League season started last week, which was ridiculous. Still in July.
It's a shame that kids nowadays have to choose so early what sport to pursue, because even at age group...
Well, there's no real off-season for football now,
exactly,
is there? It's nearly a 12-month-a-year gig. Oh, that's hit the thigh pad hard. It's a bit of a beg, that, I think, from Potts.
I'm surprised they went up for it, to be honest. It looked very high, even on impact. It looked like it was impact over the stumps, let alone going over. End of the over. Surrey, 116 for 4. Folks got away nicely. 6 off 9. What's it like with coaching youth cricket now? Because when I was a junior, it was very much a case of you're a bowler or a batter. Maybe there are a couple of exceptions who are just very good at both, but on the whole, you rock up to training.
Yeah.
He's Parkinson to get into his 4th over. Hands on head, he thought he had folks nailed in front. He just got away. You rock up to training and you maybe do a fielding warm-up and fielding drills, and then bowlers bowl, batters bat, and it's a waste of time for batters to bowl and bowlers to bat. So then you grow up as a bowler, and there must be so many age group bowlers who are very capable with a bat but just never get a chance to practice.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. So before Christmas, there's not really a lot of bowling that happens. If you look talking pathway cricket, or even my guys at school, we tend to focus on batting really from the end of the season up until Christmas, or you might do some remedial work on your bowling just to maybe tweak an action if you've been getting injured, or if a coach sees something that could enhance what you offer. But a lot of the time pre-Christmas is spent on batting, and then you kind of get into your ball work after Christmas. Try and encourage the lads, especially the ones that don't bowl, to either sling or to, offer something. So yeah, there's quite a lot to it. God, that flicked
Whipped
away
again
beautifully,
from
isn't it?
Lawrence. Easy on the eyes, Dan Lawrence. So in age group cricket, is it less so the case that there are bowlers and batters?
Yeah, I think you try and encourage them to do as much as possible. You always want to have that extra string to your bow. You definitely want them to be a gun fielder, although that isn't physically possible with some.
Or just off the inside edge from folks.
But you want them to be contributing with 2 or hopefully 3 of the skills.
It's so often that bowlers are labelled as tail end batters, and then that's that.
Yeah, we do quite a lot of scenario work with the bowlers because they often have to come in and score the runs when either the batters haven't got them or when the game's on the line. So we do put them through a bit of scenario work where sometimes we have a bit of fun and go, right, you've got 1 ball to face and you've got to hit that for 6. So the first ball, that every time you go into the net, you've got to hit your first ball for 6 because that might be the situation that you're in as a batter. And just try and keep it fresh. I mean, winter nets do get boring. So yeah, you just try and keep it as fresh as you can. You might put them through T20 scenarios or 50 over scenarios, or like I say, right, you've only got 2 wickets left. We're 8 down in the 30th over. You've got to work out a way. You're in with a batter. So how do we get the best total that we can? So just try and make it more situational rather than technical sometimes as well.
Well, in cricket, everyone fields.
Yeah.
And everyone bats. That's the only 2
100%.
disciplines that everybody does more often than not.
And like I say, sometimes I was going to say you're worse, but your lesser batters are put in the biggest situations when the runs are needed. So you want them to try and have something to draw back on and not panic necessarily when they get out there and think that, that situation's out of their control. So yeah, you try and put a bit of situational and scenario work their way. Just so when they get out there, it's not a total foreign situation. They're using it. And like I tell all my kids, they all need to bat and they all need to make runs. All 11.
I remember when I was playing junior cricket, it was often the case of, the game probably could be won, but you're a tail ender, you lot, so go out and have a whack.
Yeah.
It's no game management or trying to play for the win.
Leaving it to luck, really, aren't you? It's good from Potts. Really, really working up ahead of steam here, giving everything he's got.
Did the juniors sometimes find it difficult to do match scenarios in nets? Because it can sometimes be difficult to picture.
There's lots of arguments over field placing. I've hit, that's a 2, well, you've hit that straight to cover. That's no. So there is definitely lots of arguments between batters and bowlers. What we try and do, we've got these mini whiteboards where they can set their fields.
Oh, nice.
It's driven away. It'll find the gap at extra cover. It'll at least be 1. Clark gets around to do the fielding for 2. So so you try and get them to set their fields, but there's still 100. That's out. He's definitely hit that straight down his throat, and it might be like 20 metres away or whatever. But I don't think you'll ever get away from that. But the more you can kind of put them in situations, even from a bowler's point of view, actually having to think about, right, this is the field that I've got in this situation. To this batter, right, I might want to keep the tail ender on strike, and if there's a tail ender and a batter that's in, you might want to try and keep him away from the strike. So trying to look at the mental side of the game as well as just the technical and the physical side of it. So you try and develop them in all sorts of different ways, but at the end of the day, it's down to them what they take on board and how they want to move forward on a game day. And that's sometimes the hardest thing as a coach, is just to sit back and just to let that happen on a game day as well. You don't want to. You want them to be thinking for themselves. You don't want to be having loads of input, but on occasions you do need to have that input. Really good from Potts, hitting the pitch hard. Yeah, for example, we had Durham under-18s played Notts last week. We had a game, and that was the first 3-day game for quite a few of the kids. So John Windows, the academy director, we kind of laid it on pretty thick as to how to map out a 3-day game, to break it down into sessions, and even either side of sessions that you need to start your first 10-15 minutes after a break. If you're batting, you don't really want to lose a wicket there and give momentum to the bowling side. If you're bowling, can you pick up a wicket, or can you keep it tight like Surrey have done today,
Mm.
and not look at the result, but look at kind of each individual part of the game to get to the result.
I was on a ferry the other week, an 8-hour ferry.
Ooh, how did you break that down into sessions?
Well,
Drink.
we had the 2013 edition of the Wisden Almanac.
Oh, that's rock and roll, baby.
That lasted us most of the 8 hours, and in that I can't remember who wrote the piece, but it was in the schoolboy cricket section,
Okay.
and he said that schoolboy cricketers should be learning all formats of the game. Cody Youssef back into the attack and whipped through the onside by Ben Folkes. Absolutely glorious shot. Somehow beats Potts and Clark out there and picks up 4. And T20s 1 day and then 2-day games.
Yeah.
But then he said the 2-day games is just dwindling and schoolboys aren't really playing that anymore. But your 18s are playing 3 days.
Yeah, well, that was for Durham, so that was Durham against Nottinghamshire. So
I
there's
see,
I think they play 5 3-day games. They've been through their T20 and their 1-day phase. So yeah, trying to give them all the help they can get if they want to move in from under 18s into either academy or second team cricket.
And there is a wicket. Cody Youssef. Ben Folkes off stump is now 5 yards behind him. An absolute seed. Surrey 5 down at the hands of Cody Youssef.
Wow, what a comeback. That was a beautiful shot the ball before by Folkes. Cody Youssef probably feeling under a little bit of pressure there, but that had some venom in it and it's knocked his off stump right out of the ground. I don't know how Vic does it, but every time somebody gets bowled here at the Riverside, the stumps fly out of the ground.
It's a good luck, isn't it?
Yeah, and it is, and it's a great feeling for a fast ball. Nothing worse as a batter than to hear that.
The death
Sometimes
rattle.
you don't dare look around just to see the damage that's been done you.
It just seemed quick, that. I'm not sure if it's because the stump went everywhere.
I agree. It did seem that was a
maybe
real
it's
effort ball.
just skidded on maybe, but serious nut from Cody Youssef.
Big wicket, 124 for 5.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Ash, it's come in a long way.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's just tailed in. Through the gate.
Maybe kept him a little bit low. But it's a big wicket and a big moment in this game because Durham don't want to be handing Surrey a big lead. It's Cameron Steele, former Durham man, comes out to the crease. One of life's good humans.
Well, I said it when Sam was on earlier, and I might as well say it again because I've got it.
Here we go.
As I was looking on Cricinfo, and Cam Steele, youngest ever double centurion for Durham.
Yeah.
220. Was it you, Ash? I think it was.
No.
It was Sam. 224 versus Leicester in 2017. And Sam will be on.
It's actually Jordan Clark. We've bigged up Cameron Steele there, and Jordan Clark's come in. I was just looking at this.
He's got more tattoos than I remember.
Well, it wasn't that. It was just the size of it. I thought, Jesus, Steely's put on a bit.
And,
It is Jordan Clark. We'll save all of that for Cameron Steele when he walks out.
Sam, back on at the end of this over. I've got a good little tidbit for you specifically from
Nice.
that Wisden 2013
Oh,
edition,
my goodness.
which I'm sure you can get stuck into. I'll give you the question now for some thinking time. It's the schoolboy cricket of the year. Who was it? And what did he average in 2013?
Oh, wow.
Cody Youssef. To Clark, the new bat, gets off the mark, first ball. Now you've got 3 further balls to think about it. You've already put one name into the ether. 2013, it was a wet season. Only half the season was played. And this player played 11 matches overall of schoolboy cricket. Give you a bonus point if you can get... I'll give you a clue. There were 3 players who averaged 100 or over. And I'll give you a point for either of those. Schoolboy Cricket of the Year, 2013. All the way up until 18s. Yeah. 3 balls to go. This Cody Youssef over, which so far has brought the big wicket. 1 for 33 off his 4. It's been expensive. But the deficit still 28. And there is still a deficit for Surrey, and they're 5 down. Durham would love another 1 or 2 before the day's done. 7 overs to go at the end of this one.
Oh,
I think he's maybe tried to guide it a little squarer than that. It's come off top edge of Dan Lawrence's bat and run away, raced away to the boundary. Brings him to 40 in Surrey to 129. One
somebody
ball
like
left.
Dom Sibley or somebody was maybe too old at that stage.
Final ball of the Cody Youssef over. 9 from it so far and the wicket. And it is just one wicket.
Wow.
And it's more than 9 now. That is a glorious cover
Wow,
drive
wow,
from
wow.
Dan Lawrence. Just the weight, the shifting of weight, and what a glory shot. Anyway, sorry, 133 for 5. I want to hand over to Sam Danning, and Ash Thorpe is staying put for the remaining 7 overs. Whilst you have your guess for Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year for 2013 and his average.
What a shot that was from Dan Lawrence. His cover driving has been absolutely superb today. A little bit of luck in the boundary before. Sam Dullings, you can hear his brain ticking over.
Oh, it's got me that. He's put me in a bit of pain there because I'm trying to concentrate on 2 things now.
You say Sibley was 30, didn't we? So it's going to be around somebody his
about
age.
Sibley's generation. I know Brooks won it. Jack Haynes, Tom Coder-Cadmore, Tom Abel. 30-year-old. Someone in their prime. Daniel Bell Drummond is he maybe 31, 32? Ben Rain.
How old's Alex Lees?
It's not a bad shout. Clark on strike. Just got the 1, 2 slips, wait. Hits it hard, but straight to Emilio Gay. Dan Lawrence.
Teaser. He's a man who teases people with questions.
I mean, Lawrence is probably... Is Lawrence 30 yet? Ben Folkes? No. Still playing in a pro game, presumably. Are all 3 of them the north of 100 averages playing pros? Northeast is probably too old for that. Oh, tries to cut it a little bit tight to his body, bottom edge. Robinson cleans it up. Who else might be it? Someone like a Luke Wells, probably a bit old.
Too good for me. My brain hurts at the best of times.
Yeah, my brain is hurting. Just trying to run through the counties. It's not great for anyone listening. Just hearing me think. Deep extra cover now. Couple of slips, wait. Sun's gone away. Nice shot.
Wow.
Lovely shot from Jordan Clark. Pushed it back down the ground. No need to run those. Gets a tap of the bat and a glove punch from Dan Lawrence. Life is good right now.
What a day to be alive. It's been like a highlight reel today, hasn't it? Some of the wickets and some of the shot making has been absolutely incredible.
It's been a blooming good day's cricket, hasn't it? Still not over.
No, plenty of time left.
Deficit's just 16 now. Are they going to plug that gap and put a man on the drive? Colin Ackerman. On the rare times he moves out of that slip cordon. It's initially a silly mid-off. He's been moved to a short extra cover. 2030. I'm still going. If I don't get it at the end of this over, we'll have to have a big reveal. Fanfare and all. So it's a bit low, tucked into the leg side. Bastelader scrambles round. They come through for a single. There may be some miscommunication, George is saying. The 20... I see, yeah. Fair enough. It's the 2013 Almanac, so it's the 2012 Wisdom School Cricketer of the Year, which would make them 31. And presumably I haven't already said the right answer, as you do. I have. I have. I wasn't sure on it. Left on it.
Bell Drummond.
And I'm going to go down and nail my colours to the Tom Abel mast.
George is building the tension
no.
beautifully here. Can we get a drum roll, Steve?
A Bell Drummond roll.
Ah, the Bell Drummond roll. DBD. Of course it was. What's the average? 133.72.
No, it wasn't Bell Drummond. That was just a...
Oh. It used to the feet.
Oh.
It's in the air. And it's past the leader. Acrobatic dive. Hands on head for Ben Rain. I thought for a millisecond that had stuck. Boundary to end the over. 2 in the over.
Stick with your man, Abel.
Yeah, well, to be honest, when I was a bit unsure about Abel, I was thinking, didn't he win it in 2012? Because I think he made his Somerset debut in 2013.
So there were 3 players who averaged over 100. Tom Fell represented Oakham.
Ah, yes. He went on to play for Worcestershire. Came back after testicular cancer and scored a century, yeah.
Yep.
Ben Duckett of Stowe scored over 1,000 runs, including a double ton of 213 not out.
Oh dear.
He's done all right, Ben Duckett, in his career, hasn't he? He made a good hat range.
And the man who averaged 192.
What?
Including 7 centuries in 11 innings, 1,156 runs. Somerset's Tom Abel.
Oh, first guess as well, I got it with.
Well done, mate. Fair play.
Then made 96 on his first class debut the following year, I think.
George, you've killed us. Whatever remaining brain cells I had left have now disappeared.
And unfairly so as well, because he made my brain continue ticking even though I'd
Yeah,
already chucked the right answer. And purely because he'd falsely fed the information. Yeah, but Abel was my first answer. Oh, bottom
wow.
edge. Sorry, Ash.
No, you're okay. Yusuf steaming in here, trying to pick up wicket number 6 for Durham. Just 11 behind now, Surrey. What's been a fascinating opening day.
A friend of mine, Harry Everett, who's listening in keenly, he's doing the BBC Live text. He said, we got him out for 98 at Taunton School that year and we were absolutely buzzing. Only half his average there. That was an off day for Tom Abel.
Clark looking busy, almost in one-day mode. Yes, Yusuf building up a head of steam.
Used to be a bar in Durham, Head of Steam. Not sure if it still is.
Born in Newcastle.
Still is. They used to serve jugs of cocktails. Ah. Purple Rain. On a Monday night. Lovely.
That's hurt Jordan Clark. I think that one's just above the thigh pad, right onto what would be my love handle, but his hip. They don't tickle.
They would tickle if he had love handles.
Yeah, no, they still hurt.
Less.
A little bit less. A little bit less. You can see he's got a, might have just missed. It looks like he's got a chest guard on. Might have got right in between. Cricket balls find a way. 142 for 5. And that is 5 wide. It's going to given no balls, in fact. That will be 6 to the total. And when you've only got 153 on the board, that does not help.
It was an effort ball.
A lot of effort.
It was a bouncer. Ollie Robinson had no chance. He saw the wicketkeeper immediately turn around just to check that that wasn't being given as buys.
Make sure the double teapot on. Clark just a little bit late on that one as he tries to punch it through the offside.
You're right, though, Ash. He's not here to survive for the next 5
No.
overs, is he? He doesn't know that way of playing. Where's Graham right now? Close enough to give a few words? Is he out on deep
I
square
don't know,
leg?
definitely.
No.
If he was my older brother and he's twice the size of me, I'm not sure I'd be saying much. And yeah, he's best part of 70 metres away.
I like these little quizzes George is bringing in.
Yeah, good
Keep
value.
doing that, George.
That's pulled away to his brother, who was initially wrong-footed. Graham Clark does the tidying up.
In the second-hand bookshop downstairs, which some people might not be aware of, it's brilliant. There's loads of cricket books down there. There was a set of 4 David Bumble Lloyd books. I said to them, look, you put those away, get them signed tomorrow, you can double your price from £2.50 to £5.
Good thinking, Batman.
You bump it up to £6 if it's a personalised signature. There's also a bucket full of wisdoms that I think they're having a look through and trying to value. Don't want to be giving those away. The old almanacs.
Driven by Lawrence, who will just get the one as Delaney gets around to do the fielding. Initially thinking of 2 as he moves to 49. That brings up the Surrey 150. Just 3 behind now. You can see from our skies there, just gone a little bit more overcast. Still plenty of blue sky around.
Blue sky.
What have we got? 5 overs left.
Nothing but blue sky. Of which Ben Rayner, I'd imagine, is going to bowl 3 of them. All being well, 8 overs in his first spell. He's bowled 9. He's got 2 for 18. Slipping. Couple of fielders catching at mid-wicket, Basteleda and Emilio Gay. Lawrence on 49. It's been a lovely, fluent 49 as well. I think he's been the
Hasn't it
standout
just?
batter in the game.
Yeah, him and Patel, that partnership. Thought Ryan Patel was excellent.
Yeah.
But Dan Lawrence has been as fluent as anybody. 8 boundaries for him. Like you say, just 1 away. This partnership already 26 from 17. Or from 18 balls now.
Patel is a very good county cricketer. I love him. Sometimes you see players and they just look slightly too good for county cricket, and I think Lawrence is in that bracket. Now look, whether he ever, not all of those players then go on and make it on the international stage.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I think Lawrence is definitely in that bracket.
Yeah, he looks to dominate. He does it with a bit of style as well, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, I was saying earlier about that when he hit 5 6s in a row off Shoaib Bashir, who I think then fired in a wide down the leg side, and Lawrence hit the spare ball for one mounts 4 maybe, something like 39 off the over.
Wow, he's a talented man.
Oh yeah,
Tough when he gets on a roll as well, and
Yeah.
he does dominate.
it's good from range, joining the dots. He bowled a fair few of them. We worked it out earlier on, didn't we?
Yeah, he was up to 43, wasn't he, on his first spell, I think.
Yeah, that was in the 8 overs, wasn't it? So he's got 4 in this over, 47. I can't remember offhand how many he bowled in this last over, but he just builds pressure. It's relentless. There he goes again, 5. I hadn't realised, we were talking about Matt Milnes briefly earlier, saying the trouble he's had with injuries. It's his first class wicket in 16 months today.
Wow.
Been up at Yorkshire 3 years, free stress season, 3 years. He was very, very highly rated.
Tough gig bowling.
Edged. Oh, and has that not quite fallen to Ben McKinney? Not quite fallen, not quite carried. Has it fallen short?
The reaction tells you differently.
That's half century for Dan Lawrence. He salutes the Surrey dressing room first, then the crowd. A little apology to Ben Rain, who I think ignores him completely. 50 for Lawrence off 69 balls, 8 fours. Potentially a lifeline there on 49. Those 5 dots. The pressure built by Ben Rain, relentless. Finds the outside edge. Doesn't get his rewards this time. How costly might that prove? Deficit's just 2 now.
It carried.
Just short of Ben Rain.
Yeah, I don't think it carried.
Just short of Ben McKinney.
But an excellent 50 from Dan Lawrence. That was been one of the better knocks that I've seen this year so far in the circumstances. Matthew Potts 4 overs, so it looks like it'll be a couple of overs for him. Handy number 8 coming in, isn't it? Cameron Steele. Well, we assume he's coming in at number 8.
Yeah, not bad. Top order batter, really.
Double century to his name. Former Durham player, Durham University student. Like I said, he's a man as mixed up as I am. Born in the States. Spent time as a youth in Australia, down in Somerset.
Was he England? Did he come to England first and then go over to Australia for a bit as well? Did he go back and forth for a while?
Yeah, I think so. I think, yeah.
Bright lad as well.
But yeah, very clever man, and what a good man to spend some time with, actually. Really good company. Spent some time, obviously, in the northeast, some club cricket at Newcastle, and was a loved part of Ashington Cricket Club.
Was he an Ashington boy?
Yeah, I think he's still part of the WhatsApp group, actually. And a quick single. Skipper just a little bit on his heels there late in the day. Probably thinking of how can we get a late wicket.
It's clever that from Lawrence. Just building a bit of frustration. The bowler won't like that.
And looking ahead, he'll be thinking, I want to be here tomorrow. So,
get Jordan Clark down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Jordan Clark, almost in a night watchman kind of role. Although, he's more the hawk at the moment, isn't he? The way he started.
Well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? If they were to lose a wicket, would they send Cam Steele out? Would someone else
protecting him at number 8? He can't want to be protected at number 8, surely. Good from Clark as he pushes that one into the offside and picks up a single. Maybe even 2 there, as might be a few Surrey fans in by the sound of that.
Takes them into the lead, I believe.
Yeah.
Or does it at least bring them? Yes, that extra run takes them to lead. 1 was parity. 2 was a little lead. What a day's cricket we've had.
Mate, incredible.
307 runs so far, 15 wickets, good contest this. Surrey with the edge.
No doubt about that.
Durham need the edge. Couple of quick wickets.
And need it to carry. That's nicely pushed down the ground again. And they're busy, aren't they, in this partnership? That's what I've enjoyed, actually. How positive they've been, looking to score. Whether that be by boundaries or by running hard between the wickets.
He's another fidgeter, isn't he, Dan Lawrence?
Yeah.
Got a few in the Surrey side.
Very strong through there. Alex Lee's not letting him get off strike this time.
Smart from Lees as well. He'd just woken up to that fact. Maybe taking a step or 2 in. Go on, take me on. Take me on this time, Daniel. How dare you?
Big time in the game. Can Durham pick up a wicket before the close? Or will Surrey go into day 2 in the lead and only 5 wickets down? Well, there's 3 overs left in the day. Surrey are in the lead. They lead by 2, 155 for 5. Lawrence 51. Jordan Clark on 10. And like you say, it's been a fascinating day's cricket here. Day 1 between Durham and Surrey.
Got an exciting evening ahead. Bit of dog walking, is it for you, Ash?
I've got a little bit of interview work, and then going to have a chat with one of the Durham lads. Has asked to meet up and just have a little chat.
Okay.
And then I need some food. I'm bloody hungry today. I don't know why. I had a lovely lunch as well.
What was on your lunch menu?
I had the chicken.
Yeah.
And it had the old Hasselback potato in it with a bit of...
The Hasselbank potato.
Yeah, Jimmy Floyd potato. Little creamy sauce on it. Was very good. What about yourself? Did you go the sausage and mash, or did you go the vegetarian
I actually
option?
went for a sandwich this time.
Did you?
Yeah. Ben Rain. Into Clark. Flicking it off his legs. They'll push for 2. Well, Clark will. You can hear probably in the effects mic. Dan Lawrence screaming no. Emilio Gay chucked that one in.
Yeah, Bustalida was regretting getting to the stumps there.
Took that
Doing
puff of
the
dust.
right thing.
Enthusiastic from Emilio Gate, even this late stage in the day. It's getting quite dark now, so the floodlights are off. It's probably as dark as it's been all day. Can Durham find it?
He's got Will Gidman out there talking to him. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, my days.
That is absolutely sumptuous. From Dan Lawrence, a lofted off drive. Easy as you like. 6 runs.
That's not batting for the closer play, is it? Wow.
Well, keep batting like that and he will still be there tomorrow, because there's no chance of getting a player who's hitting strokes like that outright. Whew.
Oh, wow. You said it.
Wow.
What a shot.
Best shot of the day, that.
There's been some good cricket today, but that's up there with the very best of it.
That's what I mean about him just looking a level above anyone else in this game so far. There are other players that can get to his level.
I'm thinking here, I'll just make sure I'm in tomorrow. And he's thinking I'm going to hit that over mid-off for 6. Wow.
I wonder at what point he's thinking that.
I'm not sure he does think.
Short ball. Good response from Ben Rain. It's a wide, so it's not such a good response.
I think he's just so instinctive, isn't he? He
Yeah.
doesn't... What a shot. Can't get over that.
Expect the unexpected.
Yep.
25-7 here on day 1. Banks Holmes Riverside. We have 16 balls remaining on this opening day. Durham have stretched their lead to 10. Fascinating day. Surrey have stretched their lead to 10. Oh, I can't. I've got to stop doing that tomorrow. Short. Pulled. Gone up in the air. Tries to catch it. It's going to go over Ben McKinney. Wasn't in control of that one, Dan Lawrence.
Brilliant work from
I think
McKinney.
McKinney's done very well there.
Just that surprise bouncer again. Even the bouncer before that was a loopy one. I'm sure sometimes he does do that. Bowls one that not quite as much venom on and then tries to hurry one through. Is that the first time we've seen... Was it Sam Curran's first ball, wasn't it? He bowled him a bouncer that wasn't controlled.
There's no mistaking the calls of Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, he's in control, isn't he? That's what you feel when he's at the crease. He is.
Sounds confident, doesn't he? Just
He is the man who's in charge out there.
Who's the worst runner you played with?
Oh, for me it was Gordon Mutchell, just for the fact he was twice as quick as me. That was the problem.
Another good shot. They won't get any value for it. Straight to Pasteleda. Sure he won't be too worried, Dan Lawrence. 59 from 77. Pulled and it's fallen
my
short.
Goodness.
Ben Rain can't believe it. Dan Lawrence not in control of that one at all. Comes off perhaps the bat handle, bit of glove. Just plops up in the air. Ollie Robinson can't get to it. End of the over, 38 gone. In this Surrey reply, 165 for 5. The lead is a dozen.
Well, goodness me. That would have been a big moment in the game, trying to pick up that wicket. Lawrence definitely not thinking about batting for tomorrow. He's just playing each ball right here, right now. Two overs left. You're right, it is as gloomy as it's been. Oh, and that one again is right on the hip of Clark, who says, get off, and tucks it away down to fine leg for another single. Real effort this from Potts. A bit of a giggle between the two. Clark will think I'm safe at the other end for now. Might have been even off the top of the handle, that one. Lawrence in much more control as he tucks that one away into the leg side and will pick up another single. Do you maybe have an over of Parkinson to finish off? Or would you go another one from Ben Rain, who's just created a bit of chaos in the last couple of overs?
Given what's just happened, you say to Dan Lawrence, go on, last over of the day.
What you got?
Going to try and help me out of the ground again. Because he's tried twice.
Play on his ego a little bit.
And if you were to fall at this late stage like that, I don't care what anyone says about how chill people are about it and how it doesn't matter and we play this bland of cricket X and Y. You walk back into that dressing room and it's a little bit frosty.
Yeah, there'll be some daggers in your direction, I reckon.
And that just makes it, from a Durham perspective, it makes the night a little bit more uncomfortable for Surrey if they wander in there and there's a bit of tension, a bit of frost. It just plays on people's mind.
Well, that's cut away hard. Jordan Clark, ferocious. Hits that away for 4. Wasn't going to miss out on that one. Little bit of width, short, hammered away.
Yeah, there to be hit. Was hit. Simple game, really. He's a good player, Jordan Clark, isn't he? We talked about him earlier on.
Just a couple of those. We're talking about Patel and Jordan Clark, those ones that are probably the mainstays of the side that can just fit in and so reliable. That's hooked away down to his younger brother.
It's strange, isn't it? Because one of the things people often talk about, like to win championships in say sports like cricket or in rugby, it's why a team like Exeter had so much success, is because you want players that are almost internationals but not quite there, because as much as you want to push your players through to that level,
you miss them.
Selfishly, you want the guys that, particularly in sports where you play international and professional domestic
at the same time,
sport at the same time, which you don't get in football.
That one's cut away off the back foot. More of a punch rather than a cut. I come in for a second. Oh, and it's tight second, but Deleda does well. Robinson does well. But so does Dan Lawrence, getting back for 2. And that's the 50 partnership between these two. And that lead has increased to 21.
41 balls. Rapid partnership late in the day. And I think, sorry to mention them, but it's what Somerset, their T20 success, 5 quarterfinals in a row, 4 finals days. Actually, they don't lose anyone to play for England. Banton occasionally, but they've got a very settled side, and they don't mix up.
So I think they recruit well with their overseas players as well, to add into that. The likes of Matt Henry and Riley Meredith this year. Yeah,
Henry and Meredith this year. They've got enough batting. But then you have Surrey do it slightly differently in how they've won the championship. They have their England players do dip in and out, and it's actually quite unsettled because of that.
Yep.
But then that's when you get to your likes of Clark and Patel, and they're the mainstays. They're the ones that are there every week, and people like Lawrence. Well, Lawrence more so this year, but previously he's off being 12th, 13th man.
Yep.
Flicked into the leg side for a single. So it's actually quite a different approach.
They've got settled 2 great openers as well in the county
Yes, they
game.
do now, actually. But even for a time, they were in and out of England squads.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so
But
it's a slightly different approach, isn't it? They alternate, and they'll bring overseas in often for a couple of games. Worrell maybe play when Worrell's not overseas anymore, but they might deliberately use a whole batch of overseas. You know, someone comes in for 2 games here, 2 games there, 1 game even at the end of last season.
And then you throw in your likes of your Laurie Evans and your Chris Jordans that come in the white ball stuff. It's a crazy world.
You forget about them until the T20. Dan Lawrence was happy to take a very long single.
Yeah.
I think Jordan Clark scared him a little bit. He said, "Come on, push for two, push for two." So Lawrence just got a trot on, and Clark said, "No." Keep running though, Dan. 4 balls left on what's been a fascinating and fabulous opening day of this Rothesay County Championship game. Sam Danning alongside Ashford. George Gompertz has been with us as well.
The quizmaster.
The quizmaster for a chunk of the day. And we had a bit of Victor Main. Tip and run. Field spread.
Powerful lineup tomorrow, haven't we? The Bumble in the house.
Oh.
And I'm sure we'll probably hear from Ryan Campbell or somebody from the Durham staff tomorrow as well.
Great to have Bumble. I'm looking forward to getting the chance to sit alongside the great man. And
Mate, it was a cool experience last year, that's for sure.
He's fabulous at his job, isn't he?
He's just a great talker, which is pretty important for what we do, I guess.
Seen it all. Done it all as well.
Yeah, every facet of the game he's covered, hasn't he?
Not many weaknesses. You pick him. Top trumps card. Who's bettering him? Not many.
He's my favourite.
3 singles off the first 3 balls. 3 balls left. Aaron Lawrence. That trademark flick off the hips. Gone really fine. The shout was 2. Doesn't need to come back because it's gone all the way to the boundary. Moves on to 67. Extends that lead. I think Durham will be quite glad at the close, actually, when it comes.
It's becoming a good time here. This partnership's really starting to motor away from them. We talked about run rate earlier. I think George and I were on that was down to 3.8. It's now above 4.5.
These two batted for another hour while in this mode.
Yeah. It takes the game away, doesn't it?
That's the worry.
Surrey bowlers will be pretty fresh. Having just spent 2 sessions in the field. And we get through 56 overs. Last ball of the day.
There's 1 slip weights, catching mid-wicket. Ground staff hover. And Dan Lawrence pulls it out towards Emilio Gate. He does the fielding. Just a single to end the day. So Surrey will finish this opening day 182 for 5. Jordan Clark will resume tomorrow morning on 19. Dan Lawrence will be alongside him on 68. Surrey have a lead of 29, having bowled Durham out for 153 earlier on today. It's been good fun, Ashford.
Yeah, it's been a great day, action-packed day. Durham winning the toss, electing to bat first. Didn't really cash in on that opportunity, being knocked over for 153. Dan Worrell, the star of the show with the ball, picking up 4 wickets. Colin Ackerman with the bat for Durham, getting to 50. And then Surrey have dominated the last real hour here, pushing themselves into a lead. As you can see, the ground staff players leaving the field. The ground staff falling, making a camera fall over. It's not me on the drink yet. It might not be far away, but that ends day 1. Surrey have a lead of 29 with 5 wickets in hand, and we'll be back tomorrow morning with day 2 at around 5 to 11.